You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, guys? Happy freaking New Year. We made it. We're in 2025. It's all downhill from here, right? No, I don't think it will be, right? The aliens haven't invaded quite yet, but they're getting there. But who knows? Maybe soon, maybe this month. Maybe they'll wait a little bit. Who knows what is happening? All right. Good to see you guys. Doing a little tequila tonight. Tequila and you know, a little bit of seltzer water or whatever, and lemon. And I forgot the ice. So I'm going to have to do without the ice, sadly. But there you go. I realize I'm not really good at cutting lemons. Anyways, cheers. Thought I'd change it up for tonight. I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling tequila tonight. I don't know why, but I was. Change it up. No vodka. I know, not starting off the year with vodka. That's a little strange, right? Anyways, how we doing out there? Hopefully you guys are doing good. Let's see who's out there. We got Patrick. What's going on? I love episode. I love Ep Jason as Lobo. Ep Douche Dutch from Red Dead Redemption 12. Well, thank you, Patrick. Okay, Alan Jack. Okay, cool. What's going on, Indiana Jake? Probably my favorite episode of the Creature Commandos so far. It's not a bad episode. I'll give my review in a little bit, and we'll do a little chatting about, you know, that certain little cameo when it comes to that. Antonio, what's happening? Happy New Year. We got Phil right here. Amen. We could finally put that to bed. Man, what's going on, Ryan? Finally finished Creature Commando episode 6. Not bad, but I love the Batman cameo, all right? Yep, and yeah, you know what? I mean, I tell you what, this holiday schedule has been effing my brain up, man. I tell you what. Get some tacos, man. Get some tacos. What's going on, Max Wolf Danger? What up? Happy New Year. Just saw the Jason Momoa got cast as Lobo in Supergirl movie. That's awesome. Very awesome. I mean, I think like it was like the worst kept secret, you know, just like the last time. That's what's so funny. It's like I swear, and I'm gonna talk about certain things. I'm gonna talk about the casting too. You know, rant off a little bit because I tell you what, it feels like I'm in deja vu a little bit when it comes to things that are happening now when things were happening 10 years ago. It's just there's a lot. There's just things that I tell you what, it just feels like I'm in like a deja vu kind of thing. I've already kind of talked about it too. But versus Seed, what's happening? It's Loboing time. Just have them delivered. Have them delivered. Hey, Jason McKenzie helping out with the pirate ship. Thank you for the $30 super chat. Ahoy, ahoy. Happy New Year, sir. Always great to see you, brother. And yes, donations are welcome, and I'll always bring them up. Usually, obviously, this is the Q&A portion of the Vodka stream. Well, I'm going to give my review, rant off a little bit, then I'll answer some questions. We'll get the panel in here. But if you have a question, obviously, if you have a donation with a question, I will always answer it. And then, of course, if the panel is on, we will answer that question as well. So let's see. What else? Who else we got? Game City Savior, Pokemon, plus Gums and Muscles equals Digimon movies, and Guns and Muscles equal Zack Snyder Cinema. Someone please give Zach a Digimon script. You want him to do Digimon? That's pretty funny. That'd be interesting. What's going on, Robin? Good to see ya. How's it going? Working on the next film. Working on the next short one. We got RJ right here. Good to see you, man. I know you had a nice little vacation. You were going, you came over this way. Mr. Axel, what's happening, sir? Good to see you. We got Taladia Plays. What's up? Johnny Rampage. Been looking forward to this week. Hope you had a great New Year's. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I didn't do shit. I ended up not doing anything. My plans fell through because there's just like, it's not COVID that's getting everybody. There's like this flu that's been going around essentially, and it's been like wiping people out. I mean, I got a little bit of a head cold, if you guys remember, at the end of November. I think that was kind of what everybody's getting, but yeah, my plans fell through, so I didn't do anything. I just stayed home. I barely watched the countdown, and I was in bed 20 minutes later. This whole, like I said, this schedule, the way that the holiday schedule has been, having Christmas and New Year's on a Wednesday, it's just fucking me up, man. I tell you what, I was so hyped and nervous for Creature Command. Oh, you are? Yeah, that's right. We're getting to that finale, aren't we? Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. What's your take on feminism? Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing for films? Well, it depends. Depends. I mean, there's a way to handle it and there's a way to not. Sometimes when they just kind of like, force it into your face and it's all just like, hey, we're just gonna bash dudes. There's a way to do it and there's a way to not, I guess, and to each their own. So I don't think the DCU Batman is Pattinson. Talk will end until they cast. Yeah, it'll never end. It'll never end until they actually do cast. Even though James Gunn himself is basically, he said it so many times. Abel, what's happening? Hello, Dave. I recently watched all the Christopher Reeve Superman movies for the first time. How would you rank them? I would actually rank them as 1, 2, 4, 3. And then, of course, 2, I would probably prefer the Donner cut over the theatrical cut because, there is 2 versions and they have some pretty good differences to them. So I would say like the 1 is the best, the Donner cut, then the regular 2, then 4, because I'm a Nuclear Man fan just as a kid. And, I don't know. And I don't really like the third one with Richard Pryor. It's a Richard Pryor movie with Superman. Eleanor, what's going on? Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Let's hope for less toxicity in the world this year. I don't know. The way this year's already started with some craziness. I mean, who knows if that's actually going to happen. But, hey, we could hope. What's going on, Braden? Good to see you. Music Man. Really feels like the DACAFU with people say they want the Batman and the DCU. They said the same thing with Bale. Exactly. What did I just say? Deja vu. I'm telling you. I'm just having like deja freaking vu, and that's also part of it. I'm telling you, if you think about it, I might have to do like a whole video, or I'll just rant off right now. But so that's it's just, I swear, it's like I was thinking about like, man, back in 2013, 14, 15, it's like seems like the same things are happening. It's just with different people and different versions of characters. A couple projects in the works. That's good. Keep on working. See, it's even making it to Australia. My God, who's your fan casting? Well, I'm liking Brandon Sklenar. I'm not on board with Glenn Powell. I'm really not. So really not. I don't know. I just don't see him as that. I saw him more of a Booster Gold, for sure. I saw him as a Booster Gold. Anyways, good stuff. All right, so yeah, I know. I mean, I tell you what, guys. Yeah, can we never have Christmas and New Year's on a Wednesday? And then the fact that we had Thanksgiving, like so late in November, it just all of a sudden it was just like, bam, Christmas time, bam, we better get everything done, bam, it's here. Can we just not have? It should be illegal to have Christmas and New Year's right smack dab in the middle of the week. I mean, when it came to Christmas, it was fine because I just took the rest of the week off and everything. But yeah, like I said, it was like when it came to New Year's Day, like I said, I ended up not doing anything on New Year's Eve. I just stayed home. I watched a couple of movies. I don't know. I forgot which movies I put on, to be honest. Then I was watching some of the things, and then I was just lying on the couch. I dozed off. And then I woke up just in time to see the countdown, and I was like, all right, cool, fine. I had a little champagne. I had some champagne, so I was like, cool. And then I was in bed at 12:20, and then I wake up on New Year's Day, and I'm just kind of going, it feels like Saturday. So I'm just chilling in bed, scrolling through my phone, sipping some coffee, like I usually do on a Saturday morning. And then I get out of bed, and then I put on some football because you got all the college football games that are happening. And I start working on some things, and I'm like, wow, now it feels like Sunday. What are we doing here? This is weird. And then I have to go to work the next day. And then yesterday, Thursday, I have to go to work because I have to go over there. So I start work, and it feels like a Monday, but it's not Monday. It's Thursday, and it's effing up my brain. And I'm just going, what the hell's going on? And then I think right now, finally, it's starting to feel normal again, for God's sakes. It's starting to feel normal. Feels like a Friday. Tomorrow will feel like a Saturday. And then everything will get back to normal on Monday. And everything will be back in order. The scheduling will be back in order. I'll be doing Film Junkie Live Monday, Wednesday, DC Fanimated. Everything will just get back to normal. And I'm like, thank God, man. I'm wanting it to just get back to normal. So good to see you, Brendan. Happy New Year to you. So, but yeah, it's just been a weird holiday. And, before I actually did want to say this too, I wanted to give a little not a shout out, but a cheers, because I didn't get to attend the funeral today, but somebody in my life did pass away. Not a relative per se, but I did tell you guys that my nana passed away earlier this year, and you guys remember that, and that was rough. That was definitely rough. But her husband Ralph passed away recently, and he was buried today. Didn't get to attend the funeral because got wrapped up in work. Couldn't take the time off because I already took a bunch of time off. But they got married over a decade ago, and he took care of her for her remaining years. And really awesome dude. Always enjoyed talking to him. He had a great stories, funny dude, great laugh, and he got put to rest today. So hopefully they're with each other somewhere. And so to Ralph, cheers to him. Great dude. Cheers. Yeah. So he always had some funny stories and everything. So yeah, I'm just glad. I'm glad my nana met him like probably about 12 years ago or something like that. 12, 13, maybe more than that. But he took care of her for, they did a lot of things in their remaining years, did a lot of trips and everything. And so, yeah, it was always great to talk to him when I'd go visit them. So may he rest in peace. Rest in peace. So, all right, guys. So let's talk about Creature Commandos, episode 6. We are one episode away from the season finale. It's not going to be a series finale because we already know there's a season 2. But this one was a Dr. Phosphorus episode. And I tell you what, man. These little backstories. These backstories are, man. Kudos to Jimmy Guns for really just showing why these people are fucked up. My God. You had that Weasel episode. You had the backstory with the Bride and Frankenstein. You've had these backstories to see why some of these characters are the way they are, and you just go, oh my God. So, man, when you have this one right here, let's face it, Rupert Thorne, fucking asshole. My God. Rupert Thorne. Hello. God damn. This guy. And so when you see some of that, when you see what happened to his family and just the way that all looked, and then of course putting him in the machine to basically turn him into what he turns into. Jesus Christ. And the animation, man, I really like the animation of Creature Commandos. I'm liking the series more than I thought I would. I remember when it was announced and everything, and I was like, okay, I don't really know Creature Commandos that much. I know some of the characters, but I was like, I don't know how this is going to be, but man, I'm really freaking enjoying this series. And I think a lot has to do with like these, when we get the history of each character. And we're seeing him. And then, of course, when we see him take over, obviously, spoiler alert, guys. Obviously, we're going to be talking about it. But if you haven't seen it, let's don't basically, turn it off now if you haven't seen it yet. But spoiler alert, yes, he ends up taking over Rupert Thorne's like everything. Obviously, he seeks revenge on everybody who helped kill him essentially kill him or turn him into what he is. And then, of course, his family, and then of course kill his family, his wife and his son, right? And so yeah, it's just like absolutely crazy. And then of course, yes, guys, we get the DCU Batman cameo. Oh boy, guys, oh boy. We were wondering, but I already kind of knew. I already kind of knew. I was already kind of in the know. That's why, like, when everybody kept on talking about the whole, like, Battinson, he's going to be in the DCU. They're going to merge. I'm like, nope, they're not. Because even though we saw, like, when Cersei showed, like, all the heroes again that were impaled, that were staked up, everybody was like, he's got a collar. It's Battinson. But at the same time, it's like, no, it's not Battinson. It's not Battinson because you can't, I mean, when it comes to the way that animation looks, I mean, there's always like a template for animation, sure. I mean, people are even talking about how Frank Grillo, his hair is not, when we see him in Superman, and when we see him in Peacemaker, his hair is not going to be like white like it is in Creature Commandos. I mean, obviously the main reason for that was because he was filming Tulsa King. At the same time, it was when they were filming Peacemaker and then, of course, Superman. So he couldn't like do the thing with his hair because they were filming at the same time. So it was a scheduling thing, which there are people that are still complaining about it, which he said in interviews. I'm like, pay attention, especially when it's people that have YouTube channels. It's like, hey, can you be more in the know of why? And, stop causing like a, more of a discourse because, well, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be a discourse when it comes to all this stuff. But I don't know. Things are always going to change. But obviously, when it comes to Batman and our first look at the DCU Batman, obviously we see him right there. There he is. Quick little shot. I like how it was too. I like it when you have Phosphorus and his boys are like dancing. The lights shut off. He turns around and it's so quick. You get the lightning strike and you see the silhouette. And I'm like, hell freaking yeah. There he is. And he looks like a big boy. That ain't Battinson. Battinson ain't a big boy like that. I mean, sometimes I know there were some people that were saying like, well, it could be a few years later because it essentially is going to end up being a few years later. No, it's not Battinson. And everybody was like looking at this thing. Does he have the trunks? He definitely has a big utility belt. He looks, I mean, the silhouette, he's got the shorter ears. He's got obviously the white eyes, but again, it's animation. So it doesn't mean that the white eyes are actually going to show up in live action. Although I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do the white eyes in the DCU just to be different. But then, of course, it's like you're wondering what's the color scheme when it comes to this, because, I think they should go blue. They should go navy blue, do like a dark blue and gray. I really hope they actually do that. Now, are they going to do the fat bat on the chest? Or are they going to do the yellow oval? Are they going to do that? Which I know some people just want that back because we haven't had that since Keaton. Well, I guess we had that in the Flash. We had that back in the Flash, but I'm just saying, like, for like a newer Batman, we've always just had like just the regular bat. Personally, I don't really give a shit. Like, I do like the bat, just the regular bat across the chest, whether it's the fat bat or like the Jim Lee bat or something like that. I like that. But yeah, I mean, looking at it, I mean, at first glance, you go, yeah, maybe he does have the trunks, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. And a lot of people are like, of course, there's going to be that discourse now when it comes to. When it comes to the trunks now, I mean, there's always going to be the trunks discourse. But now, let's see, where is it at? There we go. So we have Jimmy Guns right here talking about Batman and talking about certain things. Just a little quick little video right here, interview after this.
When they first gave it to me, we saw a lot more Batman. And I was saying, I am not ready to commit to that. I'm not ready to commit to that. I'm not ready to commit to that. So I just like more silhouette. And I think it's a great way to show that Batman does exist. He already exists in this universe. Just like when we come to the Superman movie, we see that Superman already exists. He's already known by the people in Metropolis. And so, yeah, he's, we don't need to hear the origin story again. So yeah, that's just a way to introduce that Batman is a part of this universe. He's an important part of this universe, and he has an impact on it, including defeating such pretty dangerous, scary people like Phosphorus. Is pretty tough. All
right, there you go. No origin story, which I think we all kind of gathered that we weren't going to get the origin story yet again. I mean, we didn't get it in Reeves' Batman. You just talk about it. You mentioned a little bit, but he exists in this world, and we already know he's got Damian. So naturally, we're not going to get that origin story again. But what he said right there, we're like, I'm not ready to commit to that. I'm not ready to commit to that. I'm not ready to commit to that. One of those that's is 100% the chonies. Yes, because I'm kind of wondering what that looked like. What that looked like when the animators came to him and said, here's the bat suit. And he was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. One of those that's were definitely the chonies. One of those that's were probably the color scheme. And one of those that's were maybe the white eyes. I don't know. Again, it's just a silhouette, mainly a silhouette. It was cool. It's a cool shot. Very cool shot. But there's nothing to be committed right there. There's nothing right there that's going to give us an idea of exactly what this Batman's going to look like. Now, when it comes to his size, I was kind of like, well, he is a pretty big dude. It is like Batfleck looking like Batfleck a little bit, like Batfleck size, Dark Knight Returns size. So I'm kind of wondering if he's going to go with that type of Batman that is a bigger beast of a Batman and keep that going. I don't know. We'll see. We never know. It could eventually, when we do get him cast, it could very well be a more leaner Batman, but I don't know. And then of course we got to look at Gotham City right here too as well. The opening shot was pretty cool. So not really much there, but it definitely doesn't look like the Gotham City that Reeves was kind of doing. But at the same time, it's just a shot. You got a gargoyle right there. A little spotlight shooting out of it, some spotlights. Nothing really too crazy when it comes to our first look at Gotham City in the DCU. I mean, it looks like Gotham City, and nothing really big right there. So, but yeah, should be interesting. But yes, we could put it to bed. Of course, it's never going to get put to bed because there's still people that are still thinking they're going to merge and everything, especially since the fact that the Batman Part 2 got delayed yet again. Which, again, I think everybody should just relax on that because, we might find out some things that there might be other reasons. That's, we kind of talked about that a little bit last week. So I'm just like, let's just relax a little bit. But, it's just kind of funny listening to James. He also said, too, like, oh, he can't wait to see him. Like, hey, you got Batman. And then, of course, you got Superman. And then he mentioned like, it's going to be cool to see that they both exist and to see them together. So a lot of people are going like, oh shit, are we going to get a World's Finest movie? Which I wouldn't be surprised if who knows? Brave and the Bold. Obviously, we don't know when we're exactly going to get that. When people said that was delayed because of what Andy Muschietti said, I'm like, there's no release date that was announced. So you can't delay something that doesn't have a release date. I don't know why people were saying delay with that because, the Batman Part 2 has had numerous release dates, so it keeps on getting delayed. This doesn't have a release date. Brave and Bold doesn't. So going to be interesting what that turns into. And then what if it ends up turning into like, oh, wait, maybe they'll do a World's Finest. I don't know. I don't know if they should jump right into World's Finest. Maybe they should do that, do the Batman solo movie first. I don't know. To me, I'm just kind of rolling with all this stuff. But then, of course, people will find, like, hey, it's following like a similar pattern to, Man of Steel, BVS. But now we got Superman, World's Finest. Could be very much something like that. Who knows? But, yeah, I think we could just put it to rest. But I know some people aren't going to do that. And they're just going to say, they're going to say that. I don't know. I don't know why they want to keep on thinking that Battinson's going to show up in this. It ain't happening. It ain't happening, so let's just put it to bed. Put it to bed, please. And then, this is funny, too. Somebody tagged me with this right here. They're like, no, it's going to be Pattinson. Look. What the hell is that? Yeah, they typed into Grok to show a beefed out, steroided out Robert Pattinson right there, all veined out. And everything. Jesus Christ. That'll scare you. Where's Bella at? Huh? Edward's been working out. My God, can you imagine that? That's a big time. I was like, Jesus Christ. What you could type into AI. My God, guys. That's just what happens right there. Hey, if Robert Pattinson really wants to commit to the role, he could get on some of that Chris Hemsworth Dwayne The Rock Johnson sauce, if he wants to do that, start sticking needles in his butt cheeks, then fine. He can 100% do that, but yeah, that ain't happening. I just thought that was funny when I got tagged to that. So, but yeah, it definitely isn't him. It definitely isn't him. We could put it to bed. But I know there's still going to be people that are going to think that it's going to happen, and I don't think it's going to, because I mean I know there's people that hate James Gunn and they want to hate him more. I think they're part of the hate that they want, and I've said this before, is like they want it to happen so then they could hate him more. And then they hopefully will have other people and recruit to their tribe of we got to hate James Gunn more. It's like, stop it. Again, it just feels like deja vu. It's like it's all adding up. Like today, because with this episode of Creature Commandos, there's like a shot where you have like this security guard guy who is looking at a nudie type of magazine that has girls dressed up as some DC heroes. So you briefly see them and they're looking very provocative, and you have fucking people. All of a sudden we got people who are squares on Twitter going, I can't look at James Gunn sexualizing these women. First off, they're animated. They're not real. First off. And then I'm like, wait a minute. People said this same shit about Zach. What the fuck? Like he did. Oh my God. Again, just like how, somebody in the chat was actually saying like, oh yeah, remember when they were trying to say that Christian Bale was going to be part of Man of Steel? That existing Batman was going to be like merged into Zack Snyder's Superman world. Remember, like, and I remember those videos. I remember when people were looking at the Wayne logo on the satellite when Zod and Superman are fighting, and you see the Wayne satellite, and we're like, oh my God, it looks like the same kind of Wayne logo that shows up in Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy. It's got to be him. I think I even made a video about it. So it is kind of funny that again, I'm just like deja vu. I'm defending a director who's making a Superman movie that a lot of people don't like, that are DC fans don't like. I'm defending his color palette, his choices of like casting, and it's like, whoa, geez, it just feels like I'm just always in a deja vu. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's sexualizing female characters. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, it said the same thing about Zach. Deja vu. What the hell? But again, it's all I ask for is just admit you have an extreme bias. If you admit you have an extreme bias, that's all you got to do. Don't fight against that you don't have an extreme bias. If you have a bias towards Gunn or Snyder, just admit it. And then everybody could just go their separate ways. But it's when like people like don't want to really admit to it, and then they keep on pushing and pushing and pushing, and I'm like, now you just sound like a hypocrite. And then you're pointing to the other side that they're hypocrites. I'm like, but you're doing the same thing. Stop it. Just stop. But it's like, again, you could, I might end up making a video of just how it all just like, wow, 10 years later, we're kind of doing the same thing, but it's a different director and it's a different universe. Pretty interesting. And then, of course, let's see, what else did I want to bring up? Let's see, when it comes to the announcement. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up. Where's that little screenshot? See if I can find it here. Sorry, I'm scrolling through. Oh man, I can never find anything on my. It feels like I can never find anything on my freaking timeline. I don't know why. Why does it feel like I can't? Where is it at? There it is. All right, Jesus Christ. So of course we have Jason Momoa, who is of course going to be Lobo, and yeah, naturally it's like, again, this is another thing that feels like 10 years ago, deja vu, because when everybody was going, wait, is he playing Aquaman? Especially when he teased that shot of him holding like I forgot what they call that, something that you use hay for farming, but it looked like a trident and he had his middle finger up. It was like when that was all happening, it was like, oh shit, is he Aquaman? But he kept having to keep his mouth shut, deny it. And then now it's like Jason Momoa again had to wait almost 2 years to admit that he got cast in a DC role. Again, deja vu like crazy. But, obviously this is a dream role for him. And he responded to James Gunn when he posted it. He posted that shot right there. He said, finally, dream come true. Mahalo, bro. And to me, I'm just kind of going like, all right. So when people are saying that he's fan cast by Twitter and Reddit and stuff like that, shut up. Okay? Yeah, okay. It was always put out there and stuff like that. Fine. But at the same time, dream role. And then, of course, when people say, well, he's being downgraded. He got downgraded. That's so ridiculous. I'm like, it's a dream role. Can you stop? I mean, like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. From Aquaman to Lobo, fine. Could be a downgrade. But in his brain, it's not. It's a dream role. It's something that he's been talking about since before he got cast as Aquaman. You can find videos and everything where he's always talked about wanting to play Lobo. It's always been there. So when people want to, then it's like, yeah, okay, sure. But it's just funny how people just want to be dicks about it. They just want to be dicks about it. It's a fucking downgrade. It's a fan cast. And I'm like, okay, fine. It is kind of funny though. Like, how many times do you hear like, sometimes you hear fans like saying like, WB and DC, they don't listen to fans. And then all of a sudden, when people are starting to mentioning like, hey, what if so-and-so is a fan cast? Oh, that's a popular fan cast. And then they get cast. I'm like, oh, did they listen to fans? But then it's all of a sudden a bad thing. I'm like, make up your mind. What do you want? Listen to fans? Don't listen to fans? I don't know. To me, it just seems like there should be a casting process. But, I'm sure that there's somebody at DC Studios that is looking at social media for sure. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. It's kind of funny. But, yeah, so I'm just saying it's a dream role. Let him have fun with it. He's gonna have fun with it. He's not gonna just show up in Supergirl. So just leave him be. It's all good. Anyways, all right. So there you go. There's my ranting and reviews and all that stuff. Let's see what you guys are saying. If you guys have any questions or anything, I'll kind of go through. Who do we got? All right, man. You guys been talking. Let's see. All right. So let's see. We got Elite Easy E right here. His hair better be gray and his back better really be broken in Superman. That's going to be interesting how that plays out. And I'm kind of wondering the timeline between Creature Commandos and Superman. His hair is not going to look gray unless they like digitally add it, but I doubt that that's going to be the case. You like the trunks though? Okay. Yeah, I mean, some people do. I personally, I'm not on the side of trunks, but it's not a make or break for me. Blue and gray with the black symbol. Yeah, that would be pretty sweet. See, that's what I like. That's what Jim Lee right here. I got the Jim Lee image right here because he's got the blue and I like the big belt. I don't know why. I like the big belt. I like the pouches. The pouches are cool. I mean, that's why I like the BVS bat suit the most. That's like my favorite. It's gonna be so hard. It's gonna be so hard to top that, but I'm like, try to top it. By all means, try to top it. It probably won't happen, but you never know. Hey, there's Rhea. Happy New Year. Good to see you. Let's see who else we got here. Change to dark blue and gray. No fat bat symbol. Okay. Let's see what you got. Yeah. What's going on, Daniel? Good to see you. One of those is the trunks. Yeah, definitely. One of those that's, right? James Gunn could do Batman and Superman origin stories and animated shorts. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering. Like, they should do something like that. I don't know why. It's just like, you could probably... remember when... Didn't Marvel Studios, didn't they have those, like, Agent Coulson little shorts? Remember that? Remember when Agent Coulson, or they would have those little short little chapters in the MCU that basically was Agent Coulson, right? And it was like in between, like it was him driving to Thor's hammer, or just like little things like that. I'm like, why? They should do that in the DCU, whether it's animated or not. I mean, again, it's all about money and if they can actually afford it. But I'm like, throw it up on the DC channel. I mean, the Superman trailer, flew past, pardon the pun, flew past 50 million. Why not keep that going? I mean, you can make money back from that, right? With some YouTube revenue. I don't know. Why not just have like something whether it's animated or I don't know. Bring something that back where you just have something that's internet based. I mean, the internet is here to stay and it's more powerful than ever. Utilize it a lot more. I mean, they already brought in the whole DC podcast thing, which I still haven't watched an episode, and I should catch up and check it out. But you're already doing that, so why not add more internet content to keep people engaged? I don't know. That's just me. Let's see. What else we got here? Don't need a flashback either. No, we don't need a flashback. If there's mention, whatever. Ozza mate. Alan Richardson as Batman. No, I don't. People keep on saying that too, especially since he looks big. I don't see Alan Richardson as Batman either. I've not been on board with that one. There's the fan cast I'm not on board with, or Alan Richardson, Glenn Powell, and Jake Gyllenhaal. I don't see either of them as Batman. I just don't feel it. I see Brennan Sklenar. There's a couple other that I can't remember off the top of my head because they're not like known names, but there's been some other good fan casts out there too. But I just don't see Alan Richardson. Now, I mean, it could be a full circle moment where Alan Richardson could be Aquaman. I could see that maybe, but I don't know if they'd actually do that. So introducing these characters in cartoon form is all right. He says fucking retarded. All right. I'm just saying if there was like shorts in between to show a little like to do the gaps or something like that. I don't know. Do an R-rated thing, but who knows? I'm glad Pattinson is in our DCU Batman. Robert Chatterson. I like that. Good job, Ray. Let's see. Bro, I saw that. People are trying so hard to be offended with Creature Commandos. Yeah, I know. And I'm like, you guys, and then it's funny too, because I was seeing people like being offended by that. I'm like, did you not watch the episode? Again, when it comes to Zach, it's all about they'll be saying context, it's this, it's that, and this. But when it comes to James Gunn, oh man, context gets thrown out the fucking window because they just want to complain about him constantly. And I'm just kind of going like, the context of that shot, that security guard gets his face melted off. Okay, and then obviously this episode takes place in a whorehouse, and some of those Russian douchebag soldier guys start getting a little too handsy, and guess what happens? The bride fucks him up. I mean, I'm like, Jesus Christ, get the full context of everything. My God, let's stop. What's going on, Jalen? First time here? Well, cheers. Good to see you. Welcome to me starting off the night with some tequila and just ranting off right now. Yep, to hate James Moore, and because I think the Batman and DCU emerged bullshit. Yeah. James Gunn's not stupid. I mean, he's not stupid when it comes to yeah, he considered it. And I even heard that too from the information I was getting that, yeah, it was very much on the table, mainly because Warner Brothers was like, we can't have two Batmen. We can't afford it. I don't know how they're affording it now. Maybe they figured out a way or they figured out something. I don't know. Again, everything's just kind of wishy-washy because, again, if Superman ends up not performing as that well, which yes, the odds are that the hype is there. I mean, the hype is definitely there, especially after the trailer. So there's a significant boost in hype. And IMDb even posted like their poll that they had people take on IMDb, where Superman is ranked number one hyped movie of 2025, which I thought, good, get that hype out there, because Fandango did one and it was like number 9. So after the trailer came out, more hype came out. So the trailer definitely increased the hype, which I'm sure they're like, ooh, confident about. But it's very well still could underperform. And if it ends up like not making the money they wanted to, I don't see it where it's not going to make $1 billion. We've constantly said that. But in my eyes, it's going to probably make just enough profit or it's definitely going to break even, and it's going to continue on the DCU. Other than that, if it ends up being a dud, then it's all just going to come crashing down. They'll probably just be like, who wants Batman? Who wants Superman? Who wants Wonder Woman? They'll probably just do like what Marvel did in the late 90s, where they start selling the movie rights for the individual characters, and a different studio will just have just that character. That's probably what would happen. Let's see. I watched so many reactions where chicks said the new Superman's hot. Yeah, I mean, let's face it, David Cornsweet. Yeah, he's one. I mean, just like what Henry Cavill was. I mean, let's face it. I mean, you got to have a sexy Superman, and they're both like pretty good looking dudes. That's one thing about Superman. They're always pretty good looking dudes. I think I saw I kind of watched a girl YouTuber who was watching Superman 78 for the first time. And literally in the title, she goes, crushing on Superman 78. So yeah, because Christopher Reeve, good looking dude. I understand criticism for James as long as it's in good faith and holds up, but some of the hate, if not all, very performative. Oh yeah, it's stupid. Like somebody in my mentions the other day was like, the many lies he's saying. I'm like, can you tell me the many lies? And of course, gave me a bunch. I didn't even react because I was like, well, 75% of these have already been debunked. They're not lies. It's always the same shit. He fired Cavill, he fired Gal, this, that, and this. Yeah, I'm like, he didn't do any of that. I would say, like, when he said about cameo porn, he shouldn't have said that. I mean, we're talking about a pretty big cameo. I mean, it was a quick shot. But I'm like, James, Jimmy, if you have an already established DC world where characters already exist and they're going to pop in your Superman movie and in your animated series, maybe not comment on like cameo porn. That's something he probably shouldn't have said. That's for sure. There's some things I'll be like, okay, yeah. People get so offended by everything. Let's go Lobo. There you go. Let's go Lobo. Jason Momoa was made for Lobo as Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, I would say that's a good comparison right there. It's like, I really can't see anybody else playing Lobo. I mean, I'm sure there's probably somebody that could do it, just like somebody else could do Deadpool. But I'm like, when it comes to those two characters, which, they can have some similarities to them. I'm like going, yeah, I can't see, Jason Momoa is like, it's right there. Man lands a dream role, and Weirdos are like, yeah, I know. It's so, and then of course there's some that have said he's, of course, portrayed Zach. And I'm like, yes, Zach is like so betrayed by Jason Momoa for doing that. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And so, and then of course when they said, a downgrade from Aquaman, I'm like, did you see Aquaman 2? Technically, it's not a downgrade because he's no longer Aquaman, so he got upgraded to another role. So he got upgraded from nothing to something. Danny Trejo was my pick. I don't care if are you kidding me? Yeah, no. Dude's fucking like he's like 80-something years old. No way. Maybe he could have been Lobo in the 90s, but there's no way he could be Lobo now. Guy's way too old now. Dave, would you cast Alan Richardson? Yeah, totally would. I think he could fit Aquaman. Have you ever said that you... Oh, yeah, people have said that because I have spiky hair and glasses. I know, I get that. I get that stuff, but, I'm in much better shape than he is. Nothing against you, Jimmy Guns. Just lift a dumbbell every now and again. Anyways, what? I think the Superman popcorn bucket will be Superman and Crypto on the... Ooh, that could be good. That's going to be interesting because that they're making a popcorn bucket. There's probably going to be multiple popcorn buckets. DCAU shorts could be something like that. Yeah, could be something interesting. I mean, I think they should just utilize the internet. Utilize the internet for things. I don't know. Let's see. My fan cast for Batman is Jensen Ackles or Alan Ritchson. See, I like Jensen Ackles. Ackles. I like him. I actually would not hate that at all. I actually do like him. And I know he's voiced Batman in the DCAU, but he also fits the look. So, yeah. If Glenn Powell is not cast as Batman, I want him to be Green Arrow. I could see him as Green Arrow. Maybe. Yeah, I could see him as Green Arrow. Mama Film Junkie's here. Hi, Mom. Love you. Good to see you. Cheers. Ray is liking Creature Commandos, so that's good. Let's see. We got Batman gummies. Look at that. We got Batman gummies in here. That's interesting. I would definitely try some. I know, right? I mean, but are they fun? Are they funny gummies? In fact, if they are, I would still. I heard that Superman screening stuff wasn't 100% true. It's being blown out of proportion. Yeah. If you check out, I have a video I posted because I didn't do any streams this week. Film Junkie Lives. I posted a video because again. I've been complaining about this too because that was spread around by a disgruntled scooper. That's right, a disgruntled scooper who's a bit of a weirdo, but he's been around in the business. This scooper, I forgot because I saw the video on my timeline. This is a scooper, or he wasn't always a scooper, but now he's a scooper. But he once fought the infamous director Abal. I don't know if you guys remember this. This was probably about 16 years ago, 70. I don't know how long ago it was. It was a while ago. But, if you guys know who Abal, what is it? UWEBOLL, Abal. He's made some god-awful movies. They're B-roll movies, but, consistently worked for a bit. And he would always get criticized by critics. And this certain individual who's now a scooper got into the ring with him for a boxing match, and it didn't end up well for this certain individual. I never like to say his name. I really don't. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about, but yeah, he started spreading this around because, well, James Gunn has debunked his scoops, and he didn't like that. This guy has a fucking ego on him for some reason, and that's where all the negativity was coming about. And he put that out there, and then, of course, there were some people that were saying it wasn't like that. People are saying there was positives that came out of it. It's all crazy. We even got gatekeeping nerds over Norman and Harry Osborn being African American. Oh yeah, and we got to talk about that tonight. Seriously, folks, or these people are just I know. I think just people are just they are tired of the race swap. But I'm like going, I don't really care. I really don't. Hey, thank you for the $2 super chat there, Elite Easy E. Do you think Superman could make? Yeah, 100%. I think it could make 600 million. Yeah. I think it could make 700 around that. With the hype after the trailer, and we'll see what the next trailer, which probably will come out next month, I imagine around Super Bowl. I think the hype is definitely there where it's gonna make. I think it'll make over 600 million for sure. I think it could make over 700. I guess we'll see. But a billion, it's not out of the question. It could any one of these movies that are coming out this year could make $1 billion. There's probably going to be something that makes $1 billion. It seems like every year that something makes $1 billion. Is it going to be Superman? Is it going to be Jurassic World? Is it going to be Fantastic Four? Is it going to be something else random? Who knows? But I guess we'll see. Let's see what else. Who else we got here? Do you think Lobo will be on screen for like 2 minutes, or do you think it's going to be a supporting character? Well, the Supergirl story that they're basing it off of, he is part of that story, so he's not going to be on screen for long. It's not going to be a long thing. I don't know exactly how long he's going to be on there. It's not going to be long, but at the same time, he's probably going to show up in future things. I don't know. Future Superman. I don't know. Who knows? Chris Pratt as Batman. Imagine the meltdown. Oh, that would suck. I would not like that either. Ugh. I would not like that either. Thank you for the $1 super chat, Versi. Appreciate you. Carl Urban for me as the new Batman. He's just a little too up there. He's like pushing 50, and I know they're doing an older Batman, but I think that's just, yeah. I mean, especially after watching Dredd, yeah. You watch Dredd, you're like, fucking A, that's Batman. Yeah, Scoopy Pants. Yeah, well, it's not that Scoopy Pants. This one's I would call him Pooper Scooper. Yeah, Scoopy Pants is another one that I coined him as Scoopy Pants a while ago. This certain Scooper, I call him Pooper Scooper. To be honest, yeah, not a billion, but not also. I don't think it's gonna be it's not gonna be a box office dud either. Yeah, they should have made another Dredd movie. Bradley Cooper as Batman. I don't see that either. You know, definitely don't see that. All right, let's start bringing some folks in here. I think I've talked enough. Thank you guys, of course, for all the questions and everything. Let's see. Post. All right. Think we're good. Get some of these people in here. John Hamm, Batman. At one point, Pedro, after Ben Affleck was, not going to come back after his whole thing, I actually was not against that. I was not against that because I thought he could have been a replacement. If Ben Affleck, especially, going to rehab, struggling with alcohol addiction and everything, I thought, well, maybe John Hamm could be, because he's like, they're similar ages. I mean, obviously they don't have a similar stature, but yeah, I was just like going, I didn't like it at first, but then I was like, it could work. It could work, but not anymore. Not anymore. At one point, yes, but not anymore. I remember Kevin Smith was pushing a John Hamm Batman at one point. Between 700 and 800. Yeah, I would say that's that's reasonable right there. I think that's what it's gonna make. I think it's gonna fit between there, I think. In my opinion, it's gonna fit between there somewhere. Oh man, it's time to upgrade the glasses. I've had these glasses for way too long. I've said this before. They're kind of bent a little bit. I got to get some new glasses. Probably next month I'll get some new frames. They're getting a little too loose. Bradley Cooper was in a lot of stuff for a while, but haven't heard of him. He's in a commercial. I see him in a commercial every now and again when I'm watching something. He's in some kind of car commercial. That's the only thing I'm really seeing him in, is a car commercial. But I know he directed that movie. Well, I think the thing is when it comes to Bradley Cooper, this is why I always rule out, I rule out Bradley Cooper from superhero stuff now, because he's a director now. He directed that one movie that got nominated last year, about the Jewish composer dude, I totally forgot what the movie was called. I didn't see it. It felt like it wasn't a movie that I was going to really enjoy. But it was I rule him out because he's now wanting to direct things. So, I mean, that's the thing, is when you have these actors that turn directors, it's that's why when people were going hey, Ben Affleck, I'm like, Ben Affleck wants to create his own things now. At one point he wanted to do a Batman movie, but I think sometimes these fans that I think are fans, they don't realize that, remember when he talked about how if he would have made his Batman movie, he gave the script to a trusted friend, which is probably Matt Damon, or who knows, maybe his brother. They're like, yeah, if you make this, it'll kill you. It's not an easy task to do that. Jake Gyllenhaal was rumored around that time. Yeah. Well, Gyllenhaal tried to get, he said he wanted to, he got a call from Christopher Nolan to tell him that he didn't get the role when it came to Bale getting the role. So Gyllenhaal tried when it came to Nolan's Batman. Josh Hartnett would not mind. Josh Hartnett, I'm open to. After watching Trap, and I don't care what anybody says, I really enjoyed Trap. It was one of my favorite movies of last year. After watching that, especially, I'm like, And they're going for an older Batman. He still has a youthful look to him. He's got a new movie that's going to be coming out this year too. Something about hitmen on a boat or something like that. Looks pretty good. So I'm just saying, I would not hate it. Would not hate a Josh Hartnett Batman, but you know. All right, let's go ahead and turn the music off. Start bringing some people in here. Skarsgård, yeah, Bill Skarsgård, yeah. He mentioned it was kind of funny, and I thought, you know, would be the funniest thing if they wanted to really like maybe save some money and and just like go fuck it. This will be something different because he said he was open to playing Batman and Joker. I'm like, cast him as both. Cast Bill Skarsgård as both. I do not see him as Batman. Now, naturally, I could see him as Joker because obviously he's already played a clown before. I think it's a little too on the nose. And then especially after watching him in Nosferatu, that dude, he needs. I wish he would get nominated for awards for Nosferatu, but I already know that's not going to happen because the award season doesn't really. When it comes to comedies and fucking horror movies, they don't pay attention to those, which doesn't make sense to me. But Bill, if you walked into Nosferatu and not knowing who Nosferatu actually is, and you knew who Bill Skarsgård is, you would be like, what? Because he does not look, sound, anything like him. There is no hint of Bill Skarsgård in Nosferatu. It's so fucking crazy. But yeah, and then and then put makeup on him. And he could play but yeah, I think Joker is a little too on the nose. A little too on the nose right there. But what's going on, Phil?
A little bit on the nose.
Yeah,
a little bit on the nose.
Yeah, on the clown nose.
It's one thing I forgot to talk about. I completely spaced on the fact that he had that interview about that. Yeah. But I'm okay.
I mean, like, I could see him as Joker, but Batman, I don't see him as Batman.
No.
Maybe his brother. Alexander, right? Alexander?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
yeah, maybe a little bit, but probably not. I don't know. There's just like when it comes to Batman, I don't know. I like a brooding Batman, and I don't see brooding from certain like Alan Ritchson. I don't see brooding. Jake Gyllenhaal, don't really see brooding. You know, it's like, you know, I want to brood. I can see it from Brandon Sklenar, and the dude's fucking, he's jacked.
You know, before Affleck got cast, I was like, John Hamm.
Yeah,
John Hamm looks just like Bruce Wayne, you know.
Yes, he definitely would have been an awesome Bruce Wayne. Batman, it would have been like, I was kind of like, I don't know, but I think he could have pulled it off.
I'm still just like, I'm just stuck on Jay Ryan from It Chapter 2, older Ben Hanscom. I'm just like, that guy has the chin, he's got the look, he's just, and he's worked with Muschietti, and I'm just like, there you go.
Didn't think about him.
Like, he's the guy. I mean,
okay.
he's my guy, I should say. He's
no, that's choice. Good. No, they should cast. I hope they cast an unknown, because it's kind of funny, because I always said that when it comes to Superman castings, it always seems like they always cast an unknown for Superman, because if you look at every live action Superman, they weren't really known, and Christopher Reeve wasn't known before he was cast. Right. You know, and I'm just talking about movies. Brandon Routh, nobody knew him. Henry Cavill, nobody knew him. Nobody knew David Cornsweet. Right. You know, it's just like unknowns. But when it comes to Batman, you kind of already, you know, I mean, Michael Keaton already was like kind of a name, you know, when it came to comedy, Mr. Mom and all that stuff. And I mean, he wasn't like a big name, but I mean, Beetlejuice came out before Batman. So he was already like established as a name. Val Kilmer was a name. George Clooney was a name. Right. Christian Bale was, I mean, he had American Psycho, so people already kind of knew he was. But I would say that he was probably the least known. But he's been around since he was a kid. You know, so
Ben Affleck and Robert Pattinson are probably the only two that were big names, big time known to get the role of Batman, right? And then it's funny because I just watched the Christopher Reeve Superman story.
I still haven't watched it yet. Damn it,
dude. Man,
tearjerker. Jesus Christ.
You know me. I am not the biggest fan of that movie, but that documentary it paints a whole different perspective of Christopher Reeve, and I'm just like, wow, I feel kind of bad for the shit that I talked about that movie now. And I'm like, I mean, I still maintain that first movie is like the best one Reeve made, period. But like, yeah, you see the struggle his family went through after his accident. You see like how it affected his two older kids and like how it affected Will. And like, oh my God, I was just like, Christopher Reeve was just an inspiration of a human being, even after that accident. And like, the thing that really got me was when Robin Williams showed up, and I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. Because
they were such good friends, man.
Yeah.
God, I know.
And like knowing that he popped in like not long after his accident as like a fake doctor to fucking bring his spirits up. And that was the first time he actually laughed post-accident. It's just like, dude, two legends in that documentary and both of them are gone. I'm like, man, pour one out.
Crazy. Oh, yeah. I know. It's crazy. And we got Chris. What's happening, sir?
How are you?
Oh,
How are you all?
Giving you a hug, buddy. Giving you a virtual hug.
What's going on?
You're welcome.
Yeah, how's it going?
That's what we do here. We give hugs.
We give hugs. We give virtual hugs and share illnesses through the interwebs. So.
Oh, I know, right?
I know, right?
Yeah, now you got it. Jeez. It's going through. It's everywhere. I mean, that's
I'm finally over it. Finally.
Yeah. It took me 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks to get over that freaking whatever that was. And like I said, my plans fell through on New Year's because of that. Because I was gonna go to my cousin's, and she just got it, and she was like, "Nah, we're just kind of laying low." I'm like, "All right." And then I had some friends that also had it really bad. They had people had full on flu. I just had I think it's just like there's like a bad head cold. There's a flu. There's all kinds of shit.
People kept on trying to get me. You should get tested. No, I don't want to get tested. I'm not running a fever. I'm not getting tested. I'm just
I didn't have a fever either. I just had my sinuses were just it felt like there were like ants in there, and I was like I was like, good God, it's just itchy and just sniffly and just blowing my nose like crazy. I never got a fever though. I thought I did, and then I took my temperature. I was like, no, I'm good. So, but yeah, it's all gravy.
So people upset about Batman. People upset about Superman.
What aren't they?
Norman Osborn too. Apparently, Norman Osborn's they're kind of mad about that.
Because apparently it's a requirement that you be white in order to be an Osborn.
That's so stupid. That's so fucking stupid. I'm
sorry. I love it. I also love it when
my co-host pointed out, saying like, he says, as a biracial man, he's like, that hairstyle. I think it more fits with what we're doing right now.
Hey, as long as the character's good, that's all that matters. Just make the character work.
It's Domingo playing Norman.
Domingo's
that voice is already sinister within itself and just booming.
That's all I ask is like, okay, if we're gonna do that, all right, just make the character work. And most of the time it does. Like, Will Smith as Deadshot worked. Momoa as Aquaman worked. I mean, just make it work. Don't just do it for the sake of doing it to win some brownie 100%. Points. Mm-hmm. Make the fucking character work. Make me just go like, okay, I'm not gonna be one of those that freaks out, and I'm just gonna be like, all right, well, just make the character work. That's all I want. I just want the character to work.
Life's too short to be upset about little things like that unless it's really warranted.
Jeffrey Wright is Gordon. Fantastic.
Yeah, and then I love the sayings. Well, why don't we just cast a white person in Black Panther? Now you're just missing the point. Your whole argument falls. You
didn't listen to me when I said make it work. That would not work.
You missed the point of the character itself. Yes. But sure, you go down that pathway.
Yeah, don't do that. That's when you get a little. I hate that. A little tedious when it comes to all that. But we got Austin showing up. What's going on, man?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Chilling.
You got tequila. I got tequila.
Oh, nice. I know. I was like, you know what? I was feeling tequila tonight, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a little tequila spritzer with some lemon. I was like, this is pretty good. I just wish I had ice. I forgot fucking ice. That's all I'm missing.
I remembered just in time, like around 5 o'clock, to throw the tequila in the freezer. So worked out.
Sadly, I have a small freezer, and it's, I have my, I always get like delivered like meats, and so it's kind of packed right now. So I was like, shit, I can't even do that. I couldn't freeze the tequila, so sadly, I'm just like,
I want to get myself like that a nice ice machine or something for drinks that doesn't melt
I need to upgrade. I need to upgrade my refrigerator because I have one. I mean, because I'm single. And I have a smaller refrigerator, not like a mini fridge, but like an in between a mini fridge and a big one. And I'm like, I don't need anything yet. But then I'm like, now it's getting to a point where I'm like, yeah, maybe it's time to invest into it.
Get the big boy fridge.
Yeah, it's almost time to. I mean, I think if like I decide to move, I'm definitely gonna do that. But
one of those fridges with the touchscreen and everything.
Oh, I know, right? The smart fridge. Ugh,
yeah.
That's the last thing. I need the government to know I'm out of fucking eggs.
Or just have the one that, but you don't open the door; it just shows you what's inside of it. It's like, why?
Yeah,
we don't want to open the door now.
Oh man, what movie did I watch? Oh yeah, what's that movie? I forgot what it's called. I watched 2 movies last night. I watched Carry On Netflix.
I watched that this week,
dude.
That movie was good.
It was great.
A lot of conveniences, sure, but there's some conveniences, but really fucking tense movie. And I didn't realize it was from what's his name who directed Black Adam. I forgot his name.
When he would direct
Sarah.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, when I saw the credits, I was like, oh shit, it's a Black Adam guy. I'm like, no wonder like he had some because I saw on the timeline again people complaining about shit. They're complaining about a scene where like the scene that happens where the cop that's involved with it, she has like a little standoff in the car with like one of the dudes that's working with the bad guy, working with Jason Bateman, and it's like very VFX because it's all one shot and it's all crazy, and people were complaining about it. I'm like, I don't know, this seems kind of cool. It's really like I like the one shot stuff, and you can't achieve something like this without using heavy VFX. But I thought it was pretty seamless to me. I don't know why people just like to complain about everything, but no, good movie.
I agree. I agree. Oh, go ahead.
Have you watched the film? Carry On?
I have not.
Not watched it. Check it out. It's not bad. Jason Bateman as a bad guy. Give me more of that shit.
Oh,
not to give anything away, but it was a refreshing, simplistic, good performed, just action thriller.
And
it's that
But it's that good again. If people compare it, like it's. I love it when people say like it's a modern Die Hard. It's got Die Hard elements. You're.
I know. I almost wanted to be like. I almost wanted to tweet. I was like, "Hey, I just watched Carry On. It's like Die Hard in an airport." Wait a minute.
It's Die Hard 2.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not. I mean,
Christmas really Die Hard 2.
Yeah, I know it is a Christmas. It starts off. I'm like, oh shit, this is a Christmas because it starts out with a Christmas song, and it takes place during Christmas Eve. But no, I mean it's a good thriller. Taron Egerton, good. Mm-hmm. He did great, and it keeps you on the edge of your seat. But I'm just Jason Bateman.
I'm a big Bateman fan, so
I love anything that he's in. I'm all about.
He's very smart when it comes to directing, writing, choosing what he does. I mean, he is one of the probably smartest people in Hollywood right now.
Dude, I mean, he like I remember being in high school seeing Horrible Bosses and what was the other really funny one he did? Change Up with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah,
so he did like
Game Night's awesome.
Game Night was great.
Bad Words. Have you guys seen Bad Words?
Bad Words was his directorial debut.
Yeah,
great.
That movie is one of my favorite.
It's Catherine Hahn, right?
He actually did. I don't know if you ever saw this, Dave, but he did another film that he directed with Nicole Kidman and Christopher Walken called The Fames. It was also, I thought, very good. Very good.
Check that out. I'll have to figure that one out. We got AJ sitting right here. He says, as a black man, I'm an avid comic fan. I hate race swapping because there are a lot of... Okay, so I mean, that's a valid point. I think it's just like people just jump to conclusions just to do it. I think that's what we're kind of just like getting to. So, I mean, totally understandable. Characters matter above all, but I want my characters how I know them. Perfectly fine. No,
I get that too.
Yeah.
I think at the same time, like if there really is good enough reason, like I'll be honest, like the way even though like people complain, the way Zack Snyder did Aquaman, and even Jason Momoa talks about like, the way that you incorporated my Pacific Islander history, all these types of things, that made a lot of sense. Then it. That can work basically, and also the original, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aquaman can also work.
Yeah,
but if it's done well, you can absolutely do something like Snyder or some of these other people are doing.
Yeah, just like make the character work. Like I said, don't do it just for the sake of brownie points for whatever the hell. Just make it work, And if I'm not thinking about it, and usually I'm like, all right, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. But there's sometimes where it's like, okay, you just did this just to
It's
do
obvious.
This, I was talking to you, Disney, with Little Mermaid. Anyways, I'm just sometimes I'm just saying, sometimes it doesn't work, and it was one of those times, at least for me. But I'm not a Disney kid.
I agree.
So.
We all know you're looking forward to Snow White.
Oh fuck yeah! Right? My good old buddy Rachel Zegler.
Here comes the fun police.
Technically, that's also a race swap thing.
I could not help myself with that. Man,
it's all. But the other movie I watched, what's that? The Megan Fox where she's a fucking robot. I forgot what that movie's called.
I don't know the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Sarah. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Nerds who think differently about her. I don't know.
Damn! What the hell is it called?
Well, I mean, there is more to her than just being cast in shitty Michael Bay movies,
right? Hey, she was good.
Now she's cast in Expendable movies.
You know what? She worked it in the sense of everyone's got a mortgage to pay. Guess what? Go for it.
Subservience. So Subservience, obviously, it's about it takes place in like the not so distant future. See, this is what's kind of funny is like because bringing up there is like obviously it's like takes place in the not so distant future. Because talking about smart refrigerators, there is like a point where you're like there is a smart refrigerator, not like it freaks out or anything, but I just remember seeing that shot and being like, why would you need that? Because it lets you know you're out of milk. And I'm like, I just open up the fridge. I don't know. Anyways, I'm always very aware. I'm pretty aware, but then again, it's just me here. But I'm very aware of what's in my fridge. But not a bad movie. I mean, it's it's kind of like Black Mirror-ish. It's interesting, and I liked it. It was another like one. That's pretty much what I did last night. I was like, you know what? I'm not going in the movies. There's no football on. Let me just catch up on some Netflix movies, and didn't like it as much as Carry On, but it was still a pretty decent sci-fi movie. But what's interesting about that is like when we used to watch these movies with like robots and AI and stuff like that. I mean, we watched our Terminators, our Matrices, 90s into 2000s. It was always like, oh, the future. Now we're here, folks. We're getting to the point where we're watching these movies and we're like, fuck, this is not that far off.
I'll tell you one that like when it came out, all my friends were talking about it and we're like, this is going to be bad if it turns into this. Was I think the modern day kind of like Terminator AI thing is Ex Machina.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
that movie is
that's my favorite Garland movie. Still, I love all his movies.
I turned on Civil War last night.
You what?
Oh yeah, what'd you think?
Turned on Civil War. Put it on right as I was falling asleep, so I need to like finish the last hour of it.
Dozed off. Yeah. No, it's great. I mean,
but you're interested so far? I mean, just curious. Like,
oh yeah, like I have interest in the movie. It's just I needed something to throw on while I fell asleep.
Yeah,
it's like it wasn't one of those movies where I was like, I need something to fall asleep. It's like I need something to just kind of like.
See, like if I know I'm gonna fall asleep, I'm like I can't put on something I haven't seen. I'm like
that's kind of how I am.
Yeah,
it's
but sometimes it happens though, where you just like you put it on because you want to watch it, and then all of a sudden you just kind of doze off just because you're fucking tired,
Yep.
But no, Civil War, that was one of my favorite movies of last year for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. But
you haven't done you did your top 24, for 24, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I caught your top 5 when you were doing yours on your show today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Furiosa was on my list, but then I was like, it was almost there for me, and I haven't seen Warfare. What's it
Ministry
called
of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Yeah,
I keep on forgetting that fucking movie. It's on like Amazon, I think.
You know what?
I'll watch it this weekend.
It didn't make my top 10, but it's one of the most fun movies of last year. It's a fun movie. Cavill is great. The cast is great. Guy Ritchie's on and off for me, but this and The Covenant I thought were really, really good. So yeah, I liked.
I still haven't seen The Covenant either. That's right. That's a Jake
Gyllenhaal. That's like such a different Guy Ritchie movie than anything he's ever really done.
The trailers don't make it seem like a Guy Ritchie movie at all.
It's almost shocking that it's a Guy Ritchie movie when you're like,
when you hear that it's a Guy Movie, you're like, what?
Right.
No, I think my top 10 was a little unconventional compared to other people's.
Definitely.
Like, I know a lot of other people had Nosferatu at number 1. I think I had it at number 6.
I had it at number 2. Yeah, number 3.
Yeah,
Number 3.
it's-
Heretic was my number 2. That movie fucking.
I
That movie
still,
sat with
I
me.
just bought it, so I own it now.
That movie sat with me for a while, just because. I mean, Hugh Grant was just. He deserves.
I'm curious because I have a very strong religious background. I was raised very religious, and I'm not anymore and stuff. So I'm very interested to see where that goes.
Oh yeah, there's a whole scene where he starts explaining religion to the two girls in a way where I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, he's just like, I'm like, he's saying things that I've thought of, but he's putting it in a way that I never really thought of. Yeah, I was like, oh man, he's explaining it in a certain way where I'm like, whoa.
Why is the bad guy starting to make sense?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's and then it's one of those movies. I won't say anything to spoil it, but the way that it ends, you kind of go, well, I guess I got to figure out how that ending was. And I had a conversation with somebody else about it. I'm like, how did you perceive that ending? She perceived it differently than I did. And I'm like, I love that. I love that. Yeah. I love it when a director doesn't go, here's your fucking ending force fed to you. You know, you figure it out. You know, just like Christopher Nolan and in Inception. Did the fucking top fall down or not?
Well, I'm very interested in the, because it's the writers of The Quiet Place.
Yeah.
And I'm very interested in those guys. I think the way that they write is very, I don't know. I can't explain it. They have a way of,
they're meticulous. Like Matt Reeves.
Yeah, meticulous and just what they do with like dialogue in their scenarios, they make great thrillers.
Oh, dude.
Great edge of your seat kind of like thriller. And so I'm very interested to see what they do.
Yeah, and Hugh Grant, I mean, he's so charming but also creepy at the same time.
Oh, easy.
Do you think he'll get like an supporting Oscar nom?
I would hope so, but again, the award season sometimes, like especially when it comes to Oscars, they ignore these types of movies. You know?
But also horror's getting a lot of attention this year.
True, and I would hope that. I would hope that.
And that's why I just don't understand. Like, why can't we just create the categories for this to honor like all genres? You know,
absolutely.
Horror, comedy, and then they say, "Oh, they can get Best Picture." No. It's one of those things that they just don't get the respect. So can we at least just honor the genre itself at the very least?
The Academy is a lot like how old studio heads tend to think. They're very rigid.
Oh, absolutely.
Like they for sure just don't like change, which is strange because
they like Hershey's a lot.
Right. And it's like you're the Academy Awards for film. This is an ever growing and ever evolving medium. You would fucking think that you would be able to create more awards and more categories to give. Like, this shouldn't be a novel concept, but for them it is.
For crying out loud, they just created a category for casting director. Casting director. That's the whole basis of the film industry.
And yet nothing for stunts.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, nothing for stunts.
Nothing for stunts. It
is very
that's an injustice right there that they need to fucking fix, man.
They do. It's a weird thing because, like, for me, like, I grew up watching the Academy Awards, so that's kind of like,
same.
You know, it's a a big thing for me in a certain sense, but at the same time, like, I agree completely. They've gone completely far off, but they've kind of started in the last few years. I feel like to kind of turn back. I mean, wins like Parasite and Everything Everywhere All at Once and those types of things are, in my eyes, like really encouraging. You know, and in that type of and also too, like, you look at a lot of how every year they're adding Academy members and stuff. It's a lot of the newer actors and younger crowd and those types of things. I feel like they're also the ones kind of bringing up, you know, some of these movies like this, or Substance, Heretic, and some of these other ones that otherwise wouldn't be in the awards conversation.
Well, I mean, look what's happening with, like, I mean, Dune Part 2 is like on a lot of top lists. I know, Phil, that was your number one, just like mine. Yep. You know, and that's a lot of people's number one. Yet it's only getting the fucking technical shit, and Denai is not getting nominated. He didn't get nominated for a Golden Globe for Best Director, but it got nominated for Best Picture at least, sure. But no acting? Are you kidding me? Timothée Chalamet, fucking that monologue. That fucking monologue, you're not going to give anything when he's like doing that monologue. That's where I found I was late. I was late to both Zendaya and Timothy Chalamet until I saw Dune Part 2. And then I went, okay, now I get it. I'm here, guys. Took me
See,
a minute.
I was always on the Timothy train because like I saw Beautiful
knew you had
Boy
potential, but
and yeah, I knew he was gonna. But also, I don't know. It is weird to me that like Dune is getting kind of shut out, and Gladiator
came out too early.
It did come out too early, but I'll be honest. Here's my thing.
I hate saying it. I mean, it's like that, but how many different movies can we say that should be like it's on everyone's list, but it came out in the Academy just it is a
but it's also
recency bias.
There's a reason why they call it award season.
To also throw that out, Everything Everywhere All at Once came out in March. When that one, it's Academy.
There's exceptions to the rule.
So there are very few. What I find most interesting is that like again, Gladiator 2 is kind of getting more of the attention over Dune. I like Gladiator 2 a lot.
It shouldn't be in the same category.
It doesn't touch Dune 2. It doesn't touch. It doesn't even touch the first Gladiator. Like
Denzel owns that
Gladiator.
movie.
Yeah, I've accepted Gladiator 2 for what it is. Denzel is great. The like action and everything is like times 2 and bigger and better and all that. It does not come close to the emotion or to the actual like heart of the first Gladiator.
But here's the other thing too. We also forget the behind the scenes wheelings and dealings.
True.
You know,
there's politics. There's people
exactly. I'm not saying that the studio is did not put the full force to try to push Dune, but it's something to be looking at. You know,
I don't think they, but also at the same time, too, like you said, there's a lot of politics involved. Ridley's never won an Oscar for Best Director.
That's crazy.
He doesn't want to play the game either. He doesn't care about it.
He doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't care, but the Oscars play the game. It's look at Anthony Hopkins won Best Actor like 2 or 3 years ago, and everybody was like, "What?" You know, like, and it was all because he's old, he's about to go, he's only won Best Supporting Actor. Let's give him best.
Well, even look at what Nolan did. Nolan said, "Fine, you're not going to give it to me. I tried to do this. Fine, I'm going to play the game." And you know, I'm not going to say he did it to win an award, but let's look at the catalog at that point. When you do something like that, it's like, oh, you check the boxes, historical thing, trial, individual. It's like it hits all the boxes that.
Sure.
It's always very interesting. It's always very interesting because, I mean, because not to mention, it's like anytime that when we think about this kind of stuff too, is like you always got to look like, well, what are they up against also? Because you know, obviously there was always the thing that Leo kept on, he would get nominated but not win. Then he finally wins for the Revenant, and I'm going,
which I don't think should have been the one he should have.
I was like, he won for that. All he did was just endure the elements. He didn't really act. I mean, he acted, but it was mainly a lot of grunting and a lot of and just kind of enduring the elements, which I'm like, good. It was a great movie. Fantastic. Yeah. But to me, I was like, Tom Hardy acted his ass off.
It's one of those weird things where it's like, yeah, I think it's closer in the best picture category and stuff. And like you said, Tom and stuff. For me, that Leo deserved it for Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes,
or
Departed.
Departed is good and stuff, but like even he talks about how like in The Departed he was kind of in a cycle of like cop investigative role type thing. Like in Wolf of Wall Street, he's eccentric. He is he's comedic. He is.
Just for that scene alone where he's like all fucking doped up and numbed up and he's crawling to the bar and doing all that shit. Like,
he pushes as a dramatic actor, he pushes himself.
And he breaks the fourth wall. Yeah,
like he deserved because he lost to McConaughey, and it's kind of weird. I feel like it was a switcheroo where it's like McConaughey kind of, I guess, endured the elements by losing a bunch of weight. For Dallas Buyers Club.
McConaughey did good though in that fucking movie. Though.
He was good, but he's the same cowboy, cool, character that he always is.
It's like Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe should have won it for Gladiator. He should have won it for the next year with A Beautiful Mind.
Right? Yeah.
That's what he should have won.
That's the thing. It's like it's always like the woulda, coulda, shoulda stuff. I mean, I enjoy watching the award show just to see what happens, But at the same time, I'm like, when people start talking about snubs and this, that, and this, I'm just like, whatever. I mean, like,
doesn't matter.
I mean, at the most part, I'm like, well, this doesn't prevent me from enjoying whatever the fuck these people put out. Sure, it's like, that deserves, like I said, he deserved like a nomination for a Golden Globe, you know, and he didn't get the director, and he probably won't get a director nom for Oscars. And I'm like, yep, that's bullshit. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't think he cares. He's like, what's the next thing? What am I doing next? And I'm looking forward to whatever he does next, because whatever that man does, I'm there fucking first day, you know. And so I don't know. It's just like one of those things.
He's a generational director at that.
Yeah,
point.
same with Nolan.
Can't deny the talent. Can't deny whatever he puts out. For the most part, it is going to be well received.
Yep,
It's gonna
exactly.
look beautiful.
Hey, we got Paul joining right
Hey guys,
Hey,
how's it
Paul.
going?
Oh, you know, we're just talking about the Academy Awards right now. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to stir the topic.
Oh no, it's fine. This is what always happens here. We always go on tangent.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Academy Awards have been off for a long time. I think the Golden Globes more often than not get it right than the Academy. There are a few things though. Like I do think that Chris Nolan was deserving of Oppenheimer though, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean Oppenheimer.
They
I'm
definitely got that right.
I mean, well, I mean, like Oppenheimer for me was probably my favorite movie of the year across.
It was mine. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Across the Spider-Verse was really up there in terms of just like
Barbie didn't make your favorite movie of the year, Paul? Are you kidding me? You're number one?
Barbie was in my recommendeds for the year. In my top 10 was Poor Things, which was the adult Barbie movie, if we're being quite honest.
Yeah,
That's pretty spot on, Paul.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I'm pretty sure I'm not even the first person to even say
No,
that.
but I like
No,
it though,
no,
so
it
I'm going
was-
to give it to you.
Yeah.
That's
All
true.
right,
Yeah, I hadn't heard of it before, so there you go.
Yeah. No, but
Yeah.
you're definitely right when it comes to that, and it was a better movie than Barbie, in my opinion, obviously. And you know, it helps that there was a lot more full frontal nudity, but I'm just saying it was, you know, just the way that it was. I was not. I mean, it was funny, like watching that movie. I was like, I knew it was going to be weird, but man, it was fucking weird. Like you have to add a fucking weird in front of it. Like it was like that crazy. Like, oh, okay, cool. They went there. They went there.
I looked at that's a great comparison. I like kind of
I'm
but I was like, it's like a modern day, like, or not modern day, but you know, like a version of Frankenstein, you know. In a sense.
It's a little Frankenstein.
Yeah.
And especially the way it looks and everything. Yeah.
It's got a little bit of something for everybody. There's Kinds of Kindness, which is made by the same team. I'm still going through that right now. I haven't
watched
seen
that yet.
Yeah, I think the same director also made The Lobster,
Yeah.
which I haven't watched, but I've heard recommended to me for years. But that's also, I've heard, a very good movie. But
I got to catch up on some of my award stuff, movies that have been nominated. I'm trying to think of some of them.
I watched your top 10, but I honestly just the tequila's kicking in. Did The Substance make it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was like number 6 for me. I got that in at the last minute. Like basically, I watched it before the Monday before I recorded. That I was like, I gotta watch The Substance because I keep on hearing about it. And yeah, that movie just, I mean, it's one of those where I had so many emotions because again, it's one of those movies. Hey, a lot of nudity, which I didn't mind, especially because the two leads are very beautiful. And it was like, but then there's some moments where I was like, Jesus. Fuck it. I was like, good God, what are we doing? I'm like, the body horror in that movie is extreme. And it's like a crazy Black Mirror episode. It's better than a Black Mirror episode, but
that's the thing. Like horror, thriller, suspense has elevated itself to a different level in the sense of you can have like interesting messaging in the sense of what's actually going on in society and what we look at beauty and looks and in the pursuit to stay young and to stay relevant. And put it in that kind of movie, but people just think it's just body horror. No, you're missing the point.
No,
you're missing the entire point.
Yeah, I thought it was very brave of
it was
honestly, both Demi Moore and Margaret. Like, you know, we're kind of in this weird like era right now where people or you know, they do the polls and Gen Z is not into sex and all this, and this very much leans into the like sexiness of it, but also the, like you said, the messaging of the beauty and stuff. And so I thought it was very, very well done.
It was really weird to me because, I mean, like in a good way, like I felt in a sense, it felt like a Tales of the Crypt episode done as a movie, but in a good way. Like in the sense of that, it was very. I was unexpected with how like kind of far it went, but also like not surprised because they build it up, and I mean you kind of realize that it's going off the rails like pretty quickly and stuff.
Yeah.
I was also
and I like the fact that it's like you don't really get a sense of like almost like the time period of it because like because you're talking about like a star who's like doing exercise videos like it's the 80s, but yet it's modern day. But they have like cell phones and you have this technology, and then when it comes to the substance and the breaking of like the when she gets the substance and what she has to do, and then how it has to be where they can't be like both awake at the same time. And I was explaining it to a friend of mine. We were like, because it was my brother's birthday, and I was explaining because he had no idea what it was about, and I was like, without any spoilers, this is what it is, and I explained exactly the concept. He was like, holy shit. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it's crazy. It's not like just, I mean, it's out there, and then the way, and I'm like, I'm not gonna say anything more, but freaky shit happens because of just of the obsession with fame and stuff like that. And there's a lot of layers there. And man, I remember just when the credits rolled, I was like, Jesus fucking, I was like, whew.
I'm gonna sit in a corner and just think about life.
I need a drink.
That's how I felt both of those ways after I need a drink and to sit in the corner and think about life.
Yeah, I liked the performance too by Dennis Quaid, and I guess at the time when it was cast, it was supposed to be Ray Liotta when he was still alive, and I would have loved. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen him in that because I think Ray Liotta would have been great.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah. But no, I mean Dennis Quaid did a very good. Yeah, I mean he's got a bunch of different types of roles that he's been in, but I'm still in that era thinking of him like the Parent Trap Dennis Quaid. So to see him be a little bit different than that, I think is it's good. It's good stuff.
No, it's good. It's definitely good stuff. So I'm glad that's getting recognized because, obviously I think Demi Moore is going to probably, I don't think Margaret's going to get they're both nominated, aren't they, for Golden Globes? I guess they are.
They are.
I think so, yeah.
So, they both act their asses off. I mean, it was kind of funny because the other movie I watched, I think it was the same night, it was last Saturday, I watched Smile 2. And I like the first Smile, but my God, was this one so much better than the first one, in my opinion. I was like, holy shit. I know William's not here. He hated I remember him talking about it.
Yeah, he was not a fan.
He was not a fan, but I'm like, dude, like fucking Naomi, what's her name? Naomi
Scott.
Scott. Yeah, I almost said Watts. I was like, Naomi Watts. That's not right. Almost. It rhymes. Anyway, she acted her fucking ass off on that. And that, the first one was good with Kevin Bacon's kid. I forgot her name.
Yeah.
And it was fine. It was like a small horror movie, and it was like, oh, this is what the concept is. I was like, all right, that's cool. And it was like, I liked it. I enjoyed it. But they brought it up a whole notch. And Naomi Scott was like, Jesus Christ, she's acting her fucking ass off here. Like, this is like not the same level as the first one. I mean, usually the sequel goes up like a notch. This one went up like 3 notches, in my opinion. Like, I was like, holy crap.
When I saw the first one, I remember thinking, I was like, it's one of those movies where I felt like there's a lot of potential here, but it just didn't reach it and all that. Like, and then I saw this and I was like, you did all the things you should have done in the first one. This is great. This is way better and stuff. Performances, the story, the fact that they focus more on, the demon and stuff. And so also Jack Nicholson's son, Scarecrow. Academy.
Yeah, I know. I remember when that was revealed, like in the poster, and they're like, "Oh, that's Jack Nicholson's son." I was like, "Holy shit, that looks just like him." Yes, of course, that's him. And then I was like, how much of a role does he have in this movie? It's not a big role, but it's a very, it's a significant role. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and then of course a lot of people were like, he should play the DCU Joker. I'm like, that'd be cool. He can pull it off, but let's not jump to. I think I remember when the whole Bill Skarsgård thing, when we were talking about Joker, people were like, can we just take a break from Joker? I'm like, yeah, we probably can. But if you're having a new Batman, the next thing you start thinking about is who's playing the Joker. It's just the way it is. I mean, I don't think James Gunn is rushing to any kind of like Joker.
And I think too, there's obviously a way to make it refreshing and stuff too. Like, there's versions of the Joker we have not seen yet.
Yeah,
We still haven't really seen like the animated series version of the Joker or that type of thing.
Well, I would say Nicholson was close to it.
Nicholson was the closest for
yeah,
sure.
he was close to it.
Well,
Yeah,
in fact, the animated was based off a little
That's what I
bit.
was about to say. I said,
yeah.
one came.
Yeah,
before.
I would say like when you had Caesar Romano, he was
Romero.
like Romero, Romano, close.
Ray
He was
Romano
like,
played Joker.
yeah. What's going on, Batman? Oh, sorry. It's very just bust out the rear. No, but like it's funny because I have a picture that my mom got me a long time ago. It's like a painting that she found at a fair, and it's cool because it has Caesar Romero, right? Romero, yes.
Romero.
And then Jack Nicholson, Heath Ledger, and Jared Leto all in like the picture together. It's really cool, but it's just kind of funny because they are so different from each other. And and then of course you can add Joaquin Phoenix in there too as being another different version, and then we haven't even seen really Barry Keoghan's like version. So it's like I mean they keep having there's so much that you can do with the Joker, but I think people are really just wanting like, hey, can we get back to like can we get that animated series type where it's like he's not scarred and he's
just
not
manic.
Yeah, because basically, like Ledger and Nicholson are scarred, and then of course even Barry Keoghan's is like really scarred up too.
It's a degenerative disease. He's got some kind of deformity. It's more physical than it is an actual scarring. But
Leto's Joker is more gangster Joker,
right?
Very much the gangster Joker.
Yeah, they took.
He's damaged in a different way.
Yeah,
but they also gave him the acid bath like Nicholson's Joker too.
They did,
They made that pretty clear. I don't know. I feel like when it comes to the Joker, that's a number one. How and when do you introduce that character when at the same time, like we've seen what this Batman looks like in the DCU, and it's not Robert fucking Pattinson. Let's make that clear right now. Number
At least
two,
right now, that can always change.
Oh,
It's
not
still
going
very
to.
early in this process.
It's not
I'm
going
not
to.
talking about No, I'm not talking about Pattinson. I'm talking about everyone basing it around the look. I said that look can change.
Yeah,
that look doesn't have to be it. This is not me advocating for Pattinson. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, like if you think if you guys watch Cape Crusader,
yeah.
I mean, the fact that I love the fact that they were like no Joker in the first season, but when we get to the last episode, guess what happens? It's like it's like one of those things where it's like, we're not gonna just like here's the Joker right away. I mean, when you look at Batman the Animated Series, if you were to go in like the order, like I think Joker shows up in like the second episode, which is fine. Because it's back in the 90s, it's whatever. I think it was Christmas with the Joker. I think that's where maybe
you're right.
Yeah, that was the first. I think it was like the second episode that aired. But it's like, Joker's there. It's fine. But I think with Cape Crusader, they're like, all right, well, this is a fresh Batman. It takes place in an older time. Let's not go right to it, but we'll have Harley Quinn. We'll do this, and that's what I appreciated about Cape Crusader. Is they're like reinventing things again, and then it was like, well, the Joker's going to show up, and then sure enough, you get towards the end, it's like, okay, season 2, baby, here we go.
When it comes to the Joker, that is going to be something that it's going to be entirely dependent on the project, and I don't think that project is going to be Batman Brave and the Bold. I mean, we already know that a Clayface movie is happening. And that is in the DCU. And that's also being produced by Matt Reeves and Six in Idaho, which is even more interesting. But that's kind of a different conversation. But when it comes to the Joker specifically, I think when it comes to Brave and the Bold, that casting decision falls solely on the shoulders of Andy Muschietti and James Gunn more than anyone. Yeah. But when it comes to the Joker, like there are a lot of different avenues you could have him show up in. But I think since this Batman has already been pre-established, they're not going to do the whole... I think they're going to kind of take a Christopher Nolan approach to it. He's already just going to be the Joker. You don't need to do an origin. You don't need to do any of that shit. He's just going to be in a purple suit. He's going to have white face paint.
Although I
think so.
wouldn't mind seeing, like, hey, let's see that fucking red helmet, and
That'd be
the
fun.
little cape thing, and
Yeah.
then he's like,
That'd be
hey,
really
I'm
fun.
trying to do this, and then he falls into the, something. I mean, they could do something
Yeah.
like that. I don't know, but
If they
The Red
wanted to,
Hood
they
thing.
could. Yeah, they could just directly adapt the under the Red Hood, and I
Yeah.
mean they could literally just redo the animated movie to a degree, and you'd be pretty set, especially if you have an older Batman. If they're smart, if Brave and the Bold is featuring Damian Wayne, then I would center it. I would go back around, pretty much like how Batman Begins did, and do Ra's al Ghul, but again, do the comic book iteration of Ra's al
Right.
Ghul. Focus solely on the Denny O'Neil, Neil Adams, like 70s run of Ra's al Ghul and Talia, and you can even go
Detective.
back and forth in time because he's older Batman, so you could even go back and show how he gets there with
Dude.
Damian, and
Yeah.
then cut to the present. Now you have Damian, and then cut back to the past, and you go back and forth, and you can
And
even play on that, like how is the brave and how is it the bold? Like maybe he does
Yeah.
something in the past that's more brave, and maybe he does something in the current that's more bold, or something, kind of.
And I know you're not watching Commandos right now, Paul, but I think Gunn does actually a really good job when it comes to present day and past. When it comes to these characters, when every character is getting their episode of like, hey, what happened to him? Even like the newest episode with Phosphorus. I mean, it does a very good job of blending back and forth where it like kind of fits in. It goes into like a linear sense of like, hey, these characters are like present day, they're doing this, and then they go back and it kind of goes into like a similar line. So if they did something like that, with
Yeah.
with especially if you're having Damian Wayne, yeah, I mean, I think I would hope that they would actually do something like that. So then, it's a fresh take on Batman. And I think that's why, like, when it was announced for this Batman, it's like, okay, how do you reinvent Batman again? Well, I don't think the general public knows that he actually has a kid and that kid ends up being a Robin. So why not just do
Yeah.
that? And I'm like, all right, see, there you go. That's something different because there is, we're talking about 85
Right.
plus years of fucking Batman mythology that we could, do. And that's a big part of the
Yeah.
story right there. So
No, and like we were already saying earlier, I mean, you could just, if this is an older Batman, if they're doing kind of what Zach was doing to a degree, but yeah, you want to cover, you can just focus, ironically, with being the Batman movies and have it focus on the Robin mythology, because you have Damian, where does he come from? You could have the next movie focus on the Red Hood. Meanwhile, if they are doing a Titans movie, you could focus that all around Dick Grayson and Nightwing and how that comes into play. Basically, I mean, at least those are the three core main ones that I can think of, other than maybe Tim Drake. But Tim Drake would be pretty much, correlated directly with the Red Hood movie as well, because Tim Drake to me is just as vital to that mythology as Jason Todd is. Even if I don't know if you guys have bought anything recently, Chris probably has, but if you get Death in the Family, usually whenever you buy it, the second half of it to fill in is the Lonely Place of Dying.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I'm thinking hypothetically in how you want to cover Batman. But if you're trying to make up for the lost time with catching up to where that Batman is currently, so that if and when they ever do get to another Justice League movie, you're kind of caught up on how Batman has been doing and what his legacy has really been, because the Robins to an extension are an extension of him and his legacy, other than say maybe Terry McGinnis, which is a whole other aspect of that stuff. So
There's still, I think, too, like a lot of questions right now as far as
Mhm.
like, okay, we have the dynamic duo animated movie,
Right.
right? Where
Yeah.
it's
I
like-
forgot. I keep
I don't think that's gonna be
forgetting.
attached to anything. So
Yeah.
I'm
Who
thinking it's going
knows?
to be a part of the DCU.
it might be. Yeah, I would actually
Yeah.
hope it would be. Yeah.
They've got to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Gunn needs to do personally, if this goes forward, if this is successful, if Superman Legacy is able to cement itself and they don't end up like reconstituting everything as Elseworld stories or whatever the case is, whatever's been made. But yeah, they need to re-show or prioritize what's Elseworlds, what isn't, other than obviously stuff that we already know, like say the Batman universe and everything. But yeah, it's
Have
getting
we
kind
officially,
of
has he officially labeled anything Elseworlds? Like, have we seen anything?
Not as of
you.
yet.
You guys
You
would know
know,
better than I
Besides
do,
Joker.
honestly.
the implication
I-
is that
is it actually been labeled in the sense of like I don't see like when I watch it, it's like DC Elseworlds. Like there's not an imprint.
the
Yeah, I don't know.
implication is that when Gunn was talking about Matt Reeves and the Batman and his
Mhm.
stuff, like the implication is that when he was asked the question outright, like, is Robert Pattinson's Batman going to get folded into the DCU? He was like, well, I toyed with that, but I'm committed to telling Elseworld stories. The implication is that Batman Part 2 will be like the first official, like,
Elseworld.
probably Elseworld banner under DC Studios. That's my
Well,
that's my guess.
Yeah,
But I think my question is too is kind of like how is that separation going to work? Because like even at the end of Penguin, right? It was the DC Studios logo. Are they going to come up with something to separate that this is?
I don't really think it
I mean,
matters.
yeah, no, I mean, the logo's always going to be there because it is
Right.
always DC Studios for the most part. But yeah, you would probably need to do a separate banner to show Elseworlds, and they
That's
could,
kind
they
of what
could-
I'm
they-
thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they can do it directly from the comics if that's what they want to do, or whatever the case is. That's what I would do personally if they're trying to establish nostalgia or the old fan base or whatever. But no, my bigger thing is, and again, I'm not against it personally because we're getting to a point now with multimedia where you can do cross-platform type of stuff. It is weird to me though, just to incorporate the fact that like, oh yeah, these cartoons that you're watching are integrated to this, and so that's kind of a newer thing for me too. It's like, I'm taking it from the place of like say a Star Wars fan, right? Like I
Mhm.
still have to. I got integrated into it because my roommates were more hardcore Star Wars than I always was. I was always just primarily just the main movies and stuff,
Yeah,
right?
me too. Me too.
Right, but I still many times have to talk to well, more so older fans, not necessarily like newer fans, but I have to tell them like Clone Wars is a vital part of the mythology of Star Wars, especially if you're
absolutely.
if you come from the place of like really not liking the prequels a lot. I mean, not counting maybe Revenge of the Sith, I'd be like, no, listen, just watch the Clone Wars. It goes over a lot of that stuff, and it kind of fills in and kind of makes the prequels a little bit better in hindsight and stuff, or at least now comparative to say like the sequel trilogy, which is I don't want to even start on that. I still feel that that's just a whole mess. But I'm saying in terms of handling that particular trilogy and how it doesn't really matter your opinions on the individual movies, just as a whole, it was
No, you're right. I mean, like my brother, who's like more of a Star Wars fan than I am. I mean, but he's also just more of like the movies and the shows. But like he loved Clone Wars, but he didn't watch any of the other like animated stuff that came. I know there's been like
Star Wars. Well, I was gonna say Star Wars Visions is a whole different thing. That to me
that's
is
not
like
even anything.
yeah, that's more of like the multi. Yeah, that's the multiversal Star Wars. I think that's
probably like Bad Batch and
Rebels.
Yeah.
Rebels. There you go, Rebels. I was trying to remember the other one. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I know, but anytime that you talk to a Star Wars fan, it's like, yeah, you can watch those, fine, but Clone Wars, I mean, it's literally Anakin and fucking Obi-Wan. So, and then of course there's like a whole order you're supposed to watch it in. That is not the order that it came out of. It's like
that's a whole other. Yeah, my
I got about halfway through it. I haven't watched it. Yeah,
Went on a big rabbit hole with that.
Yeah, my roommate said it had told me the same exact thing, and we had to jump around and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But even I ended up not even watching a lot of the Clone Wars. I ended up watching more of like the later stuff because the first couple of seasons of Clone Wars is rough. It is. It's hard to watch. But back to DC. If we're comparing to, I mean, I got to be honest with you. It depends on what type of fan base you're talking to or what generation you're talking to. Because I think younger generations are a little less apprehensive towards it and stuff. But even like our generation is sort of mixed on, what you want to follow and what you don't want to follow. And if we're talking just in comparison, like say like the MCU. I think a lot of you guys would agree, for better or worse, like a lot of the fandom kind of started to fall off when there had to be like 30 TV shows to like catch up on and stuff like that. And now, granted, I think a lot of that had to do too with the quality of the shows.
There you go. That's what I was going to point out. Quality.
Yeah. Because granted, different universe, but like no one gave a shit about any of that when X-Men 97 came out, because that show was a banger from beginning to end, But yeah, like no one is caring anymore if What If is connected to anything in the MCU anymore.
I don't even care to watch the last season. I've heard bad things.
Yeah, I heard
It's
it was
meh.
very yeah.
Second season's the best.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like the second season. Yeah.
Mhm.
See, and I feel bad. I feel bad hearing that too, because like Star Wars Visions. Why I love that show so much is just because the people behind them are just having a fucking ball, just going to town and just doing what they can with all different types of animation styles, and you can tell that every short, whether it's pretty decent or really really good, there's a love of Star Wars behind like every single short, and it's like, what if, yeah, you could make it all about connecting, adapting particular stories in Marvel, but I mean, I wish that they could just be allowed to have a lot more fun and variety, and the fact that it's all in that certain animation style too is kind of boring and a little bit like uncreative. Personally, I'm also just not a fan of that particular animation style. I know the new Watchmen movie also kind of uses it too, but I've heard the Watchmen adaptations aren't terrible, or they are bad. I don't know. I keep hearing like mixed
I
things.
haven't even watched it yet.
Part
Phil?
1, I mean, I've seen part 1. I still need to watch part 2, but look, the best thing about the Watchmen adaptation, at least part 1 in my opinion, was the story, but then again, that bar was set by the initial book anyway. Like, as long as you follow that,
and then what Zach did too, right?
right, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's just like, if you compare part 1 to what Zach did with his movie, I go back to just like, look, every voice in the animated movie is done better in Zach's movie.
Yeah.
Savor, maybe Katie Shakoff might deliver a better Silk Spectre than Malin Ackerman did. But even then, like, it's almost like neck and neck at that point. Everyone else, like Titus Welliver does his best as Rorschach, but it's like Jackie Earle Haley's right there. Billy Crudup as John Osterman / Dr. Manhattan. Again, really subtle, really foreboding, really haunting, really eerie in its own way, whereas in the animated movie it just feels very bland and plain. I don't even remember who voiced Dr. Manhattan in that movie. Same deal with Dan Dryberg, Night Owl, fucking Patrick Wilson, okay? Like, he gives such a damn good performance. Even back then, people were like, why isn't this guy the next Batman? Because it's just it just worked. And then the animated movie, again, it's just like, why the fuck do I care? Like, again, if anything is good about the Watchmen animated movie, it's the story. But then again, that is just inherent because you're adapting a great story beat for beat. The animation's fine, but like, in my opinion, the weakest thing about the animated portion, I haven't seen part 2, so I can't really speak for it, but it's the same fucking cast. So again, it's probably going to be, if I watch part 2, the weakest thing for me is probably going to be the voice cast. But that's just me.
Yeah, I do want to preface, and it's not talked about enough. I know it. Dave, you probably know it because you and Scott have reviewed like every episode of, I think, of that universe. But like Andrea Romano, who is the voice caster and voice director of pretty much, if you've seen almost any production from like the 90s onward in animation, there's a very good chance that Andrea Romano was behind the scenes.
She was the voice director. She retired within the last 5 to 7 years, somewhere in there.
Cast and director is the lifeblood of the industry.
Because it's all Wes Gleason now, I think. I think his name is Wes Gleason. It's Wes something. He's been the recent one, and he's good, but Andrea Romano knew what the fuck she was doing.
Yeah, she would pluck talent you wouldn't even think about to do a character voice, and pretty much always
weekly. Like, when it comes to DC, what I love, one of the things that I love about the dynamic of our stream is there's sometimes where I'm like, when I'm watching the episode, I'm like, that voice sounds familiar, what the fuck? And sometimes it'll come to me, but then sometimes it won't. And then Scott will already have that information, and then we have a little back and forth. And then when he reveals what it is, I'm like, oh shit, that's who that was. And I'm like, perfect, And again, it's just because he was so good at utilizing voices that that are just like actors that that are still working nowadays too, which is crazy, And it's just like, And there's sometimes she's pulled some really fucking good talent.
Well, like one of my favorite things in like the Batman animated series is it never reached the same heights. But the origin of Two-Face, Richard Mall voicing
Yes,
Harvey,
Richard Mall.
and I mean, at that time, Richard Mall's like biggest claim to fame was the
Night Court.
Night Court.
Yeah, I would never in a million years have thought, oh yeah, get this guy
What?
for Two-Face.
He was Bull, right? Bull in Night Court. His name was Bull. He was like the
think so.
big dude who was like standing there and always he had limited like fucking dialogue, but he was always funny because he was like the big dude that was just like like a security guard kind of guy or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I forgot exactly what his character was, but yeah.
But yeah, there was. I mean, when you really, because I've watched those shows so many times over the years and stuff, especially on DVD and HBO Max and all that stuff. Or I'm still calling it HBO Max. I don't care.
Yeah.
But
I do it too, and it'll always be HBO because that's what it is.
That's what it is. No, but like if you guys go back and watch it, there's because obviously it's a 2-part episode because Two-Face, but that ending first scene of the first episode where Harvey looks in the mirror to see the damage, that blood curdling scream is, and this is 90s kid show. Yeah. It's so, I can't describe it. It's just Andrea approached it like you had Bruce Timm and Paul Dini's guys approaching the cartoon from a Fleischer perspective, but she approached it from a 1930s radio show, and like it just mashed together so well. And it's just, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Anyway, we're getting off topic. I do want to get back.
It's fine.
Creature Commandos,
we're
though, right?
off topic.
Well, no, yeah, I know, right? We go off tangents. No, but Creature Commandos, and again, I haven't seen the show. Despite the quality, whatever the case is, I'm going to tell you guys right off the bat. We know, like us as a group, and like our nerd circles know, like, okay, that's DCU. Oh, first appearance of the Batman, this and that. But I got to be honest with you. Like, I mean, it's been a while since I've been in like a work environment. But if I was to go into like a regular environment like that, I feel like my coworkers either around my age or older wouldn't even associate that Creature Commandos is even connected to the Superman movie that's about to come out in theaters this summer. Like so I mean, and again, it's not because branding or whatever the case is, or advertising, but it's just like I said, older generations especially don't associate that these cartoons are associated and connected to this bigger main universe that's going to be coming out, basically.
And I think that's one of the things that James Gunn's like kind of like said. He's like, you don't need to, you're not going to need to, you don't need to watch Creature Commandos to understand Superman or anything like that, but it's going to be there just to be, I don't know. Just
the only connection right now, as far as we know, is Frank Grillo.
It's the only one. It's like Rick Flag, but I mean, I don't think that's gonna. I'm kind of curious to see, like, because we know that he is going to be obviously in Peacemaker, and I don't even think Peacemaker. You don't even need to watch.
The Suicide Squad and Peacemaker, that stuff's being integrated into the DCU, but it takes place before the DC. I still I'm unclear what is counting and what isn't, because apparently Blue Beetle is counting. But it's also
the character
previous...
itself.
The character.
So
that's getting redone in animation.
And
not redone. It's just
not redone.
It's
but
continuing.
And the Cobra Kai kid is still going to be playing him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, again, that's good casting. I'm not against that. I'm just trying. I'm trying to get straight, like, what is.
I think it helps that Blue Beetle didn't have any. There was like no cameos. There's no nothing. They talk about a Batman, and that's about it. Other than that, it was like it could just be like, okay, it was just kind of like its own thing.
Very different in tone from the other DCU movies.
But that's where I'm still confused, because it's like, I mean, whether they did or they didn't do a cameo, it doesn't seem to really matter, because technically Peacemaker is both in and out of continuity with, or at least season 1 is. That's what he said. So I know it's going to probably make sense more later on, depending on what happens, but like right now I'm still like, so what counts as the first DCU project then? Is it Creature Commandos? Okay.
I think the first character like is Blue Beetle, like the first one that's kind of part of it, and then the first project is Creature. And
it's just one of those things where
Because
like
even with
the DCEU became such a mess, and then it's like, well, yeah, we could just stop and just totally do a reboot, or like then it was like, well, we could just try to keep some of this because some of it might work. But then it was like when it came to Peacemaker season 1, at first he said it's not canon, and then all of a sudden it goes, well, it's canon, just not that Justice League scene.
right.
Like,
And then it turned into, which this is how I think it's more going to be, which is what we mention is canon. What you hear about in these, and what we reference in those types of things, which I have a feeling Peacemaker will reference a lot of things from season 1, but not that Justice League canon.
One thing we'll get to you, Phil, but one thing I was going to say is like someone did mention, I think it was like maybe a Film Junkie Live or something like that. It was like, or maybe it was in my mentions or something on Twitter. It was like maybe like what's going to happen is like because Peacemaker talks shit about like the Justice League characters so much that maybe they were going to consider that scene like that's just him talking shit, like because that scene is dumb. I mean, it is a dumb scene, but because you have.
But it fits his character.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm like, if somehow they're going to work it in the story where that's just Peacemaker like talking about like, oh yeah, I met the Justice League and I called fucking Aquaman a fish fucker, and it's like that maybe they'll do something like that. I was like, okay, that's not bad. What were you gonna say, Phil?
Couple things. So here's the thing about canon, right? Canon is whatever the IP owner considers canon. In this case, that would be DC Studios. However, canon is also what we as fans determine in our own mind as headcanon. What we consider canon is what we consider, the lines and the dominoes in which stories take place and fall into place, whatever. Now, when it comes to what is or isn't canon in the DC universe, I think there is the way that fans look at it, and I don't think that's a bad thing, because it can get confusing. And then I think there is the way that James Gunn is approaching it and looking at it in terms of pure production, in terms of pure, this is from DC Studios canon, and this is what we're doing now, and that's what is technically canon. But as I think Paul or someone else on the panel mentioned, it's also something Gunn has said too. What if we say something that has happened, that is canon in our DC universe? Case in point, episode 1 of Creature Commandos, Amanda Waller makes a comment about Project Starfish, and Rick Flag Sr. gets kind of shaken up about it, i.e. alluding to the death of Rick Flag Jr., which is a thing that happened in the Suicide Squad. Therefore, that piece from that movie, canon. Another thing that occurred to me is tying into the latest episode of Creature Commandos. Batman locking up Dr. Phosphorus and taking him in. What did that remind me of? How about taking in Deadshot from Suicide Squad? Now, not that specifically, not saying that movie specifically, but just that idea that Batman locking up a villain in Arkham or whatever and then being transferred to Belle Reve. That concept is canon in the DC universe as presented by Creature Commandos. Blue Beetle. No, DC Studios did not produce or make the movie. However, much in the same vein as John Cena's Peacemaker, clearly James Gunn has an affinity for Jolo Maridueña and is like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're going to keep him and he's going to go forward in the universe. It just, the next thing that we make with him in it will be DC Studios proper. What happened made before was from Warner Brothers Pictures, Max, whoever the fuck made that movie. Because to Dave's point, after Justice League, the studio in question, Warner Brothers Pictures, dropped the fucking ball so hard they lost their audience in terms of what are we doing, where are we going, because everything after Aquaman was a continuity fucking pigsty.
And even Aquaman itself started kind of pulling away just a little bit, but it's kind of funny because I'll see people that like in my mentions or when I talk about it live, some people go like, really? You think Aquaman's like part of like Zach's continuity? And I'm like, yeah, it is. It is. I mean, yeah, I know it's like, because, Mira is the biggest, like, okay, she doesn't have that accent that she had, especially when we see her in Zack Snyder's Justice League. She has like, it's kind of different armor. There's a lot of things. Even Arthur is a little different. And what's Willem Dafoe's character?
Volko.
Yeah, he's different. So you can almost say that, yeah, I mean, characters look different, sound different, things are different, but I'm
Some
like,
have to
yeah,
talk in bubbles, others don't.
yes. I mean,
Yeah.
there is an argument where people are like, is Aquaman really canon when it comes to that, especially after we saw Zack Snyder's Justice League? You're like, whoa, there's a drastic difference, but yet it's the same actors portraying the same characters, and essentially it still is, there is a story flow that goes through it, sure, but then it's like, so I think like when it comes to Aquaman, that's where it started to pull away. Like Wonder Woman is 100% a good spinoff to, I would say, even though Zach had a different idea for, Diana's backstory, but it was very much in the vein of like, yeah, that is very much part of the Snyderverse of the DCEU, because I remember like, especially, especially with, I even just posted a clip when I talked about it on Film Junkie Live last week, where I was like, oh yeah, it's been a year ago since the DCEU ended, and it ended with Patrick Wilson's Orm eating a burger, finding a roach, putting the roach in his burger and eating it. I'm like, that's the way it fucking ended. When it began with such a beautiful Hans Zimmer score, cool logos, and the birth of Kal-El. I'm like, how did it go from that to this? Jesus Christ. But then some people are like, oh no,
Toby Emmerich and Walter Hamada. That's how it
exactly.
And Jeff Johns. Let's be quite honest on that one.
And then some people were like, oh, how could you even consider that the same? I'm like, well, technically it is. But I would say yes. If you watch the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League, that's the Snyderverse DCEU ending right there, 100%. And I was like, but Aquaman, the first Aquaman, yeah, that's where it started pulling away. That's where it started pulling away, because that's where we started seeing differences in characters and tone a little bit. But I would still consider it part of that. But after anything after that, it's like a fucking, it starts getting alternate universe kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, and I want to preface, I like the first Aquaman movie quite a lot. Phil and I've had this conversation because I think Phil liked Aquaman 2, if I remember correctly. I very mixed.
It. It's not on the same level.
I like parts of it.
And I think we did agree on that. I was very mixed to negative on Aquaman 2,
especially that Pitbull sequence. I know everyone loved that.
yeah, right, of course. No, I mean,
it was a perfect movie.
Huh?
I never said it was a perfect movie. Aquaman 1.
Oh no. Look, and Aquaman 1 I don't consider to be a perfect movie. I just like it for being a poppy, fun, like James Wan was allowed to cook on that movie. Yeah. I think there was some cooking in Aquaman 2, but then it just feels like someone came in and fucked up the dish a little bit.
Total
and, like,
studio interference, yeah.
Well, look, I mean, hold on.
He didn't get to do what he really wanted to do.
No, and again, it felt like a Justice League situation to a degree with Aquaman 2, because there's even a sequence that shows the background of the black trident, and it felt like another type of like Wonder Woman narrating like the past, but like condensed down from what we saw then in Zack Snyder's like. That's what it felt like. But for me, again, going back to Phil saying like what's headcanon, I consider the Snyderverse and the DCEU like separate, like to a point, because for me officially what I consider to be Snyderverse in terms of like what Zach wanted to do, or like what is in his canon, I think is probably Man of Steel, Ultimate BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League. I would say David Ayer's Suicide Squad, his interpretation of it, and Wonder Woman 1. And it's those movies, and that's what's still essentially Snyderverse without there being too much compromise. But yeah, once Justice League happened, that's where the schism went off.
Yeah.
And again, I like Aquaman 1 quite a bit. My friends and I, we were depressed after Justice League, but I still remember to this day we had a blast seeing Aquaman 1. But that was a movie, because especially after you see Zack Snyder's Justice League, clearly Aquaman was supposed to be probably similar beats to a degree, but very, very different in my opinion. And I feel like Aquaman 1 definitely had way more Jeff Johns influence and stuff like that in studio.
Yeah, they lighten it up a little bit.
Oh,
but I think James Wan still got his. That trench scene was still like so fucking awesome.
Yeah, no, the trench stuff, the undersea water battle. Yeah, I mean, there's countless stuff. Sorry, I feel like I cut off Phil.
I was just going to add that I'm in the same vein in terms of what is canonical, right? Like I
Right.
I think there is what Zach did with the DC extended universe in its own pocket, and then there's the rest of the DC extended universe, right? Like so there's Man of Steel, BVS, yes, the Ultimate Edition, but I just shortened it to BVS just for shorthand. The Snyder Cut, right? Suicide Squad to an extent, even though I believe Ayer's cut of the film is probably more canonical to what the bigger picture is, for
100%.
sure. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I've read the script, I've seen storyboards, obviously, but in a condensed sense, like Suicide Squad, the studio cut is like the bones of what Ayer wanted to do to an extent. And then, like, you know, there is the Snyder cut, and then there's Aquaman, and I feel like that Aquaman film is kind of like a nice little epilogue to everything that happened there. Now, everything after that, Shazam, take it or leave it, you know.
Yeah.
Birds of Prey is honestly the only other one I would consider like canon in that, because it doesn't really deny anything. It takes place in Gotham City. Sure, you don't see Batman or Gordon, but that could just very well be chalked up to, well, this is at a precinct that Gordon isn't operating out of, and clearly Batman's working with the fucking Justice League. That's how you justify having fucking Margot Robbie work with, you know, Dinah Lance and the Huntress. Like, you can justify all that shit. And that's why Roman Sionis is very able and willing to just get away with being the fucking crime lord that he is in that movie. Everything after that is just an absolute fucking mess. Don't even get me started on Wonder Woman.
Well, then you got to remember too in Birds of Prey, where remember she
84
goes like
Black
she sees Captain Boomerang's like mugshot or something like that.
Yeah.
She goes, I know that guy.
Right,
And it is-
right. Yeah.
it
I
is,
forgot
Which was a
about that.
very
it is-
cool sequence.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
cool. And you know, for the most part, like there's things that I really liked about Birds of Prey. I mean, that fucking scene where she inhales all the cocaine and just fucks up all those guys. I was like, that so goddamn good. Yeah.
And I would even go as far as to say that Ewan McGregor's Black Mask is like,
he was
there.
great.
He's great.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's up there with like Michael Shannon Zod,
Yeah.
and I would say, well, personally, Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor, and of course, I would even say Orm. Like Orm
Yeah.
was a very compelling
Orm was-
villain in
yeah.
Aquaman.
He was great.
Yeah. I was just happy to see with the Snyder cut, if we're just talking Snyderverse stuff, that at the very least it allowed, because again, I know there are differing opinions obviously on Leto and Eisenberg as those characters, but I'm with Phil. Like Eisenberg to me was a good modern Lex, because and then by the time he gets on the yacht, like that is Lex Luthor. Like he's bald,
Absolutely.
he's got the suit.
Yep.
He's down. He doesn't give a shit about Deathstroke, who he should be terrified of, but he's just like, no, you're my bitch, because like I fucking run this game, like that kind of thing. But on the other hand, too, Zach made sure to balance it out and gave us the apocalypse scenario, and we get to finally see Leto be the Joker. Like again, he's not my favorite Joker, but he is a Joker as opposed to
No, go ahead. Go finish.
No, I was just going to say, as opposed to say something in the Bones version of Suicide Squad, where he comes across more as like, the closest I can compare it to is there's some Joker there, but it feels more in line with like one of the Joker's biker gang from like Batman Beyond leader than it does like actual Joker. If that makes any sense.
No,
Well,
I think
it goes into the idea, like we were kind of referencing earlier in some people in the chat, you know, when you change something in a big part of the fandom's eyes, in this case, Lex. Yes, I agree with you full-heartedly. Like that Lex was more ahead of its time in the sense of like who it's trying to emulate, and the eccentric tech bro, you know, borderline different ideas going on with that. But we had never seen a Lex portrayed as that in any form. And so it was, I'm not criticizing, because I enjoy it. I like creative takes like that, and I appreciate for what Jesse and Zach were trying to do with that character. It works.
Right.
And
it just sucks when we hear Jesse Eisenberg going, that probably hurt my career. I was like, God damn.
I know.
Yeah, well, he got a lot of negative feedback. I mean, you know that he did, but I laugh.
But I like that he doesn't blame Zach for it. Like he just said it just didn't connect with people, and it's unfortunate.
Well, I like what he said too, because it's like, you know, he says like, yeah, I've had performances in the past where weren't good and didn't work, but they were small role. They're small movies. This was so public And let's face it, that's the thing, is like it was so public and people were like, oh my God, it's Batman versus Superman. You got all this shit. And then there's people that were just like, really? What is this? Is not what I thought it was going to be. But it's so funny because, like, you know, as years go by, I mean, I you see it all the time, like on social media stuff, where people are like visit like the Ultimate Edition, especially, where they go, oh wow, I see what he was doing here. I especially remember when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. And people were loving that, and they're like, "Holy shit, this is pretty epic!" And then they go like, "Oh, this is what Zach was leading to," you know. Especially when it came to Superman, like diehard Superman fans that didn't like what he was doing with Superman, when they saw the Superman that they wanted to see in Zack Snyder's Justice League, they were like, "Oh, I see what he was trying to build up." I'm like, "That's what we've been trying to tell you." He wasn't trying to be like, "Here's Superman. This is what he's going to be like right away." No, Zach was going, "Now I'm going to send him through the ringer first. I'm going to challenge him, kill him, reborn, and then that's what we're going to do with this story." And then they're like, "Oh, okay. I see what he was trying to do there." And it's like, "All right, cool." You know?
There's also this thing that I've noticed too, because comic books are the way they are and they're a visual medium. I feel like a lot of fans take everything from a visual aesthetic, and again, you should if you're watching a movie, which I think is it's really funny because I'm a hardcore Daredevil fan at this point, and I've talked to a lot of people about the Netflix show, obviously Daredevil Born Again, but very different character. But Vincent D'Onofrio's version of Kingpin, to me, and I think a lot of fans who watch the show, he is not the comic book Kingpin until season 3. In season 1, he looks like a Kingpin, but he's an angry man baby a lot of the time. Like, he will go back and forth, but he is not a fully controlled villain just yet. But because he still looks like Kingpin, no one's having a real issue. But then by season 3, he's fully in the white suit. He has taken on the mantle that he has made for himself, and he is the character. But there was an evolution and a growth there. But because aesthetically he still looked like the Kingpin, I think it was an easier transition for fans to accept that version of how Kingpin was done, because they wanted to do it, I think, from a grounded street realistic take that they were working from. Very different too from, say, Michael Clark Duncan, because that's another live action interpretation that was done, where he was already a fully fleshed out Kingpin by that point.
Or even like he was also different from Spider-Man the Animated Series, where that obviously two different mediums there, but still, like, in terms of character portrayal, the Kingpin in that, he's heavier, right?
Oh,
but
he's
huge, right? Like, and I don't mean that diminishingly or disparagingly, but like, he's just a huge dude. But he's also just very boisterous. He's very loud. He's very, like, in your face. Whereas Vincent D'Onofrio, that first season of Daredevil, he's in the shadows. He's fucking quiet. He does things on the down low. Like, I think it's not even until episode 3 or 4 you actually see him do something, and he fucking smashes a dude's head in the fucking car.
Yeah. Well, so that's the thing too, is like, clearly the creatives behind the Netflix Daredevil were more inspired by the Frank Miller interpretation of Kingpin, and even Frank Miller will tell you, at least at that time in the 80s, before he really like reinvented Kingpin, he was considered sort of like the Jackie Gleason of supervillains. He fought Spider-Man with like his belly. He was boisterous. He was like cartoonishly loud. And again, I think the animated series kind of gets a little bit of everything. I mean, that to me is still probably one of my favorite interpretations of Kingpin, is because it takes all the comic book stuff, but he's still a very smart, capable villain, and he does all of these, like, terrible things. But yeah, I mean, I also prefer the Frank Miller-esque version and the version that the TV show has been doing, the Daredevil and stuff like that. But yeah, very, 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 very different. I mean, but also too, like, if you're looking at Spider-Man the Animated Series, that's the Kingpin that's going to attack you with the giant, Spider Slayer machine, and then if you're looking at Daredevil, he's just going to kill you with a car door, or he'll wrap.
And then look at the screen and said, "I'm Kingpin. You're watching Disney Plus."
Oh well, no, that's the version that shows up in Hawkeye, and then everyone was like, "Don't do that again," and they were like, "Oh, okay, we're gonna."
Comic accurate with that look.
Right. We'll reestablish with Echo get closer back to the Daredevil Netflix version of the character. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I know. I'm kind of curious. And apparently, we're supposed to be getting. I think next week we might be getting a full-on trailer of Daredevil Born Again.
The
Yes.
trailer that
Oh, that'd
we've
be
all
cool.
been hawking in the sense of viewing and just better quality.
I was gonna say I can't remember if it was Phil
That's
or
true.
not, but someone sent me the footage and I watched the D23 leaked trailer and I was like, yeah, sold. Born Again looks.
No,
looks
it's. I mean,
great.
they were smart. I mean, again, that's talking about canon and everything that we're when it came to what Zach was doing, and then what fucking Hamada and all those fuckers decided to like destroy all that stuff. It was just like when we heard that Daredevil is gonna come over to, and then when we saw him in She-Hulk, it was like okay, cool. Charlie Cox is back, but I don't know about this. I was like, he's literally doing the walk of shame in his Daredevil costume, and I'm kind of and I think a lot of us kind of went, oh boy, are they gonna really ruin this character that was done so well for fucking 5 seasons, right? It was 5 seasons, or what? How many seasons?
It was 3 seasons
I
on
think
Netflix.
it was 5.
So again, I'm very mixed on the She-Hulk TV show.
Yeah.
That it's really
A
weird
lot of us
because
are.
it's really weird because I was more offended by the Kingpin like final episode that he was featured in with Hawkeye more so than the Daredevil thing, because the Daredevil, like in the comic books in She-Hulk, when a famous character or a popular character would pop up in her series, they'd always be portrayed a little bit differently, because again, She-Hulk, once it reached the John Byrne years, became more of a satire on the stuff, and they tried to kind of do that with the show. But again, that Daredevil that's in that is more of the classic puckish rogue Daredevil. And again, Charlie is such a good actor. He can play brooding Frank Miller ninja Daredevil. He can play, yellow costume puckish rogue, and it kind of works for me, at least in the context of She-Hulk. If the Daredevil show had been like that, interpretation of the character in the show, in She-Hulk, I probably would have had a much harder time with it. I do know before the revamp and before Marvel came in and recontextualized a lot of stuff, the stuff that they had canceled, the stuff that they had filmed and got and threw away or put in some Disney vault that we'll never probably see until like 20 years or 30 years from now. What they were doing at the time, they were basically adapting the Mark Waid modern Daredevil run, which isn't bad. It isn't a bad run of the character, but if you know Daredevil, that is a run that essentially kind of goes back more towards the classic Daredevil, because Mark Waid is that kind of writer, that kind of guy, and he had been kind of getting sick of the dark ninja Daredevil, so he kind of went back to the puckish rogue. And there's a time where he left New York. He was in like San Francisco running a thing, and he was in love with like another fellow lawyer who was helping him get started up there. I mean, it's a good run. In terms of the comic book, it's a well-made run, but it's very different if you were used to more of the established Frank Miller, or I should say Bendis and Brubaker stuff, where it's much darker and sorry.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a reason for it. He's suffering from some severe PTSD, and that's, a lot of people just didn't get the run until it had that moment saying, oh, shoot, this is Matt trying to deal with what just happened in New York. He's going through some stuff. Now, I'm not saying you're criticizing, but I'm just kind of saying, like, fans didn't really understand it until that realization.
Yeah, I mean the run went for quite a bit. I think Waid was on it for like 50 issues. I know the run is just as long as I think the Bendis or the Brubaker one, and it does a good job establishing within canon. But at the same time, it is a different vibe from a lot of what the current Daredevil had done. And I understand Marvel at the time kind of wanting to utilize that and like kind of because that's where a lot of the conflict came from too, is because let's be honest, Kevin Feige's the one who really more or less calls the shots, and I think to Kevin, even though he knew fans enjoyed that the Netflix stuff, to him at the time it wasn't really canon, because it was done through Netflix and it was outside the main continuity for him. But at that time too, he also realized that people wanted that established continuity. There wasn't too much that derailed from anything that they were already establishing in the MCU, and he was just like, "All right, fuck it, let's just bring it in." I think we're gonna see more. I feel like we're going to see more disparity or more continuity changes when it comes to integrating the other defenders, like say Jessica Jones or Luke Cage, or especially
True.
Iron Fist, where those shows weren't as well received.
Yeah.
And I'm talking more Iron Fist, less
I
so
like
Jessica
Defenders
Jones.
though. I actually
No,
like
no. I didn't hate Defenders. I thought.
no. Yeah.
When it got to the the dinosaur bones holding up the neighborhood type of deal, I think it got a little bit. I think the plot was a little lost, but
Yeah.
it's a comic book property. But but no, I mean, I still, even in my head, I still consider Netflix Daredevil to be canon. But I think even at the Marvel Studios, they're gonna consider it I think they still, in a way, will consider it parallel, because I know there's going to be little tweaks and things that they're going to want to change. Just a little.
Even like the Netflix show was a little parallel, because I remember like in the first season, stuff like that, they would never mention the characters by name. They'd be like the big green guy, or the Star Spangled and Banner guy, or the
New York event.
The New York event.
New York event, yeah.
It would never fully like, they would say,
Yeah.
they would like mention like, oh yeah, the Avengers event happened, but they wouldn't mention the characters by name or like exactly what happened. They would just kind of hint at it. It was kind of like a weird thing where it's like, why can't they just say the shit? I'm like, I guess it's like just because it's on Netflix and stuff like that. So now that Daredevil's here, and thank God, when it came to and this is what's great about Feige, is like the fact that I mean I'm sure it was probably like a difficult decision, but I mean apparently at first when they were filming this thing, they were like doing a whole different thing and it wasn't working, and he came in and he just kind of realized this is not going to work. People want this. And I think maybe it was some of the reaction to his appearance in She-Hulk, where it was just like, yeah, we can't lighten this character up. If we do that, we're going to fuck it up and people are going to be pissed. And and then of course we have Bernthal coming back as Punisher.
Right.
You wouldn't have thought that was going to happen. I mean, his character, that when you first saw his appearance in Daredevil, would you think he would have fit anywhere in the MCU? No.
And a lot of that came from in the sense of what happened as a result of the strikes. Like once they did, there was no way Bernthal was ever coming back in what they were trying to do. And even going back to what the whole thing we were talking about, like Netflix, was it canon? Was it really canon? That all goes back to kind of the war between Marvel Television back then versus what Marvel Studios is, and Jeff Loeb versus Kevin Feige, who there is no love lost between both of them.
It wasn't just Jeff Loeb. It was primarily Ike Perlmutter, because he was the one.
Yeah.
Oh, is that okay? Well,
Perlmutter, yeah.
But either way, that guy,
that guy.
he was. Yeah, he was he was fighting Kevin a lot of the ways, but Kevin just got more and more control of everything.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a double-edged sword, because the more control that Kevin got, I think it's more that Kevin and his people were stretched, and it shows. Like after Endgame, like with all the different Disney Plus stuff and everything else, like you're kind of stretched, and you have to scratch your head, like how was Love and Thunder allowed to happen? At the level that it was, But like, and it's not even that. Love and Thunder is not necessarily so much a fumble. It's a questionable fumble, because you can argue for better or worse, but Ragnarok helped kind of revive the franchise. And then in one movie, all of the momentum was lost. Like
they got Taika. Taika got to double down.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like what's funny, because like I was not the biggest fan of Ragnarok.
I know.
And then when I watched the Love and Thunder, I went, oh, now I respect Ragnarok more, because it felt like when Taika came in, when he came in, like Ragnarok has a consistent vision of what it was wanting to be. Love and Thunder, I don't know what the fuck they were even trying to go for there. Like it just felt like a long Saturday Night Live sketch. I was like, you just lost the vision right here. Like, so when I remember watching Love and Thunder, and I was like, I'm gonna watch Ragnarok, and I watched it, I was like, he had a clear vision from start to finish right here, and I respect that. I might not like everything, but I actually liked it more after watching Love and Thunder, because that thing was just a fucking piece of shit.
Fucking waste of time.
Yeah, no, and I know Phil's thoughts on Ragnarok in general are just, but I mean, I don't hate Ragnarok personally, but I will say even when it came out, the pacing for me was all over the map. Like I felt it was
It's still
definitely
messy.
I felt it was basically two movies fighting for the main plot essentially too. And from what I heard, when that movie was being put through the ringer when it was being made, like there was a lot of editing last minute. There was back and forth, and then once the movie was a success, they might have just been like, yeah, man, like you're more like. Then they gave him more free reign, which was not the best decision to make at that time. But he's also was probably coming. I think he was also coming off of Jojo Rabbit at the same time too. So they were probably just like,
Which was
yeah,
actually
like
a good movie.
Yeah, that was
man-
outstanding.
That
Yeah.
man is the laziest filmmaker in Hollywood working today.
Yeah, but I
Oh
mean,
my
you
God.
see Jojo Rabbit. You watch.
What about
Jojo Rabbit,
J.J.
you go,
Abrams?
Oh.
JJ.
Dude, how high is that bar?
It's not high. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out. I'm not
J.J.
trying to defend
Abrams-
Taika. I'm just also adding to the
Yeah.
list.
J.J. Abrams,
I,
he does good work, but then, man, it's like, what the fuck have you done lately?
I'd like
Yeah.
to get paid that amount of money to do
Yeah.
nothing.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, to not make anything. I
Stepped
think
into an
that's-
executive producing role, unlike Taika, who just turns out garbage after garbage. But
Yeah.
Tell us
I
how
don't
you
know.
really feel, Phil.
do you want me to? I can. I believe me. I can.
He's ready
don't
to
have
go, man.
time.
Implore you.
I mean, I know, and I don't want to ruffle anyone's feathers, but that dude should stay far and away from Akira. That man.
Oh,
my
yeah,
God,
he was
yeah,
supposed
no.
to. He was
No, no,
supposed to be
no.
like
Yeah,
tackling
I
that,
forgot about
right?
that.
We're talking about the guy who fell asleep working behind the scenes on these fucking movies, dude. We're talking about the guy who fell asleep
You know
getting
what?
his Oscar and thought it was cute. It's like, dude, we're talking about the same guy who clowned the own visual effects crew that worked on his fucking movie. Could you be any more of a narcissistic ass clown?
I know. It was like when you saw that shot of
Challenge
there was like a
accepted.
behind the scenes video of Chris Hemsworth, fucking with of Taka, like asleep. And then it was funny because I was hearing things too, and like the thing that I heard from my buddy, who was like working it, he goes, "Oh, you know why he fell asleep? He was coming down from his high." I was like, "Oh,
Yep. Yeah, sounds about right.
yeah." I was like, "Oh, he was coming down from his high. That's why." And I was like, "Oh shit, really?" It was like, "Yeah, yeah." He's a big.
I don't know.
He likes him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I don't know about any of that. And when I
Tomorrow, all the trades reporting.
Who
Dave, the
knows?
film
Like I
junkie,
said,
saying that
all
Taika
hearsay.
Waititi.
All hearsay.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that.
Dude,
that
when people tell me he's the funniest filmmaker working today, I said, yeah, because he's a fucking joke.
I'm like, he's not funny.
He's not. Not at all.
But
I don't
again,
know.
I thought Jojo Rabbit was a really good movie.
Yeah.
That's
I
what's
mean,
so
I'll be
crazy.
honest. His
Yeah.
his TV stuff, I do like. I like What We Do in the Shadows. I like.
Yeah,
I've
that
heard
is-
that.
that type of
I've heard
stuff.
that's a really good series too.
That type of
I-
stuff, yeah, I would say is funny. Cinematically, he hasn't really done anything funny to me. That includes Thor: Love and Thunder, whatever the hell that was
Oh,
supposed
God.
to be.
There's, I
Uh,
mean,
I've
there's
seen
Jojo
far.
Rabbit,
I've seen
there's-
far worse than Thor: Love and Thunder. It wasn't a great movie. I will agree with you on that. But
Yeah.
that's like that is an era where we got a little. We read the tea leaves wrong on
Yes.
that one.
Yeah. No, I mean,
And even Chris Hemsworth said, "Yeah, probably didn't.
Probably should bring it back.
Probably
to
should have
the
reined
base.
that in a little bit more."
Yeah.
yeah,
It was what Chris said. He goes, "We had too much fun
Yeah.
making that movie."
Oh,
I'm like,
there's the fun police again, Dave.
There's the fun.
I mean,
And Chris Hemsworth did. He got freaking, he juiced himself up pretty good. He had his, butt shot in there. He got his little nude scene. And then it was like, all right, dude, reel it in. This is now, you had Russell Crowe in a skirt. And, which is fine. It's whatever because, obviously they're going, but Russell Crowe was just like, what is this?
if you had told me on paper, oh, they have Russell Crowe as Zeus, I've
Yeah.
been like, great, let's see what they do with that. And I would
Holy-
not have pictured that. Look,
Don't watch
I
What
can't-
If.
yeah,
See what he does
I
next with
can't.
it.
Oh God, I don't want to. I can't speak
Oh,
to the
man.
behind the scenes stuff. I do agree with Phil. Him shitting on the VFX people during like a GQ thing, that was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I think
Ego on
that
you.
I like his other movies to a degree, and I like his TV productions. Just stay away from.
Oh, I'll say it. I don't like him at all. I think he's terrible.
No, and that's totally fair too, because I don't think that he's got the best standing behind the scenes from what I've seen and from what I've heard. I'm just talking how I view his work. You know, I have mixed opinions on James Gunn as well. But like, no, but like, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, don't let him touch any more comic book properties.
Or Star Wars.
Yeah, let him touch Star Wars. Remember, he's doing a Star Wars movie.
Well, Kathleen.
That's
Well,
not
see,
happening.
what happens is
I'm with you on that
no,
one.
no.
That ain't happening.
No. What happens is
Fucking
Kathleen
way
Kennedy
that's
has this really great formula where someone will make a successful movie. She hires that person, and then the next movie they make is complete garbage, and then that project will just sort of fade away. That's
I mean, I know he directed one of the Mandalorian episodes, and I'm like, okay, fine, but
I
he's
mean,
not going to be. He's not going to be directing.
Very obvious which one he directed.
Yeah, which I didn't mind. The one thing I didn't mind with this episode was when he had two stormtroopers kind of like shooting the shit, and I was like, yeah, what do the stormtroopers do?
And then he had him Kit Grogu.
Yeah, but then of course, they had that.
Like, what the heck are we doing?
Fuck that was bullshit.
For the most part, it was just like
Lord.
the only thing I really liked was the fact that you had like two like stormtroopers kind of like. It's like, yeah, what do the stormtroopers like? What do they talk about? I mean, they're human beings underneath that armor that doesn't protect them from shit. Like, what are we doing here? So I was like, I appreciate that. Like at least they approached like that, or he did. But as a most part, I'm like, do not make a full-on Star Wars movie, please. Do not do that.
No. Oh, hey, real quick while we're on Star Wars, because we talk everything here. Is Skeleton Crew almost done? I haven't watched anything of it.
2 more
I
episodes.
haven't watched anything. 2 more episodes. I'm about to reactivate my Disney Plus, so I'm gonna probably catch up on that. I heard it's good. It's decent, right?
I've heard it's fine. Like people seem to be.
I like Jude Law.
Yeah, they say it's okay. Like, I mean, I haven't heard overwhelmingly negative, but I haven't also heard really like super positive. But I've heard like, yeah,
it's not
like
the Acolyte apparently.
It feels like it.
Well, the Acolyte.
Do you guys like Amblin Entertainment?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So it's like
it feels like
Spielberg.
Do you like the Goonies?
Goonies and Star Wars. There you go.
Like
like
Goonies. It's kids. I mean, that when I saw the trailer, I was like, yeah, this seems like this is directed by Steven Spielberg kind of thing. Like this is like 80s into 90s Steven Spielberg kind of feel. Yeah,
Bryce
that's what it
Dallas
felt like.
Howard
For me.
needs to give a Star Wars series. I'm just saying it.
Yeah. I'll
she
watch
needs a Star Wars series.
Yeah. And I honestly, it's like I said, because I know how Phil feels about the show, but like I just feel that Acolyte personally, it sucks because I feel that Acolyte, from my personal opinion, is that it had a lot of good ideas, and there was potential there. I still feel like the execution was just kind of all over the map. However, whatever fight choreography they have going on there, I hope that they keep those people on, and that can be utilized in some other Star Wars project if they ever go back to, say, the High Republic or even the Old Republic. If that even ever ends up happening, I'd like to see,
God willing,
those people get involved in some way. But my overall problem with Star Wars, I think, just still kind of goes back to Kathleen Kennedy. There has been a lot of good stuff underneath. I'm still very much anticipating Andor season 2. I just hope that it lives up to season 1 and completes what I think will be a good trilogy, which is Andor 1 and 2, and then Rogue One. So yeah, I think that'll be cool.
Andor never got made.
Why? Oh yeah, are you not big on Andor?
Not really. No, like I understand why people like it, but when you've got Tony Gilroy out there going, not really a huge fan of Star Wars, but I'm gonna do Andor. I'm just like, why the fuck would you say something like that? That's so...
I agree.
Yeah, in this day and age, you can't say stuff like that out loud.
Right.
Like,
Right.
Even if it's true.
Well, and it's weird because now, admittedly to Tony Gilroy's defense, in my personal opinion, that's worked in this scenario. Him not being a fan of it and bringing this kind of serious tone and stuff worked perfectly for me. That's not always the case. You see a lot of that at Marvel where, I'm not a fan of this or this comic or this whatever, but we're going to make the movie and then...
Yeah, but Marvel and Star Wars are two different things, okay? And, I think that when it comes to Star Wars, here's the beauty of Star Wars is like there's so many other pockets of what makes Star Wars Star Wars. You have the underbelly that involves like the Han Solos and your Boba Fett's, your other, scoundrel characters. You've got the Force, you've got the Jedi and the Sith, and that's all gravy too. And then you've got like the most not touched upon thing, which is like, the nitty gritty of the Empire and the Resistance and all this shit. And frankly, that's just one corner I really don't give a fuck about. I'm not saying it's bad.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's great, but I'm just saying like it's just one corner that again,
You don't care.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
and that's totally gravy. So when it came to Rogue One, I think that is like the lowest of the low of the movies. It is
Okay.
it is a
Interesting.
mess of a movie. Number one,
I
number
can
two,
get that.
A little bit of
Yeah.
a mess. I can see
It's-
that, but I still really like it.
and
I
that's
certainly like
fine. I get why
Yeah.
people like it, but to me,
Yeah.
I'm just like, fuck, this movie's so boring, and these characters are uninteresting, and there's no
You're actually
No, I
not
get it,
as
I
much
get it.
alone in that. You're not as
No,
much
there
alone
isn't-
as you
no.
think.
like none
No,
of
I
those characters are connectable in almost any way whatsoever. And
I
then
think
we
that's
get
what I
we-
liked about it.
and the thing is just like when you get to Andor, people are like, "Oh man, finally more Andor," and I'm just like, "Why? We know where the fuck he ends up. He ends up dead on Scarif. What's the fucking point?"
Oh, it's gonna have that twist.
I
that'll
mean,
change
we know
everything.
where Anakin ends up, but we got
Yeah,
people-
true.
I'm
Good
I'm
point.
sorry, but
Yeah, exactly.
fair
If you
point.
can tell a good enough story in that in between and stuff, that changes. Because I had a lot of people too that were saying the same thing that had no interest in Andor because it's like he's dead. Why should I care? And then they watch 3 or 4 episodes. They get to the prison sequence and they're going, "Yeah, we're in. This is really compelling. This somehow makes it's almost kind of like what Furiosa did for Mad Max. Mad Max was
Right.
already a great film. But now you go and watch Mad Max with that, and you see that scene of Charlize Theron falling in the dirt, sand, and all that. There's a whole movie behind that scene now that you see that just makes it so much more impactful.
hold on. I want to ask two things. One is for Phil and one is for you guys in general because I mean again I think it all does come down to execution at the end of it. But Phil, when it comes to Rogue One and Andor, are you coming? And again, I'm totally okay with your opinions and everything and putting it out there. But are you? And again, I'm going to be asking myself this when it comes to maybe the new Superman movie. Is it more that do you consider Rogue One and Andor to be bad badly made Star Wars products, or is it more that you're just saying, oh, this isn't for me personally as a Star Wars fan because it's not a thing about Star Wars that I particularly care about?
I will never say there is no bad Star Wars. Okay, this is
Okay.
definitely, as Chris loves to say, not my tempo for
Not
sure.
your tempo.
I, it's nothing personal against anyone who works on that shit. I do think that a $290 million budget for a 12 episode season is
That's
absurd.
ridiculous.
like people were up in arms about Acolyte costing $180 million. I'm like, where
Yeah.
the fuck is this outcry for Andor? Like,
I think,
Yeah,
and
it's
again,
real.
and again,
Shit
I
looks
want
good though. It does look pretty. That little.
I was gonna
face
say-
they
I was
had,
gonna say,
I'm not gonna lie.
when I
Not
watch the
enough.
Andor show, I can see where the money went. I can't
Yeah.
say the same thing about Acolyte. At least that's my perspective.
That
But
is true. Yeah.
Yeah,
But hold on, the
Acolyte
other-
did look cheaper.
the second
Yeah.
thing I wanted to ask, just to put this out in the ether with you guys, because this pertains to Mad Max Furiosa. I think it definitely pertains to Star Wars more so, but I want to say it's overall because we live in a time where, let's just be honest, like the companies are milking the IPs as much as they can to a degree. So if
Absolutely.
there's something to gain,
What?
like,
They
oh,
never do
here,
that.
right? No, but like my thing is when we were growing up in from the 80s into the 90s and into the 2000s, I definitely feel that there was this thing about movies where something would be talked about or something would kind of go unsaid, and there was a thing in the air of like not unresolved but like a something like, again, it's like you were saying, Austin, like when she lands in the sand from a place that was supposed to be the green, and you can tell that there's this whole backstory that we missed out on, but it is kind of okay when we're watching Fury Road to be like, oh man, there is a whole story behind her that we don't really know, but man, she's suffering, and you can feel it because Charlize Theron sells that character so well. Like if the Furiosa movie didn't exist, I
We'd be
think
okay.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. And I guess what I'm propositioning to you guys is, I guess it depends. It might just be a project to project type analysis, but do you guys feel that we need to have every backstory told? Like one of my favorite sequences in Jaws, other than all the shark and the boat stuff, is we never really know why Chief Brody is afraid of the water, but we kind of know that something happened to him when he was younger, because
And do we need a backstory from it?
right?
Do we need to see it?
They're sharing the
Yeah,
scar
yeah.
stories,
Into it.
and you see a scar on his sleeve, and he does, or on his arm, and he doesn't say anything. And it's like,
Yeah.
do we need that story told, or is it just good enough that we have that inclination that something happened, and that's good enough? You know,
It's such a weird thing, because like,
That's a great question.
It is a great question,
Yeah.
because in some senses, like, yeah, it is cool just to have the mystery of like, oh yeah, there's something here, and there's just enough story there to be like, oh yeah, something happened in this character, something, do I need to see it? No. But I would say that, I mean, it's hard to be like, because as we move along, it's like, obviously they're going to try to capitalize on these, on all this kind of stuff. And I don't mind them going, oh yeah, if they attempt to tell that story, fine. But does it always work? No. I think like in Furiosa's case, like when it comes to that, it was cool to actually see that, because I really enjoyed Furiosa. And it was funny too, because when I tuned into Phil's stream, and he had that like number 4 or number 3 or something like that, and I was like, man, Furiosa was almost on my list. But I just was like, just some of the other movies that I had on my top 10 list were I just liked them better. But I was like, man, Furiosa almost made the list. And I'm like, man, how underrated was that? Because even though, like, yeah, maybe it wasn't necessary, and there were things that, and maybe like the best bet that, what's his name? Who directed it? God damn.
George Miller.
George Miller.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to. I mean, I know he wanted to do that first. He wanted to do a Furiosa like movie first.
And then
At
Fury
one point,
Road, yeah.
yeah, as opposed to just doing like Mad Max. He already had like the character in mind. He wanted to do it first, but then of course, studio was like, no, we need Mad Max. So when you watch Fury Road, it's like, yeah, Mad Max, it's Mad Max Fury Road. But at the same time, when you watch Fury Road, it is a Furiosa movie. I think she's more of like the star, and he's kind of like this outsider who's like a part of it. So then I think George Miller really he was all about this character. So then when he was given the opportunity, instead of doing like the sequel, he was like, no, I want to tell this story that I wanted to tell first. So I don't know. It's always such I mean, it's one of those things where not necessarily do we need to see it, but I think like when it comes to, if you're going to look at something like that in particular, that's the filmmaker going, hey, there is something here and I already have it written. So, it was like, I don't know.
It's one of those stories where you have to think about like, at what point does it serve the interest of it? Like, I'll take Creature Commandos.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even just like we have no physical connection to these characters. Like, it's not just a character development. It changes the motivations behind these characters at that point. Now, to your example with, Chief Brody, does it do anything that furthers the story along? Does it do anything that we have to do? I know someone brought up in the chat saying, like, do we need to know the backstory of the briefcase in Pulp Fiction? Right. Interesting, but sometimes it's that era of mystery that just says the story in our head of what we could be, maybe just better, and that's the whole point.
I love the theories about that, too. You
right.
see the gold light, and everybody's like, oh,
not every story has to be told.
Yeah, Tarantino's like, I'll never tell either. I know what's in the briefcase. I'll never tell.
He was like, I'll never tell. I mean, I've gone down rabbit holes of like, Ving Rhames' character, he's the devil, and the reason why he wears a Band-Aid on the back of his neck because it's covering 666 tattoo or some shit like that. I mean, there's so many theories, and like the gold is like a soul or something like that. There's a lot of theories out there, but that's what's great. Again, going back to like what I was talking about when it came to Heretic, is the ending of that. When you see the ending, you go, what? That's it? What? Oh, shit. And then you start talking to people. How did you perceive that? Oh, I perceived it as this. It's like, what? And I like that. I like that we could do that. But I think, some people, and, sometimes there's even with me, with a lot of people, it's like sometimes you just kind of need that. Oh, what does that actually mean? I need to know. But there is something fun about talking with people, and I don't know. It could be hit or miss. Some people just hate it that it's so like open ended when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Even if it's a character and then there's like a backstory, it could be open ended where people just go like, oh, okay, something happened, cool. But then there's some people going, I want to see that, and I think. I don't know. I just like, sometimes it doesn't work and sometimes it does. And I don't know. It's it's really in the eye of the beholder, I guess, So,
Yeah. No, I know.
yeah.
I just wanted to put that out there and just ask, because I've been
Yeah.
noticing it's been more so an issue for me lately, because it just feels like a lot of people are making certain things for the cash. I don't put Furiosa in that category, but like, that this sort of cash grab mentality to be like, hey, let's tell that story. And it's like, but did you really want to tell the story?
I think sometimes it can be a cash grab, like, hey, let's try to like do this, and then they force something, and it could be just shit. But what I was saying is like, when it came to George Miller, he wanted to tell the Furiosa story first, but then the studio was like, no, it's got to be Mad Max. But then like when you watch Fury Road again, it's like it is more of a Furiosa story, and there is a lot of backs. You're like, what? How did we get here? There's a lot of things here that. Oh, okay, these storytelling, and then when you watch Furiosa, you go,
right. And I think that's like the execution work, the story of that work. He did everything right to where it just fits so well. I think another good
storyteller he is.
Yeah. I think another good example, to keeping it within the Star Wars stuff, is like the Solo movie, right?
Yeah.
Did we need to see the Kessel Run? No. At the same time, I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it.
Don't you dare slander Solo. Oh my!
I'm not.
I get what he's saying. I'm right there with Austin. Yeah.
The balance where it's like I didn't need to see that, but I liked it. I liked the movie. I liked what they did and stuff. I think at the time,
but here's the difference. Here's the difference. Whereas Rogue One was based off of one single line of dialogue in A New Hope of, these fucking rebels risked their lives to get the plans of the Death Star. Okay, we know that story. The Kessel Run is a very specific thing pertinent to Han Solo, and it's always brought up about Han Solo. I did the Kessel Run, and they say, he did the Kessel Run in 14 parsecs, and he's always quick to go 12. How the fuck does that happen?
Right.
There's genuine intrigue there, as opposed to these band of rebels died getting the plans to the Death Star.
I mean, I kind of, again, I see the balance in both. If that, like, I agree with you, but then Rogue One made me care about that story and all of that. Whereas Han Solo, for me, I think the biggest thing about Han Solo is the character and that mystery of the character from the original films of. He's this, this guy that's done there's a legend almost about him and stuff of all these stories and things of Han Solo, what's true, what's not.
When the legend becomes fact, you print the legend.
But see, that's the thing. It's all about the execution too, because if we want to talk about Rogue One being like messy, which it was because it had reshoots and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, Solo
had the directors. The directors got fired, or not fired, but let go. And then Ron Howard came in to clean it up. So, I mean, we're talking about like that's even more of a mess.
We're talking about
at
two
the same
movies
time, it still all worked out. I thought in both.
I thought they both worked out.
Both of them,
I agree with Phil, but at the same time, like that's actually been my bigger issue with Kathleen Kennedy too, is that like, and this extends to just recently, the Dial of Destiny. The reason why a lot of these movies also are bombing on top of not. Yeah, I mean, I think Solo worked way more obviously than Dial of fucking Destiny for sure. But I think like one of the reasons why Dial of Destiny bombed as big as it did is because they ballooned the budget to like, what was it, like over $300 million because of reshoots and shit. Like it was just it's just like Kathleen Kennedy. I don't think she's managing the properties like very well and everything. And again, I think it's partly her. I think it's definitely Disney for sure. I think there's definitely there's equal blame there, but like they are, with the exception of the Grogu movie, they are fucking terrified of putting out a new Star Wars film.
Dude,
Like-
when you said Dial of Destiny, I was like, what are you talking about?
I
That's how forgettable that fucking movie was, dude. I literally was like,
That
what?
movie
I
was
was like,
such
oh
shit.
shit, Indiana Jones, the recent one. That's how fucking unforgettable that movie was.
The only positive for me as an Indiana Jones fan from that movie that came out of it coming out was that for years, and again, it is not a perfect movie, but I've always said that Crystal Skull was a decent Indiana Jones
It
movie.
was a decent one after
And
Dial.
after
with you.
Dial,
I'm with you.
yeah, everyone's
Dude.
like, man, Crystal Skull did this better, did this
And
better.
I've been
I'm
like, I've
yeah.
been saying this
so
since
many things
2008. I mean, maybe it's because
Dude,
I'd seen that movie as a kid.
I will
but,
defend
like,
Dial of Destiny up and down. It
Oh,
was
Get
a
out,
bad-
Chris.
I will.
No.
I'll defend it. I'm
Get out.
not saying it's a perfect movie. I'm an Indiana Jones fanboy beyond belief. That was a way better ending for the character than they ever did with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
No
I mean,
way.
I'll give you some of
way.
that.
I'll be
Again,
honest.
that's my
Okay,
opinion. Not trying to stir up anything. I'll
If
leave it
we're
at that.
talking like the
I still haven't seen it.
ending,
Phil, don't.
I'll give
Don't.
you that.
I'm telling you right now.
I mean,
But
look,
at the
here's a
same
hot
time-
take. I've never really been an
Oh.
Indiana Jones fan to begin with, so
Well, there you
That's
go.
fair
That's a hot
too.
take.
Like,
It's
there it
not
is.
your
Makes
thing.
sense.
it's not everyone's cup of tea. Oh,
Yeah.
real quick, just side note while we are talking about it, I have not played it yet because it hasn't come to
It's great.
PlayStation. But has anyone touched The Great Circle? I've
It's
heard.
great.
I've been hearing good
Yes.
things.
Oh, so good.
Okay, so it takes place between.
It washed the Dial of Destiny out of my mouth.
Hold on. So the Great Circle takes place between Raiders and The Last Crusade, right? Right, Chris?
Yes.
That's the timeline.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. I've heard Troy Baker's performance is very good. I know
It's
Harrison
uncanny.
Ford gave him good praise and everything, which I
Mhm.
like. I love that. One thing I'll say about Harrison Ford, he is very supportive of his co-stars. I know he went on the press tour. I wasn't a fan. As much as I like Solo, I was not a fan of that guy's performance as Han Solo. It's not
But he
what
did
I
come out and
pictured.
support him. Yeah.
Yeah, but he still came out to support that guy, and I think that does show like good, like Harrison's a good guy from.
He's
from
got a
what
lot
I've
of
always seen.
class. He's got
Yeah.
class.
He also doesn't give a shit.
Which is great.
Nope.
Which
Yeah.
is
Am I getting
phenomenal.
paid?
I love that.
I'll say this
Purple
about
Hulk?
Great Circle, Paul. This is what Indiana Jones should be in the sense of the explorer digging into the past, having a little. I'm an explorer kind of in the sense of playing video games. Like, give me some fun open worlds. Yeah, give me some parameters, but exploring and delving into the history. I'm a former history teacher. This is something that's right up my alley, and it's what made me fall in love with Indiana Jones.
Great.
It's
Okay. I like to hear that.
it's I'm about maybe halfway through it, and I'm having a blast. But then again, I'm an Indiana Jones fan, but I'll also call out bad Indiana Jones stuff at that point, in my opinion. This, I was just praying it was going to be good. And then when I saw like reviews coming out from trusted people saying, wow, this is a lot better than I thought, it kind of surprised me. I was like, okay, there's something special here.
The only thing that throws me off as a gamer, and again, I want to preface, I am not a hardcore gamer. I am I wouldn't say I'm necessarily base level. I've played a lot of games. I own a lot of games. I own a lot of consoles, but like the first person perspective really threw me off from the trailers. Do you get used to that? Does it are you
I mean, yeah, I'd prefer seeing Indy all the way through, but you get used to it. It doesn't break the world for me.
Okay. Yeah, because I know a lot of my friends felt the same way that I did. They wanted, because I think also there were good Indiana Jones games where it was from the third perspective. The Emperor's Tomb, I think it was called, was a really good one back in the day. I'm not even counting the puzzle games and stuff from like Telltale, like way back, I believe. I'm talking like the Atlantis game, at least.
The point and click games. Oh God, that's my bread and butter.
Yeah, but those were.
What I love about it is it feels like within the lore of Indiana Jones, like there, for me, like there's the trilogy, and then there's the other two, the kind of older Jones films and stuff, and so like for me, it feels like within that trilogy, right? They talk a lot about the adventures of Indiana Jones and things that we didn't get to see in movie, and it doesn't feel like in the sense of like something they're trying to fill in or anything. It just feels like one of the adventures of Indiana Jones that we never got to go on.
Well, you know what eventually is going to happen.
And good
There's
writing. Good
like
writing.
Amazon's going to get the rights, or somebody's going to get Disney Plus. They're going to end up doing like a series, I think. Like,
I think Harrison Ford came out and said there won't be another Indiana.
You said that? There's no way
they'll do this game. They've
He-
already talked about how well this game is done. They'll do more of this.
I think he'll live on.
I'm okay with video games. That's fine.
He
There's
might
gonna
come back
be a
in animation. I think if this is successful, but I don't know that we'll see a recast of Indy.
I guarantee in our
Yeah.
lifetimes, I'm kind of with Dave. I think they will attempt. They will probably wait till Harrison dies, whenever that is. I hope not anytime soon.
Poor
Look, I'm being honest.
It's
but-
kind of like becoming like Keith Richards. Conventional
dare you.
weapons can't kill him.
Right, but but basically they will probably attempt it at some point, and they will try to do it.
And then
themselves.
Glenn Powell will be cast, and there we
Well,
go.
what's
Well,
gonna
remember
happen?
the rumor forever was that Chris Pratt would be the new.
Yeah.
new Indiana.
Yeah,
I like Chris
No.
Pratt, but no.
they're gonna try it. They're gonna try it in our lifetimes, but what I think will happen is it will, unless it's done very, very well, which I doubt, because you're talking about trying to encapsulate Spielberg in his prime, who
Right.
himself was encapsulating the youth of him watching those serial. Like, people don't understand how kind of a narrow special type of quality the original Indiana Jones was, because it's a boomer, a baby boomer director, encapsulating this primal feeling that he had as a kid watching these serials, as well as George Lucas, like them coming together and recapturing that.
A B
And,
movie
like-
elevated to A status.
Right. I mean, it's funny too, because like that's in some ways that's why, in terms of the original trilogy, I feel Temple of Doom is the weakest, because it's the one that feels closest to those old B movies, whereas I feel Raiders and Last Crusade kind of elevate it, basically.
Last Crusade's my favorite of the trilogy.
same.
Yeah,
I don't
it's a lot of people's favorite. For me, Raiders and Last are
Raiders
both
is the best if you want to think about like film. If you want to like study a film, you know,
Yeah.
that's like the movie
Yeah.
that you watch. But Last Crusade, I mean, it's just it's just that movie, you know.
It's the
I have
most
a
three. It's
special
the most
place
three. Sorry, I was gonna say
for-
it's the.
Go ahead.
I was reiterating with Dave. I was just saying that the Last Crusade is the most three-dimensional, because it fleshes Indy out, his past
Yeah.
and his future with his
Right.
dad. That's it. Anyway, awesome.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, it makes sense.
Well, yeah, exactly. It kind of like encapsulate the trilogy. But I know Temple of Doom gets a lot of shit. I actually
Yeah.
really love Temple of Doom, because again, the adventure, like, of, you know, because it takes place before Raiders of the Lost
Yeah,
Ark
it's
and stuff.
technically the first indie adventure, and
Yes.
it encapsulates him from being a old school kind of, like, you know, adventure seeker, and more so being a guy who is, you know, about restoring the artifacts and all,
Right.
and all that type of thing. Because even like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, that first thing, he's trying to get that gold idol, but he's doing it so that Belloc doesn't get it. You know,
Right.
like there's
Yep.
some kind of you know, like thing about that, basically. So it's like, all right, but
Conflict, or
yeah, I've always said too, talking just the Spielberg directed indie movies. Yeah, Temple of Doom has grown on me since I was a kid, because we always end up skipping Temple of Doom, because my mom couldn't watch it because she would get sick from the
It's
from
the
dinner
darkest
scene.
one. It's the most like hard
Yeah.
PG-13 one. I mean, you see a guy get his fucking heart like get pulled out.
Well,
Every...
the R
And
rating
set on
was
fire,
that was one of
yeah.
the reasons the R rating was established.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's a terrific movie in the sense of being like if it walked so that the Mummy could run. You know,
Yeah.
like it is that
True,
B movie.
true.
I think a lot of my problem with the movie, it's just mean. I just
It
don't
is.
I just don't appreciate
Yeah.
it because it's mean and it kind of.
But you got
What was
short
it? What-
round, man.
I know
Yeah.
there's short round and everything. I'm not saying the whole
Short
movie.
round.
I'm not even going to call it a dumpster fire
No,
at
no.
all. I get what it was trying to do, but there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes personally for both Steven Spielberg and George
Yeah,
Lucas.
they were both
that-
they were both going through divorces at the
Yeah,
time. If I remember
and it's
correctly.
just
so, yeah,
it's
so
a
it shows.
complete like it's. I just don't like it because it's very mean in the sense of how they're doing certain things, how their portrayal of certain things, and it's just.
I
like,
see
yeah,
what you're saying.
I
do
just
see what you're
I just
saying.
don't like it because of that. When the rest of Indiana Jones is not like that.
I will say honestly, because I've watched so I have this sort of ritual because being in Cape Cod, I do many things to counteract seasonal depression, and and no kidding, like a couple years ago, and definitely during the pandemic, I just have a tradition where I will go through the indie films because they make me feel better. Even Temple of Doom to a degree, but that's usually I watch them out of order, and I'll maybe do Temple of Doom like last as a kind of a thing. But now I'll watch them in order now. But I will say that third act where like Indy is finally out of the brainwashing and everything, and Short Round has saved him and stuff like that. Him coming back to the mines and punching that guy like it's so stupid, but it's great.
Mhm.
Him punching that guy and freeing the fucking kids, and Short Round punching the shit out of the prince, like that makes me feel good. Like
Absolutely.
there is goodness in the movie. It just takes longer to get there.
Mhm.
That's the problem. Or and again, I've said arguing with my friends about, because obviously in my opinion, I consider Temple of Doom and Crystal Skull the lesser of the Spielberg ones, and obviously the other two are the better ones. But I've even said to many people, I've said, I think Temple of Doom has the 80s nostalgia aspect to it, and like it makes the film like more digestible with the rest of the Indiana Jones movies. But I still say that Crystal Skull is the better story, more so because it's about something, because he's getting older, he's losing all of these things, and then by the end of the movie he gains back his reputation and he gains a wife and a son, and like so it kind of comes back to full circle, I feel.
Well, it ties into the theme in the sense of like what's the era at that point. That's what the movies did really well with, in the sense of even with Crystal Skull. It's like at the 50s, 60s, the 50s, like sci-fi. Aliens, when it's really not aliens. People keep on understanding, oh, it's aliens. No, it's not aliens. It's interdimensional stuff. It has nothing to do with aliens. That's
right. But
one of the common misconceptions about that whole thing.
Right, but even then, in the 1950s, like Alien Invader type thing, that was sort of like the serials of that time.
And then of course the nuclear bomb stuff.
Mhm.
And all.
Yeah, look,
Remember, hide out in your
in the
refrigerators,
fridge.
kids.
I know, that's why I got to buy a bigger fridge.
Yep.
No,
back to what I talked
there are
about earlier.
scenes. There are scenes that take me out of the movie. The fridge being one of them. The monkeys scene doesn't bother me as much because that.
What
whole,
you like Shia LaBeouf swinging like Tarzan?
So honestly,
It's a good comedic moment. I enjoy that.
Yeah, I don't hate Mutt Williams, like because he's supposed to be a semi annoying. He's a fucking 17-year-old biker kid. He's supposed to be kind of annoying.
Yeah,
like that's kind of the point.
It works.
Mhm.
If they had been smart, the fifth movie should have been his swan song, and they should have had it be about Mutt versus Short Round in being the adoptive son versus the real son, and again, I only wish that Key had gotten popular and famous a year prior, because that fifth movie would have been the focus. It would have been him and Short Round, and hopefully Mutt, and like they could have recast Shia, because I know Shia is a more controversial figure now, obviously, in his behind the scenes stuff that he's done, but like all you need to do is show one picture of like young Shia and Indy like on a motorcycle or something, and like one of their studies, and that's it. And then you either the older version is Chris Pratt or Glenn Powell or whoever, and then you utilize that. You can even make a joke that like Mutt has been like helping him out over the years, but he's still kind of incapable. Whereas like Short Round, true to life, Key could be the one jumping around doing all of the high kicks.
Crying
and
out loud, do you
everything.
see that new movie he's in?
Yeah,
Love Her. That looks like it's gonna
Rod.
be great. I can't wait for that movie. He's gonna be killing it, man.
No, I mean,
already...
like, but when okay, so last thing about the Indiana Jones is like when it comes to Crystal Skull, is like when you watch the opening and the way Spielberg films the the introduction of the introduction of Harrison Ford back in this hat, and he picks up the hat. You see the shadow, and the way that he just films it, it's giving me goosebumps just even thinking about it. It's so beautifully shot because it's fucking Steven Spielberg. He knew exactly how he was going to shoot the reintroduction of Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones. It's so fucking beautiful. It's so beautiful. I don't remember really seeing a shot. Was there a shot like that?
If Spielberg and Lucas had approached Crystal Skull exactly the same, more or less, I would have changed the friend of his going back. I know they were trying to make a point about communism and stuff, and the Red Scare, and him going back and forth between being a communist and being a and I mean, I think that guy was just selling out to whoever would give him the treasure, basically. But like, if from a aesthetic practicality, if they had worked on and made that movie the way that George Miller had made Fury Road, that movie would have been considered a lot better, I think, or would have gone over better because it would have felt more real, which is what you're supposed to feel with Indy. Even though it's completely gobbledygook nonsense, the blood looks and feels real. Like, that's why Temple of Doom works in being so mean, because you feel like Harrison's really getting the shit kicked out of him, or like all this other stuff, like, it's just, I don't know, it feels more like in your face. When the Nazi in Raiders gets his face taken up by that propeller, like that's great stuff. Like that's what you want to see in Indy. So
that's what you want to see. But I know, Phil, you're going to be taking off, and also Chris.
Yep.
Yeah.
My allergies are fucking me up too bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's probably partially, whatever's going around too.
Yeah, could be that too. I don't know, but thanks again for having me on. It's always a blast getting to chat with you guys about this stuff.
Sure.
Always,
man.
Everyone, take care.
Phil, I have to ask one question. What is the Batman little? Is it Funko? It doesn't look Funko. What's
I think
that?
I think it's a mini Funko.
It's a mini Funko. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got
there
it
you go.
years
Dude,
ago.
I got one of these, like my mom got me. It's like literally in the box. It's so mini.
Goodness gracious.
It's in the box. Yeah, you can't even see it.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, it's Batman the Animated Series
There you
Funko,
go.
like in a mini little box that you can, I guess you could hook up onto like a keychain or something too. But yeah,
Okay.
this is super mini. That's mini. This is super fucking. This is like micro machine. Anyway,
Micro mini. There you go.
yeah, micro mini. So, but anyways, promote what you guys got to promote.
Yeah. You mentioned my show earlier. I really appreciate that. Friday Phil, every Friday, I just talk a bunch of nerd shit every single Friday, 4:00 Pacific Standard Time. The Creature Commandos DC Studios podcast has our final episode next week for the finale of Creature Commandos. Myself and Andy, who's not here, but he's here sometimes. I also do the Eternal Night, a Batman podcast. I write stuff for Multiverse of Color. I'm on the Council of Creators every Wednesday. And is there anything else? I feel like I'm missing something. Am I missing something? No, I'm not missing anything. I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Vero, Threads, Instagram.
You almost said it.
I know, I did. You're right. I almost did, because it's very close to Threads in that way.
Yeah.
But Vero, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky. Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Thanks for having me. Happy New Year. Hope everyone enjoys their weekend.
better,
I'm going to a convention tomorrow. I kind of have to.
Happy New Year, man. Yeah.
But much
All
love,
right.
gentlemen. Take care.
Take it easy, Phil.
take care.
And then,
Take care,
of course, Chris.
Yep, as always, thank you, Dave. Always good chatting at the start of the new year with everyone. And but yeah, you can catch me on all the socials at Chris Balga. You can follow me, catch me on Thursday nights on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel, Marvel Alliance, Thursday nights at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. This week, my co-host and I talk about the last 3 episodes of What If and breaking down the Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man trailer at that point. And you can catch me tomorrow on the Brave and the Boys channel as we do the OPB weekly buyer's guide. So check out all the collected editions that are coming out.
Yeah,
Just
I
curious,
hear that Darcy and Howard the Duck had a little.
I was just about to ask. Just curious, Chris, how are you feeling about What If season 3?
It season 2's better. The season 3 ranks the lowest for me. It goes 2, 1, 3.
There you go.
It's not the worst thing. It's just like meh. And
It's
it concerns me. It gives me pause because the showrunner for season 3 is who's leading up X-Men 97 season 3.
Yeah,
It gives me
I heard
Yeah.
about that, and I like.
So I'm not
e-
saying it's
even-
like
even
a
before season
referendum.
3
I'm just
came
saying.
out, yeah,
I'm gonna be
I-
cautious.
I'm very, very worried for X-Men 97 because that first season was just perfect, and
It was very
yeah,
great. It was
I'm very, very
great.
worried.
see
Oh,
what
well.
happens.
We'll see. But
All right, thanks, Chris.
y'all have a good
Always great
weekend.
talking. All right.
Same,
Have a
Chris.
good one, Chris.
Oh,
Take
Happy
care.
New Year.
But so Paul, I wanted to ask, well, both of you, how are you feeling about Jason Momoa as Lobo?
Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go for yeah.
Okay. How do I feel? Okay, so I have many.
We
conflicting-
both knew. Yeah, I'm ready for
Well,
this.
I have many conflicting feelings because I don't think it's bad casting. Some people say it's lazy, whatever, but I'm not gonna lie. Like when he was first being talked about, like Lobo was talked about back then. This was like
Yeah, right.
2016, so it's
Yeah,
like
it was a while ago.
I
yeah.
I
Even before that.
don't think he can. I don't think he'll be a bad Lobo. But like I said, there's two Jason Momoas in pop culture. There's Jason Momoa who wanted to try and be a more serious actor and was trying. And like again, Aquaman is a great example because you look at Aquaman and Zack Snyder's Justice League or even BVS Ultimate, right? And then you look at Aquaman 1, and again, they're both good for different reasons, and they both have their flaws. But like, I know that Momoa can pull off a serious. And again, I want to preface this. I understand that Lobo is not a very serious character. He is meant to be a satire of Wolverine. There's many different iterations of Lobo just being a goof. Like, I get it. I'm gonna put it to you this way. And again, not trying to shit on the Gunverse, but I would rather you give Momoa an Elseworlds Lobo R-rated movie than showing up in fucking Supergirl. Like I'm already like cringing at that thought. Like it would make sense because aliens and all that kind of stuff, and obviously like I forget the name of Lobo's race or how it's pronounced. Do you guys remember?
Yeah, don't
Chris,
they mention
Chris would
that?
probably know.
Yeah, I know he's gone now.
Yeah,
He's
Uh,
done.
but yeah, his race is pretty powerful. He killed most of his own race with a
Yeah,
science
yeah.
experiment gone wrong. When he was like in second or seventh grade, it was one of those like jokey origins. But like, yeah, he's his race pretty much is pretty invulnerable too. So it's like
Khazarian Slayer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Khazarnian Slayer. That's what
Right.
he's a Khazarnian Slayer. That's right. I think they mentioned that in the animated series when he shows up too.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, no,
they
no.
do.
They were
They do.
actually very, because that was like 96, 97, and he had only been in the comics for like a handful of years, like not even very long, and they were very true to the comic, and that's why I love DC animated universe. But yeah, I mean, and again, I'm putting it at a very high bar, but like if you were able to do like a segment like that, and maybe that's how Supergirl meets him, and they have to work together to get out of something, maybe there's something there. Like you could have fun, but I feel like he's just going to show up in like a last minute cameo at the end of the movie.
It's not going to be a cameo. I think it's going to be part of like a Woman of Tomorrow's story. I mean, he's going to.
Okay, that's right.
So-
He's doing.
Here's
Yeah.
my question, because like I'm literally going to pick up Woman of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
Tomorrow.
I still need to pick it up. I'm still behind.
Yeah,
But-
That
I
is-
have it like right there. So he's in the story.
Is he
not
in
a
the
big
comic
character.
book?
Yeah, he's in the story, but he's
Really?
not.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's not like a big character. It's just like it's because it doesn't take place on Earth. It's in the cosmos. So
Right.
it's like,
I had seen
it's
because
the
I'd
fact-
seen a theory where it's like Lobo could easily replace another character.
no, he's gonna
In that-
play the character that he's gonna.
In that not replace, but like take the place of there. Apparently, there's a Hunter character in the comic.
I think they
Yeah.
already have that character also in the story. I think you're talking about
Okay.
Krem. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No,
I don't,
Krem is the main villain.
that's the main. Okay, who am I thinking
Right.
of? Then? God damn, I can't remember. I still have.
Yeah.
I have it right there, but I've.
So
only,
let's all make a point to read the comic.
I know. Let's. Yeah, no, yeah.
We really
I know,
should at this
we're all
point.
here
like,
just like going. Wait a minute. We all have not really.
I'm
cracked
seeing
open the book.
I'm seeing like Rebecca Johnson just coming into frame
know.
and being like, really
Oh,
guys,
Gonna
like,
pop
really?
in. How dare you guys? Yeah, if she were here, she would totally educate. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but but he's he's in the story. He's definitely in
Okay.
the story. So it's the fact
That's
that
what I wasn't sure about, if he was in the
yeah.
comic or they were adding
So
him.
it's not going to be like an added thing, but
Okay.
it's just the fact that it's like, okay, so he's going to be there. He's happy about that. Cool. And he wanted to play the character cool. And then I'm like, going, okay, well, what future iterations is he going to be in too? Is like, are we going to see him in
Yeah.
a future Superman movie? Are we going to see him in a few,
Yeah.
and it's like, but at the same time, I'm like, and then you got, did you guys see that David Leitch, obviously John Wick director, John Wick guy, when he announced it on when Jason Momoa, of course, announced it on Instagram, David Leitch flat out said, "Hey, let's make a Lobo movie," and it's like, oh shit, are we getting a fucking Lobo movie also?
Now, hold on, just to clarify, because I want to make sure that I'm getting this right. David is also the same guy that did Deadpool 2 and Bullet Train.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Honestly,
You can see it, right?
I can very much see that.
If they make Lobo an R-rated movie and
Yes.
he's the guy that's directing it, yeah, on paper that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm still standing by. I'd rather it just be an Elseworlds project, but yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it depends. It depends how they utilize it. How they, again, it's all down
True.
to execution. That's
No.
I
I
mean,
mean,
I think it's gonna be-
the fact that he just like responded like that, I was
Yeah.
like, wait a minute, I don't think this is just gonna be a Supergirl thing. I think they and to be honest, I'm like, okay, because I remember like 6-7 years ago. Did you guys remember when like Michael Bay wanted to do a Lobo movie?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
that.
there was like an announcement that it was in
Yeah.
development, like one of the many developments that Warner Brothers was trying to do with DC.
I personally feel that Michael Bay is better when he has more grounded characters, when he works with like established IP. And again, I like Transformers 1, the original one from
Yes.
2007,
Of course.
but every other Transformers movie after that was like
It started to lose and lose.
oh yeah, it lost all momentum.
And it was weird because he did Pain and Gain in the middle, and I was like, dude,
But
this
that's what I'm
is
saying.
great.
Pain and
This
Gain is great. I haven't seen the
Ambulance.
I haven't seen Ambulance.
Also pretty good.
I was
Not
gonna see
bad.
it, but I guess Michael Bay even shit on his own movie after it came
He
out.
did.
He wasn't
It wasn't
a
the
fan of it.
best. It wasn't the best. But,
but,
it
It
was,
wasn't the best. I honestly, I think it's one of his better, again, because of the kind of grounded.
I don't know. I like the
I like-
that? Six Underground was great.
I haven't
Six
seen Six
Underground?
Underground. I
You
know.
liked that one? I was. Not a
I
fan.
thought it was insane. It was like that was Michael Bay, Bayisms, like 10
That
times.
was Bay unhinged.
Yeah,
Bay
it was
I like-
Bayism as Bayhem like crazy. Yeah.
For me, it's pretty much the Rock. That's like his.
The Rock is
you
the
know,
best.
Yeah, the
The
Rock.
best
Yeah.
one.
That's his
His
high
best.
bar. I like
Bad Boys,
I like the Island, honestly. Pain and
Yeah.
Gain and
underrated.
the original Transformers, pretty much. Those are, but I haven't seen the I forget the name of the movie. I think I have it on the Plex, but it's the John Krasinski movie with
Oh yeah,
movie.
the one about the real life about the soldiers.
You know what? That one wasn't bad either.
That was actually
13
really
hours.
good.
13 hours.
It was called
13 hours. I knew it had a number, but I was like, I'm gonna call
No,
it
it's a
13
good movie.
Soldiers. I'm like,
Good
it's
movie.
not that. Like my brain.
It doesn't have the crazy Bayhem as his normal movies because it's based on an actual thing.
It's
that
an
fucking
actual war
happened,
movie.
right?
Yeah. And he already tried that with Pearl Harbor. And
Yeah,
that
it was better than Pearl
take
Harbor.
over.
It was better than Pearl Harbor.
Oh God, I can't.
when
even,
you're a joke line in Team America for your film, like you've probably gone too far in a few places. I'll put it that way. But no, Bay to me is better when he has more grounded elements in his movies. Like, don't get me wrong, I think that I think he should have stayed on as some sort of action consultant for the Transformers movies. I just think that the story and a lot of the direction should have been handed off to somebody that wanted to get more of the story and the lore. Because like I didn't grow up with Transformers. I just missed it. I was a Ninja Turtle kid, but like I started looking in more to the lore once like that first movie kind of got me hooked a little bit, and I was like, oh man, they could do this. They could build up to
Right.
God, they could build up to Unicron. They can do all this, and instead
Was
it was
it just
like,
me, Paul? Did you see Rise of the Beasts?
No, so the only ones I've seen the first 3 Bay movies, and I saw Bumblebee. I mean, if we're talking Transformers in general, I've obviously seen the original animated movie that was kind of like the epilogue to like the original
So
show and stuff.
what was weird for me was that like Rise of the Beast was supposed to be like the, you know, it's within the Bay universe, but not directed by Bay and all this type of stuff.
Sorry,
I'm not
go
kidding
on.
you, dude. It literally felt like a Bay movie.
So I haven't seen Rise of the Beast. I heard it was decent. Me, and I'm talking just as a general audience
It was
fan.
better than Agent of Extinction and
Yeah.
Last Night, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, those Last Night was pretty much like the death gallows of Bay not giving a fuck anymore, which is fair. No, see, my thing is I really enjoyed Bumblebee, and what I thought that they should have done, or they should have utilized, is it was meant to be a prequel to the first Transformers movie, but in actuality, it kind of disrupted. I mean, there's really no. I mean, if we're being
like
honest,
a reboot.
it felt more like a reboot. And
Yeah.
what they should have done is they should have kept things in the 80s. They should have either utilized Haley. I mean, because she was just pretty much launching her career at that point. Like that was just one of the movies along her trajectory.
Spider-Verse came out the same year, so she was huge for that.
Right, Spider-Verse, and then on top of that, she's now doing Hawkeye stuff, and then I mean, depending on what they do with Young Avengers, that's a whole other ball game. But regardless, whether they could utilize her character or not, or just they should have taken it and focused more on Cybertron and all that stuff. And then I heard about Transformers 1, because with me the Beast movie for me felt like the wrong direction, because it was either Hasbro or some executive being like, well, it's kind of a reboot, but we're going to focus on the Beast Wars stuff because that's what sells. And it's like,
which, real quick, since Dave is back, I just want to ask, you saw Rise of the Beast, right?
Yes,
Dave?
I did.
Okay.
Did it not feel like a Bay movie to you?
It kind of did. It kind of did, but I was kind of bored with it. I don't know. There was like something that I was like, it felt there was something missing with it.
That's what I was telling Paul. It just felt
right.
more like it. The claim was it's in the same universe, but it's a reboot, and it's this. And that, but it felt very much like a Bay movie.
Yeah, it did feel Bayish.
They shouldn't have touched Beast Wars stuff. They should have literally just started again with Optimus and Megatron. Right. And then I heard about Transformers 1 and being focused on Cybertron, and I was like, perfect, great. And then it's like, and it's a full animated movie, and I was like, well, what kind of animation are we talking here? Are we talking like the first 5 minutes?
Produced by Nickelodeon.
Yeah. But here's the thing, which is funny about Transformers 1, because I saw the trailer for it and it looked like shit.
I do have to watch it.
But I've heard it's actually a decent movie.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
But the problem is that the enthusiasm for the franchise has fallen off so hard that
it is animated. Yeah. That's the thing. It doesn't have the same,
Well, I want to
because at the beginning of Bumblebee, when they show Cybertron, that was my favorite part of Bumblebee. Was like, why can't we just have fucking that?
If the movie had looked and felt like that, I think Transformers 1 would have sold better. Because I don't want to discredit animation, because I think that's bullshit. Because Spider-Verse. Everyone's fucking talking about the Spider-Verse movies. Like those movies are fucking gangbusters. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, and dude, like X-Men 97 has been the biggest X-Men thing in years. Like other than maybe Days of Future Past, which brought everything together. That's the most hype I've seen people been about X-Men in a fucking long time. And that's a fucking cartoon. So don't tell me that animation can't gain an audience or word of mouth, because that's bullshit.
Totally can.
Agreed.
Yeah.
100%.
Transformers 1 did get word of mouth. I do remember hearing, but it was more because people were surprised because that trailer that came out looked like complete kid horse dog shit.
Yeah.
Like
that's the thing. The trailer didn't sell it the movie that it was supposed to be. And I remember like before I even saw it, people were like, the trailers did not do this justice. And I kept seeing that and I was like, oh, okay. And then when I watched it, I was like, yep, I totally agree with this, because this was actually a pretty decent fucking, I mean, I think there's a lot crammed into it, sure, but at the same time, I was like, "This is fucking decent." Like this.
So here's my confusion: is this its own thing and its own animated
it's its
universe?
own thing. It's not. It's no canon. No canon.
Got it.
That's another thing too. It's like, but again, I was like, when I wasn't like the biggest fan of Bumblebee, because of essentially I was like, oh yeah, Haley Steinfeld, she's nice to look at. Oh great. and it felt like an ET movie with a transformer in the sense of that. But I was like, the opening on Cybertron. Why can't you just do that? I was like, do that.
Let's see that movie. Yeah, exactly.
I was like,
well, at
I
the
watched
same time,
opening,
Bay
like,
was
what the
spending
fuck? Just
how
do
much-
that.
Yeah, I think at that point it would have warranted, like, you know, I think Bay kind of screwed himself because what Age of Extinction still made $1 billion.
God.
Well, here's
You know,
here's
and it was
no, but here's the real truth, which is that Bay didn't Bay, and again, I understand it. He's just playing the game as it is, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But like he
Sure.
didn't. At the end of the day, he didn't give a shit about the lore and
No.
any of that
No,
stuff.
well,
He was making
right.
the movies because they made billions of dollars, and he basically was like, I want to make my small movie about pain and gain, or I want to make my 13 hours movie. And Paramount was like, you make us another $1 billion, we'll let you make whatever the fuck you want to make on the side. And that's exactly what happened. That's why you look at those movies, and that's why they're entirely. He doesn't give like that was his. That's one's for them, and this one's for me. Even Michael Bay has those aspirations and dreams.
Of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and he all he loves doing. I'm gonna make these cool shots. I'm gonna put these hot women in here, and I'm gonna fucking.
Well,
I'm
and
gonna do all this
he's
shit.
another one that kind of gets shit for his like style, but that's his style. That's something that he kind of like developed and came up with over the years. Though you know,
I like
yeah.
aesthetic, but there are Bay movies that I fucking like. Bad Boys 2. I was so done with that movie. I know people love the Bad Boy movies. I know they do.
Oh,
I know. I've watched Hot Fuzz a
I love
million
Bad
times.
Boys
I know. Every time he brings up Bad Boys 2,
Yeah.
I start laughing. I'm like, that's such a terrible fucking movie. But
Oh
like,
no. Okay. So this is what's funny about Bad Boys 2. Like your both your reactions are kind of like inside because I enjoy that movie. Like how Austin is like yes. But at the same time, I understand because if you look at the contrast between the first Bad Boys and that Bad Boys, holy shit, it is.
You were talking about Smile times, you know.
Oh, dude, it is like he 50x's the whatever the fuck happened in the first one. The first one is a contained cop story. Yeah, sure, it's got some crazy action stuff like that. But then
you open with them and Bad Boys 2 with the whole girl.
Here's
the
truth is Bad Boys 1 is 1995.
Yeah.
You're working with Michael Bay. It's his first real movie. He's working with Jerry Bruckheimer. So there's still, in my mind, and the way that they're doing it.
Simpson, yeah.
Well, they're probably still trying to do an era of cop movies that are still in like
they're trying to copy like a Lethal Weapon type of
Lethal Weapon, Beverly Hills Cop, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And then Bad Boys 2 is like, you know, all new era. That's Michael Bay like going off the rails basically.
Look, the 2000 era cop movie.
Right.
Honestly, you're not wrong because look what happens after that. SWAT and some of these other movies.
But I will say though, Bad Boys 2 has one of the best. Like when they're in that fucking house with the Haitians and the camera is circling around and they're having that gunfight. That is such a beautifully shot like action sequence. I remember I posted on Twitter because I rewatched it because this is after Bad Boys 4 came out this year. Right. And I was rewatching and I was like, this fucking scene is the best scene in this movie because he's got this like rotating shot that is going through as they're having this gunfire thing. And Will Smith and of course, Martin Lawrence talking to each other, doing their thing, having the chemistry they have, but it's so overly elaborate that it's so ridiculous that I love it so much. And when I posted it on Twitter, it went viral on Twitter because people were like, Jesus Christ, Michael Bay is so awesome. And I was like, yeah, this is the best part of the whole thing. And this is how crazy, this is Michael Bay just going, fuck it, we're doing this. And he nailed that fucking scene of this rotating shot that was going literally through doors and stuff like that. And it was insane.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah.
And I'll say this too, like you can say what you like I agree with I can see what you're saying too, Paul, like about 2 being just like crazy and stuff. But like I think the one thing that worked about it was also the chemistry. Like you said, the ridiculousness of
that's what it's always worked about the movie.
Yeah, that
the new directors, it's not quite the same, but you have the chemistry between
that
Will Smith
chemistry is back.
Yeah, I think so. Look, here's the thing. and again I reference because I love Hot Fuzz so much, but like Edgar,
Shit,
no,
real.
because this is to your point, Dave, and this is to your point, Austin. Edgar Wright is not an idiot. Every detail in especially the Cornetto movies and Scott Pilgrim by extension, but every detail in an Edgar Wright movie is there on purpose. Like he doesn't do it by accident. He's not even saying like, oh, the Nick Frost character is an idiot, so of course he loves these dumb movies. No. Because if you actually know Edgar Wright and you hear him talk about films, like, and if you know too, because Point Break is that's the other one that's directed by Catherine Bigelow, who by no means is a bad director. She knows her fucking craft and shit like that. And say what you want about Bay, he doesn't understand story structure, but he understands shots and he understands looking of the film. You know what I mean?
Kind of one of those.
He's style over.
You give him a good writer. And he can make
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
He needs someone to just show the script to him enough times, and hopefully it'll get in there. And but like, regardless, he has made competent movies. But the point being is, Edgar Wright knows and understands competent filmmaking where it's in there and stuff, and he understands that like people love the Bad Boys movies, and he's probably seen them, and he knows that like there's this and that. Now he was wise to emulate the Point Break stuff, but again, Bad Boys 2 is still in Hot Fuzz. Like the shit just got real.
Yeah, the shit just got real.
Dude, that was Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead are just they're two of my favorite.
But at the same time, like I said, this scene right here, I mean, we won't have any audio.
This is a set. They've got the crane in the middle going over and doing the whole thing, but it feels so like. It's almost like the John Wick sequence from John Wick 4, where it's like that's kind of a whole set thing, but it's that overhead shot of him just going through and ripping through people. Like
and
it's a great use of like film set of knowing this isn't real, but God, it's so well done.
It's so funny because like a lot of people like when they talk about style over substance, I mean that's like what kind of Michael Bay is always but they always like claim like that's what Zach has always like been too, which because Zach's like he's very visual and everything, but he's also a good storyteller. And it's kind of funny because they both went to the same fucking film school. They went to Pasadena Film School, like Zach's talked about it. Like, oh yeah,
they were.
Like,
I think they were.
They were in the same class.
They were classmates. They were classmates. Yeah, you're right, Paul. They were classmates. Like Zach talked about that, so they know each other. But that's the thing. It's just like it's interesting because when you look at them both, and they both came from commercials. Like Zach and Michael Bay, very much cut from the same cloth. But it's interesting because they both have like they both utilize they put cameras in interesting spots. They utilize slow motion. I would say Zach totally is better at slow motion than what Michael Bay has. Michael Bay has been. I think Michael Bay was always. I think he's better at like I said. That rotating like fucking camera and pushing the action.
Honestly, here's a good concept. Rotating and where Zach is great in slow motion, I think Michael Bay is good in speed.
Yeah,
the way that it kind of zooms in and his whole
yes, like Michael Bay was always like when it comes to moving the camera, he's always been like I think better than Zach, but Zach he just crafted slow motion where everybody's been trying to emulate like what he's ever since 300 is like Jesus Christ.
Right. My thing with Bay in comparison to Zach, and again, I'm not trying to say because I know there's a lot of Bay heads out there that love him and stuff, but my bigger issue and why I have a harder time with Bay than I do Zach is that Bay is very, especially the way that his editors or whoever, there's too many quick cuts for me. It's always harder for me to follow his action. Like I can see it, like I can understand like what's trying to happen, but like it took me multiple viewings of the first Transformers because I just think it's such a fun movie. But I still had trouble, determining, where the robots were a lot of the time, who was on whose side, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like with Zach, with Zach, none of that madness is there. Like when the Kryptonians attack Smallville, I know how the scene is. I know where everyone's going. I know who's Superman. I know who the Kryptonians are. Same with like Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like you get a much better idea of like the pacing and just where Zach is very good at like the coordination stuff. And like you can't say enough good things about the warehouse scene in BVS. Like
no, you can't.
You just
Yeah.
it's
No,
it's
no.
perfect.
I mean, that's like I said, it's just like
Yeah.
Bay when it comes to pacing. Like I said, like what Austin said, it's just like the fast motion. It's just like boom, boom, boom. Like Zach
Yeah.
was very much like he's like, wait a minute, where's everybody at? Bay is just like, who cares? Move the camera. You know, it's like we're like, fuck
Let's
it,
go,
we're
we're
going.
Zach-
You know.
Zach is so lucky to have the teams that he does, though, too. And you
Yes,
can
yeah.
see it. Like Patty was benefited so much with that with the first Wonder Woman, and then when she didn't have that for '84, holy fuck, was that night
Well,
and day?
and even
know?
you mentioned the warehouse scene. Like, what I love about Zach is that was a massive collaboration between him, the choreographers, the stunt guys. How am I going to film this and make this look this way, and all those types of things. You know, being that collaborative, you know, in something like that is really important, and how it comes across at the end of the day. Yeah, I would say, Zach definitely, I think, makes better action for sure, because it's more focused, it's more dialed in, it's more, you know, and not to say that like in moments like Bay's quick cuts work for, you know, 100% and stuff. It's just that's his style, and Zach's style is more of the kind of.
But it's just kind of it's just cool that they came from like the same place and they came from commercials. And you just see you could see the similar in styles, but then they have their own unique styles. You have your Zack Snyderisms and you have your Bayisms. And it's like, you know, but they respect each other immensely. Like you could, you know, you hear Zach, he's talked about, you know, Michael Bay and everything. And it's like, you know, that they have a respect for each other, but they're both very two different, you know, creatures of craft, even though they came from the same cloth. And there is some similarities, but not really. You could tell a Michael Bay movie, you could tell a Zack Snyder movie.
Oh yeah.
Right. Well, I personally found it torturous to go through the Armageddon movie, right? But and I think it still is as of this moment, but it is in the Criterion Collection, Armageddon. I would have put The Rock, but I guess
I'm not gonna lie. Listen,
yeah,
the cast makes that movie. The cast makes Armageddon. All right,
I get that.
That's what it is.
That's
what it is.
Steve Buscemi, you know, all these other guys. Yeah,
Bruce Willis.
Yeah, Michael Clark Duncan, Bruce Willis, Liv Tyler, Ben Affleck. Yeah, it's all there, but it's kind of funny too because you know when you watch that movie, I mean, I always it'll show up on my Twitter feed like every 6 months, where you have Ben Affleck's commentary track.
I love that.
Where he talks about like where he walked up to Michael Bay. Wouldn't it be easier to
just
train the astronauts? He's all fuck off, man. He said fuck off. Like no. And it's like yeah, Ben, that ruins the entire story. Yes, it doesn't make any kind of sense, but it ruins the whole fucking movie.
There are movies that just exist in this movie logic. Look, it's a great movie, but Leonardo DiCaprio tried talking to James Cameron, who obviously is a very, you know, very good director and stuff, and he was like, "Listen, man, I get Jack, like, but like, could we think of like, I don't know, like more tough stuff in his past, or make him more like 3-dimensional here,
as opposed to just drawing."
Yeah, and James is like, dude, no, because he knew exactly what he was doing, because he was like, no, women don't want that. They want a guy that's just going to tell a woman that she's great and she's awesome and be there and supportive, and let's not think about
James
any.
Cameron knew exactly. He knew, and he nailed it.
But now, see that in his defense too, like you said, that worked within the story. It was kind of like we needed this romance and this thing, right? To get the epicness and the historical stuff of the actual Titanic, you know, no, we need to draw the audience into, you know, it's that great balance of entertainment and then also what actually happened.
Well, Titanic to me is because I saw it in IMAX a couple years ago. It was fantastic.
Me and my boyfriend went and saw it for the IMAX re-release, the 4K.
Yeah, it was good stuff. And I mean, we can go on about Cameron and stuff, because like pre-Titanic and post-Titanic in terms of like how he started like making stories and stuff for the screen. But I will say that like Titanic is a very smartly made movie in the sense of like, if a guy and a girlfriend or you know, or two guys go or whatever, but one in every couple, however it is, there's always going to be one that is more of the romantic, and there's going to be one who's more of the practicality, you know?
Right.
And you've got the romance in the movie, and that's like the first half, and then the second half is all disaster film. and it's like you get kind of best of both worlds. But again, you care enough. You want to see them kind of get off. You want Rose.
You
to
care
find
enough
her
about the relationship before
Right.
all that. Absolutely.
And then you got the song to go with it. And then it's kind of funny too, because like when you build all that, and then when you get, I mean, like it's a good point, Paul, because I remember when it came out, I remember when I went and watched it, and this is what, 97, 98, 99, whatever it was.
In 97 it came out.
Yeah. And I remember just kind of going like, when they literally say that, like, how long till the boat sinks? They said an hour. It does take a fucking hour for the boat to sink. So Cameron was like, he was like, we're going to fucking show like this hour of crazy madness of a disaster. So it's like, hey, first 2 hours, romance. The last hour, disaster. And it's like, we're going to show that last hour. Like, I remember I literally was like, I looked at my watch, like, I'm like, okay.
I gained a whole new appreciation when I saw it in theater for the 4K re-release, and I was like, this is really, and
this is why James Cameron is James Cameron.
Exactly. Like even I know people have a lot of criticism for the Avatar stuff, but like you look at all of his stories, right? Terminator and Aliens, a mother and their child. Very relatable to a lot of audiences. Titanic, the romance, very relatable to a lot of audiences. Avatar, the family aspect, blended family, very related. He's able to do these things that it's like it draws everybody, and then he can do his own, whether it's Titanic historical or Avatar environmental.
So I want to preface, I like the Avatar movies, but I'm also very mixed on them. And I'm more mixed, less to do with the movies and more about the end goal of, because I think he wants to make 5 of these things, and he's doing 3.
This is like, as he said, it's his Lord of the Rings. This is his Tolkien. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. See, I think there's a lot of cool things in Avatar, and I like the lore for the most part. I need to know more about the humans just to get more of an idea of where Earth is at, because I feel that's kind of what we're kind of forgetting about.
Left in the background, 100%.
Right. But this is the thing too, because I do feel that there is, like, he's playing like the long game, and in the old days, and with what he was limited to and what he was given to by studios, he was probably like, okay, I got to make a whole story in like a 2 to 3 hour epic or whatever, and like that's the story. And I feel like he's trying to do this now over like 5 movies. So everyone's like, well, there's not much going on here in both 1 and 2. There's things going on, but we're not even getting like it took him 3 hours to tell us this to this, and it's like that's because he's extending the whole story over 5 movies, and it's like I'm wondering. It's like he's building all of this up in 1 and 2 to then like take something away maybe in 3 or maybe in 4. I think at some point the Na'vi or Jake and his wife are gonna go to Earth at some point. Like I think that's gonna happen for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, he's already said that they're going to.
Yeah, it's gonna end up
going to go to Earth. Yeah. For me, I think what I found interesting was like kind of like you said. All right. He had a lot of interest in Avatar. He'd been developing that story for years and years, and then it was massive, massive success.
Yeah.
Then he took like 10 years.
That's the thing.
To literally build. I mean, the way that he talks about it, he goes, or the writer room talks about it. He goes, they go, he dropped us a 900-page book.
That's what's crazy.
Like on the history of Pandora on Earth and all this. And then the writers' room were able to take that and create the movies.
Yeah.
Kind of around that. And so that's what I'm interested in, is that like Avatar 2, I completely agree with a lot of the criticism, like that first. It's a rehash. A lot of it's a rehash of Avatar 1, but that's kind of needed to kind of push the story forward.
The thing that I mentioned, and I think I talked about it in my anticipated, because I'm kind of the reason why I'm anticipating Fire and Ash that's coming out this year, at the end of this year. Because when it comes to the Avatar movies, you go to 3D IMAX for the experience. When you watch the Avatar movies at home on your normal TV, it's just like, okay, This is like Fern Gully. This is, this is not. This
Mhm.
is, Dances with Wolves with blue people and shit like that. It's like it's good, but it's not like, oh, it's not phenomenal. I remember when I was with my ex and she was like, "Are the Avatar movies are good?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're good." But you have to see it in 3D IMAX because that's the experience. Because both times when I remember watching back in 2008, me and my friends went and we were like, holy shit. And then, fast forward to when Way of the Water came out. It's kind of funny because I went by myself. But then when I watched it, I was like, Jesus Christ, he still fucking nailed it and looks even better. Like, I'm like, this is insane. But I haven't watched that movie on my own TV since because I'm just like, I've seen watched clips that, I've seen online. I'm like, oh yeah, this clip's cool.
Yeah.
Like the VFX look good. But I'm just I'm not feeling that. So I'm kind of wondering when it comes to, since there's not a big gap this time, I'm kind of wondering, are people going to show up like they did with the first two movies for the third movie now? That's what I'm very curious about.
Well, he's also made it very clear too, because I mean, I think they're committed to 5 still at this point. But he even said before
He's
2
already
came out.
completed 4. He hasn't
Right.
shot 5 yet. Yeah.
No. But they've done, because I think there's also a time gap, and that's why people think that they go to Earth, because that's them going to Earth is that time gap. But there's so from what I know, he had basically said before 2 even came out, he was like, this needs to be in the top 10 movies of all time. If it's not, then I'll wrap things up at 3 because 3's already shot, so we may as well just get this out the door, and we can wrap it up in 3. But if this is successful, we'll get to 5 and we'll tell the whole story basically. So it's like, all right, so I mean, the second one still made 2.3 billion. So I mean,
that's the thing. It's crazy. That's why I'm kind of wondering. I'm like, dude, does Fire and Ash, get up to that point too?
Right.
I just don't. To me, right now, I just go no, because
and not only that, he has said too, Fire and Ash is going to kind of step away from what the first two have done in that, like you said, the first two, right, big technological achievements. That's what brings people to the theaters. The whole the first one, a lot of CGI. This second one, the water and filming aspects. He's saying this one's not gonna. That's not the focus of this one. This one is
that is fire. So it's going to be interesting to see, because with the first one, it was all about obviously they're living in the trees. You got the flying creatures. That was so cool to see in 3D IMAX. Then you have the underwater sequences. Now we're going to get a bunch of fire shot into our face. I'm like, okay. I mean, I think he's just.
He's going through the elements. There'll obviously be an air and a rock probably, and Toph will show up, and then that'll be great.
Then I'm wondering
M. Night Shyamalan will take over for the 5th film.
Guys, I'm not kidding. I'm a huge Avatar: The Last Airbender cartoon, not the Netflix or the M. Night Shyamalan. But and I'm not kidding you. Before the third title was even released for Cameron's movie, I think either
there was a whole thing about it.
There was
Michael DiMartino or someone was like, if the third fucking movie is about fire, I'm gonna fucking lose it. And sure enough, it was about fire, and everyone's like, sorry, bro. And he's just like,
yeah.
And then 4 and 5 we're going to Earth, so we're getting all the elements. Yeah.
Well, I hate it too because their show came out before the first Avatar movie, and then when they did Legend of Korra, they could only call it The Legend of Korra. They couldn't call it Avatar. And I was like, that's
admittedly, he had been developing Avatar since for 10 years or some sort of
I know, but he still didn't release the movie.
Yeah, he was late. He was way late in the
I just think it's
he's
funny.
Ahead of his time, Paul. He's ahead of his time.
He probably figured something out with time travel with all the Terminator stuff. But
exactly.
My two at least because it's the third fucking movie. My 2 things that I want from it is I want the movie to be darker. I want there to be more consequences.
Yep.
And primarily, yes, I know we're going to find out about another fucking aspect of the Na'vi, which I got to be honest with you. I don't dislike the Na'vi. I think the culture on Pandora is fun and cool and looks like the side of a 1970s wizard van or whatever the case is. That's great. But I need to know more about the humans because the human stuff fascinates me way more.
I think he's gonna probably,
we're getting there for sure.
I'm with you.
we're either getting it or we're gonna get it in the fourth one when they
Well,
finally go to Earth or
and
something.
we,
But
yeah, I think we know for sure too, because like the was it Stephen Lane's kid is still with the humans and stuff, and so there's going to be a whole thing there that's good. He's kind of our connecting
tissue.
well, so
link.
he
Yeah,
he
exactly.
goes, yeah. So like that's such a weird dynamic too. I have to rewatch Way of the Water again. I've seen it. I
I
saw
was
it. I
going to
think,
ask
twice.
you, what did you like? I'm curious. What are your thoughts on Way of the Water over the first one?
Well, I'm kind of like Dave. Like I haven't I've seen Avatar 1 on DVD or Blu-ray back in the day. I've seen it on TV, and I think I watched Way of the Water on Disney Plus at a later point. I mean, it's a long fucking ass movie, but yeah, I'm with Dave. I think the movies are better in an IMAX, experience, because I saw Way of the Water when it came out in an IMAX screen. Like I was telling you guys before, like we have the giant Jordan's IMAX screen here on it's like one of the biggest ones on this seaboard and whatnot. And yeah, it was a terrific experience. I had a good time, but I remember I enjoyed it. But I even on first viewing, I still felt the first Avatar was maybe a little bit better. And on top of that, I didn't come out of it being like, this is as good as T2 or something. Like, no. T2 is like,
yeah, that's top notch. That and
I did think it was better than the first Avatar. I got, like I said, I get the criticism of like the first hour is very much a rehash of the first Avatar, but I kind of get that because like it's kind of like you win or you can't win at that point, because it's like the criticism was, well, everybody's forgotten about the first Avatar, so why should I care? Okay, so let me retell you the story. But then if I don't, then it's going to be like, well, I don't remember. So it was kind of like
so it's look the reason why I think one is still better, and again, I don't dislike two. It's more that you can watch Avatar 1 and it's more or less a complete story.
True.
The hero's journey.
Right.
It's retreads of 100 different other stories, but if we're going to talk about Joseph Campbell and Miss, we're going to be you guys know we're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, forever. Like Dave said, it's Fern Gully, Pocahontas, and a bunch of other stories put together. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but
absolutely.
but Superman's also
it is a complete story.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it literally ends with like Jake like getting fully transferred to his avatar, and he opens his eyes. Roll credits. Boom.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'll put it out there. I'm not crazy like the Avatar people that like want to live in Pandora and all that. No. I do find them as kind of like comfort movies for some reason. Yeah. I don't know why. I love the, like you said, retread of very familiar story, but I love the sci-fi kind of fantasy aspect to it. That so I just like. Those are movies I'll put on and go to sleep to and just kind of like feel good.
No, and honestly, like I get that about the fan base, and I mean the fan base exists. I don't think the movie would have made 2.3 billion if there weren't still fans out there, or if it had just been a flash in the pan. Because we've seen sequels that don't do nearly the numbers that the first one did. Like, and it happens. But
talking about
Aquaman 2 and Joker 2.
Well, but again, no. So my buddies and I were arguing, and these were my buddies that I went to the movie with, and they're Cameron fans. Like they're fans of like Titanic and the Terminator movies. Like we talked about this, and I explained to them too about pre and post Titanic Cameron and how he approaches stories and how they're more. He's trying when he's making the Avatar movies, he's making it for a very broad audience. Even though he's having all these fantastical elements, he's trying to make it as clear point his view about how he feels about nature and how he feels about all these different things in water. But the thing is that unless you were say doing like Lord of the Rings, where you're filming all the movies back to back and they're going to come out, and again, Lord of the Rings at least had the benefit of being based on books, and everyone kind of knew to a degree where the end goal was going. So Avatar doesn't have that. Avatar is just this thing that Cameron's making out of his his subconscious mind of just how he wants to reflect. Because if you look at all his movies, you look at like The Abyss, you look at Titanic, you look at aspects of nature and versus man, like it's all there. Avatar is just it coming to a fruition and just him trying to make it
amplified to a super. Absolutely.
But the difference with old movies, and I mean primarily movies, especially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, is that with sequels, especially, I'm talking primarily Way of the Water. is that you basically it's what Zach and Chris Nolan did with their stuff and how Zach approaches it. He was like, if you're gonna put something in the movie, don't save it for the next one. Put it in that fucking movie,
Yeah.
and you basically have
Right.
to restart after every movie. That's why I think I love.
Because you don't know if you're going to get the next one. Yeah.
True.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
They didn't know either. Like, and that's why Batman Begins, Dark Knight Rises, all can kind of stand by themselves to a degree. Dark Knight Rises is probably the only one that really you kind of need to know the previous ones, but by then it doesn't matter. It's the ending movie. And
Yeah.
Man of Steel, BVS, and Zack Snyder's Justice League, there's definitely things you kind of have to know, but they all are different movies, and they all feel like it's Zack building from the ground up again. Way of Water doesn't feel like that. Way of Water is building a lot of the original Avatar, and he leaves so many things up in the air. And again, I think it's more that I've gotten. It's partly Abrams' Star Wars fatigue and that mystery box bullshit. I know that Cameron's going to get to movie 5. I know Disney wants him.
Well,
to
and I think that's the weird thing
you
too.
know?
Like,
Sorry.
this is the first time that we know, like, Cameron is like, he knows too, like he's going to.
He's getting to
It's kind of
5.
his first time with
Like
with an
you
IP.
would-
Like,
yeah.
right, he's
Yeah.
doing an actual franchise in,
Yeah.
in a sense of his own.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And that's fine. And I'm just saying, but the conversation I had to have with my friend was like, he knows he's going to get to 5. So what he's doing is he's planting seeds, and there's seeds planted in Avatar 1 that pay off in Avatar 2. Like when I went back and rewatched Avatar 1 after I had seen Way of the Water, I actually saw some of the connections and things, and I was like, okay, that's cool. They're minimal, but they're there. So it's like,
Mhm.
all right, so he is building shit. But yeah, Way of the Water feels like an in-between movie, and not even like I wouldn't even compare it to Empire, because Empire still kind of stands by itself, even though it
No.
is an in-between movie. It's its own thing. But Way of the Water doesn't feel like that. Way of the Water.
No.
Well,
Way of the
like I
Water.
said, it's a weird thing because it's like he almost knew like he had to make it for a new generation. It's 10
Way of the
years
Water
later,
is just
you know,
like it's showing Jake going like, "Hey, now I've adapted to my new life. This
he's
is
the
what it
family.
is.
He's the
This
family man.
family,
Yeah.
and here's my
Yeah.
sons, and one of my sons fucks up, and this is just
Yeah.
like, and we're gonna do this thing, and then of course the villain that that I had a fight in the first one, he comes back, but he's now
See, that's what I'm also like. I
That's-
also like too
yeah.
is that like we're getting the same villain throughout, and he's made that clear. Is that like this is your villain for
So
the full
there's
franchise.
a thing too, because obviously, if you guys know, Cameron is obviously a huge Star Wars fan, and he has been inspired by Star Wars. Like, he saw the first Star Wars, and that compelled him to follow his dreams and make Terminator, essentially. So I mean, if I can find the video, I'll send it to you guys. There's this great guy called So Uncivilized, and he's a very good analysis person on Star Wars in general, and he makes a whole point about how like Empire Strikes Back is essentially a reverse of everything you know from the original like Star Wars and stuff like that. And Way of the Water kind of works like that. Again, it's not Empire, but with the villain, which I think I'm with you. Like, that's, to me, that is the most intriguing aspect of Way of the Water, because he is now a Na'vi. He's not a pure Na'vi,
and
obviously.
he's not accepting it either. He's just very kind of like
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I that I had a harder time with the time skip is I feel there's, with a movie as long as that movie was, like, I feel there's so much that they could have covered on the background in between the 14 years. You get a little bit of it, but like, again, more about that guy's son and stuff like that, because that plays such a vital role later on in the movie. There's certain things I wish that they had focused more on, but that villain and the way that he is, the way that him and his son like end on their terms on that movie, I think that's going to play a big role into the later films, especially between Neytiri and Spider, and like how that's going to come to head. But like I said, that's what I want from Fire and Ash. I want there to be more confrontation, and I know it's so weird because the movies are about.
He did say it, Fire and Ash is more serious, kind of like you were saying, and that it is more darker and consequential and stuff.
It's got to be.
But I find it such a fascinating series because it's so funny with how I view Cameron and how I view the movies and what I want from it, and how Cameron's kind of almost pointing a finger at us in a sense, because Cameron is so good at depicting violence and chaos and human atrocities, you know, and how horrible we are as a species, right?
Yeah.
And while I'm watching the Avatar movies, I don't hate Pandora, I don't hate the Na'vi, but the best shit in those movies is when the humans show up and the Na'vi and them go toe to toe.
Yep.
It's the best stuff in the movies, and so I'm just waiting for more of that while I'm watching
I'm
the
sure
film.
it's coming.
Well,
Yeah.
and what I think that's his whole thing too, is that like
Yeah,
the interesting dynamic between cultures and all these types of things. Like, yeah, they're a peaceful culture and stuff, but when you come at them, they're more brutal than us. They'll they'll tear us apart, and those types of things. Like with arrows, and we've got gunships and all these types of, like,
And no, I was say, and I agree with you, and to a degree, because I think that's also one of the things that's going to be in the third one, which I guess these fire Na'vi, they are naturally destructive because of how they're built around the fire and stuff like that, and just how they. When again, I kind of have to see more about like how, because we're only seeing bits and pieces of I forget the name of the company, but the mass corporation that owns the military essentially, and is trying to devour little piece by piece Pandora, or has been doing it for decades. And but I hope that Cameron too isn't just showing stuff, like he's keeping track of all the ridiculous things that like there's like a fountain of youth in these whales that they kill, like. I hope that comes up at some point and just isn't there.
I'm sure that's what,
yeah.
Well,
like,
and again, I think that was kind of the idea behind, like, taking so much time, which is why I'm not criticizing Matt Reeves for his Batman stuff, where it's like, take your time to develop this universe and stuff. Like, it was successful and all that. Now, really know what you're doing before you just rush into a sequel and stuff. And so, like I said, he came up with that whole 900-page lore, and this is Pandora, this is Earth, this is how it happened, blah, blah, and then give it to a writer's room, and say, develop these films and stuff.
Now, do you guys know the process with what he did with the writers and how they wrote out the movies and everything?
I know that it was one of the writers did a really like detailed interview about it, and it was like they were giving this 900-page lore basically, like that Cameron came up with, and then they had like over a year to be in a room, look over it, read it, do all this thing, and just hash out stories. And that whole year was just stories,
right?
And then the next year, scripting and actually putting things together and all these types of things. So
from what I know, go on.
It was a very meticulous process. He really took his time.
From what I know, he took the writers and they all worked together. All of the writers worked together to make the whole story.
Yeah.
And then he assigned each separate writers to work on the individual scripts. So they all worked on the whole story all together, and then assigned them individually to work on each movie script. Essentially,
I think there are two. I think there are two of them that are overseeing kind of the development of all of it, and those are the guys that did Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes this year.
Oh, okay.
And stuff, and so they talked a little bit about it, where it's like they're right now they're balancing continuing that franchise and also doing the Avatar franchise.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, but I heard it was pretty solid in comparison to
I'm not gonna lie, I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I was actually surprised by it too.
I'm a massive fan of the Matt Reeves Planet Apes thing, and I think that was phenomenal, and so I was very hesitant of them continuing on, especially like the way that they did, but they did a really, really good job, and there's more story to tell that I'm very interested in.
Yeah, I'm very curious of what they do when it comes to that. I actually did want to ask before we wrap it up here, like what movies are you guys looking forward to this year? Do you have like a top 5?
So a friend of mine, there's a few movies that aren't posted. but I don't know if you guys have
I
seen
know
this.
Superman's on your list, Paul.
Oh yeah, day one, run into the theater to go see that. No, I will see that eventually.
I know,
I probably won't see.
Not right away.
I will probably end up avoiding the stream when you guys have it that weekend of the
Oh yeah,
movie
we'll
coming out.
definitely be talking about like a whole breakdown and shit. Yeah.
You can spoil probably the whole thing for me too, but I'd rather judge the movie
Paul,
without
I will
spoilers.
buy your ticket to go see it. On
You won't have to. I have.
weekend, so you can come join.
You guys. You guys remember when I said I got dragged to Blue Beetle and stuff? Again,
and then you ended up enjoying it.
Yeah, well, I would have seen Blue Beetle eventually. Like I see all the DC stuff eventually.
Right,
but no,
right.
my two friends are Hispanic and they love that character in the comic book. So they were like, it looks good. It actually looks like the VFX move is done as opposed to Flash. Let's go see this. You know, like so I was like, all right, fine. And I like that actor.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, definitely, I have a connection to that movie because of my Hispanic.
Superman number one for you?
Stuff and that.
Awesome.
But,
the Superman.
Probably. Yeah.
Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning's number one for me.
Yeah,
right.
I am.
Superman is number 3 for me because I don't know why Mickey 17 is number 2 for me because I don't know why that movie. I'm like, this movie, like when I heard the concept,
Bong Joon-ho, phenomenal.
Yeah, and then it's Bong Joon-ho, and then when we saw the trailer, and I'm like, oh, he's approaching as like a dark comedy sci-fi. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude! I'm like, really. And it's like an original movie. It's an original movie. It's not a sequel. It's not a franchise. And I'm like, the
only thing that's keeping me hesitant, and it's not Bo, obviously. It is I've heard, and again, because I think it's Warner Brothers, and I've heard already that there are conflicting.
They're fucking with it.
They're fucking with it. There are different cuts, and I already don't like that because Bo is infamous for hating that shit. Because Harvey Weinstein tried to cut down Snowpiercer, and he was like, "Fuck you."
Yeah,
and if you see Snowpiercer, that is
what's weird is this
excellent.
Looks very similar to Snowpiercer in that, like, I think a lot of people don't realize Snowpiercer also has a lot of very dark comedical elements.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's
underlying. It just gets super dark at the very end.
Yeah, right. It goes super dark at the end. So, but
it definitely does. Jesus
I'm kind of with you in that. I look forward to, Dave, like this being him leaning more into that, you know, and more.
Yeah, my top 3 is like it's Mission Impossible because I just love that franchise. I've loved that franchise ever since 1996 when the first one came out. Every movie is always just, I don't care what anybody says about 2. Like I will defend every one of those movies.
That's one franchise I will say, like, even though I have ones I like more than the others and stuff, there's not a bad and
I'm one of those where I'm like, I think 1 is always just going to be my favorite just because it's just something about it, you know. It's Brian De Palma, it's got the Dutch angles, it's very Mission Impossible.
See, now,
I used to watch the show. You know,
I was a kid, so Mission Impossible 3 was the first one that I saw, and that got me. I was like,
no, but I mean, that's the thing. I've been with this franchise. I didn't see the first one in the movie theater, but I saw all the other ones in the movie theater. But I remember watching the first one so much. So that's why I'm looking for that, because I know there's callbacks. There's going to be a lot, and it's called The Final Reckoning. So it might be the last one Tom Cruise does. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see what happens. So that's number 1. And then Mickey 17's second. It's my original movie in my top 3. And then, of course, Superman's third because, you know, after seeing the trailer, I'm like, all right, I'm hyped. Definitely hyped for it. But then, of course, I had a whole list of, I mean, sadly, like my list is like, you know, sequels and franchise stuff. But it's just
that's modern Hollywood at this point.
It's just modern Hollywood. But I'm looking forward to like the hidden gems, like Sinners. I'm really hyped stuff for like that, you know. And I'm like, it didn't make the list because I kind of forgot. But at the same time, I'm like, that looks like a good vampire movie. I like Michael B. Jordan. I like who's the director? Black Panther director,
Ryan Coogler.
There you go.
Yeah,
I like him, obviously, like Creed and the Black.
Dude,
Panther.
That was another one. So I found out I got an invitation to a screening, and then found out that it was Sinners.
That sucks. Damn.
Yeah. So,
man.
I
was gonna say I think the advertising for Sinners is really good because unless you actually have read about it, you don't know that it's really even a vampire movie. It just looks like a thriller horror film, but it's vampires. But
the last teaser did kind of reveal, because there's a line in there that says "You're dead."
Yeah.
You know. So,
Yeah.
So,
But
even then, it's doing a really good job.
yeah, no, I'm anticipating it. So yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of stuff listed here. I'll just list off ones that pique my interest and stuff. So, the Wolfman remake,
Yep.
because it's done by the same
That's
guys
on
that
my
did
list.
Yep,
I
Invisible
love
Man.
Lee Winnall. Lee Winnall is awesome. I love Lee Winnall.
Yeah,
Anything he does-
I love the fact that he's best friends with James Wan. They did Saw, and now he's kind of doing his own thing, and I think
I
that's
love
anything
the
that Lee-
Invisible Woman.
Yes,
that was
Invisible
great.
Man, yeah.
Or man, my bad.
Yeah.
Man,
The fact that he already modernized that, and now he's going to modernize Wolfman, and then of course Lee Winnall is also I guess you could say he's also kind of in the vein of M. Night Shyamalan, where he's going to have it. You know, it's going to be a twisty ending. There's going to be something, but I almost would seem like, you know, as much as I love M. Night, but he's had some rough patches. M. Night kind of does this, like, he has a different approach when it comes to his twisty endings. Lee Winnall just goes, I'm gonna fuck you up with my twisty ending. I'm gonna fuck up your brain. Like his last movie was Upgrade, right? I think Upgrade.
I still have to see Upgrade. Everyone basically said it was an actual good Venom movie.
No, but I think his last movie was Invisible Man.
It was Invisible Man, but Upgrade was
because-
before that, right?
Yeah, that was really good. Upgrade was really good. Yeah. My only issue with Wolfman is that, for me, I know Ryan Gosling was supposed to play the Wolfman and stuff.
My only issue with it is,
I think that would have been so good. I think Ryan would have just
he would have had a blast. I have not seen her in Ozark, but the young
the wife.
Yeah, so that's the thing. When I saw the trailer, I thought it was a man and his two daughters, and it's like, and then she's like, "I'm the wife," and I was like, "Oh."
She looks really young, yeah.
She does. She just, it's the way that she's built and her hair. I don't know, but I thought she was like the daughter, so I was like, all right. I mean, but yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Steamroll for this. So Wolfman looks like it's gonna be cool.
Yeah.
Love Hurts, obviously, because Key and whatnot. The Captain America movie, because I have to see it, though I have very mixed expectations about how that's going to come out.
It wasn't in my top 10, but I'm looking. I'll still see it, of course.
Yeah, I'm going to just drop in and see it. Let's see, Mickey 17, obviously, I will check out regardless, because even if it doesn't work or whatever, there's probably going to be a director's cut if it's not the one that's in theaters. I hope the director's cut is in theaters, because I want Bo to, you know, get nominated again or whatever the case is, but he's one of the best working directors we have. Thunderbolts asterisk, I'm going to check out because I've got to see like what happens with that. I'm just curious.
Wasn't in my top 10, but
yeah. Mission Impossible I will check out at some point. I have missed a lot of them, and I only started getting kind of into them when the McQuarrie took over, and then him and Tom basically just became like a duo team, like high five, let's bring Henry Cavill in and do all this, and it's like, you know. But I enjoyed the last one, the Dead Reckoning, and the Final Reckoning looks like it's going to be interesting and fun. Karate Kid Legends.
Yes. List too. Yep.
I am still hesitant on it. I'm going to check it out, but none of the Cobra Kai guys, as far as I know, are involved with it, which I find really weird, seeing as they basically revitalized the whole fucking franchise. But that's just my 2 cents.
I like that Jackie Chan is in it, so I'm like,
yeah, no, I get it. That's the appeal, and
they're not involved, but they have said they were in talks with the team and everybody.
It's canon, but it's supposed to take place a couple of years after.
It's after Cobra Kai. It takes place
in a weird sense. It was a collaboration. Like the guys that wrote this movie knew what Cobra Kai was doing. Cobra Kai knew what these guys were doing.
Did they say that? Did they say that at gunpoint with Will Smith behind the scenes?
I don't think there's going to be a Jaden Smith in it. Hopefully not.
If Jaden Smith shows up, I might just get out of the theater.
Yeah, cameo.
Maybe a cameo. Ballerina, because I like Anya and I like.
On my list. Yeah.
Yep. 28 years later, I've heard is
totally on my list as well. Yeah.
Looks like a wild movie.
And it's supposed to be the beginning of a new trilogy. That's what's crazy.
Yeah. That's I don't know if they filmed all 3 movies, but that's
they filmed 2 movies.
Oh wow.
So they have the first 2 movies, the second one's already in the can. So crazy.
Yeah. I was skeptical on it, but it's done by the guy that did Tron Legacy and Maverick, but the F1 movie with Brad Pitt.
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see how that comes out.
Yeah, Krasinski, Joseph Krasinski. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They've been filming a lot of that here in Vegas.
Yeah, that's right. Huh?
let me see here. So, okay, so the way you guys feel about the Superman movie is how I'm feeling, even though we haven't even seen a trailer yet, is how I'm feeling about Fantastic Four First Steps.
Okay.
Because
It's
here's
on
the
my
thing.
list, but you know.
We can argue back and forth about how Superman can be portrayed and how, like, how much you want to lean into his cornier side or his more goofier aspects of the comics or the more serious stuff. With Fantastic Four, now granted, there have been no real live action interpretations of Fantastic Four that have worked or have been like overly
Well, the
successful.
first
Well,
one
I
was.
mean,
I'm
I
not
mean,
really. I like the first two. I
Yeah.
like the
okay,
first two. I'm
no,
not gonna lie.
those okay. I will say this: those movies have got some things right, but like in terms of the overall comic book genre, those movies have not aged the best. Like you
Yeah.
can look at the Donner Superman and still understand and appreciate why those movies were successful or that why they're good, why they're considered good movies even to this day. You can't say that for the Fantastic Four films from the 2000s. Like I just don't feel that. But with the MCU needing this to work and needing it to be successful so that they actually give a shit, for one, it's got a great cast. I feel the more they lean into the cornier aspects of the characters, at least with this iteration, because it seems to be in a 60s utopia dimension, I think will benefit the thing. As long as they, in my opinion, in terms of the MCU, as long as they remember to play it straight, they don't wink at the camera and they just go with it. Like I'm thinking like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like if they embrace the goofiness, but they don't make it a point to make a like, oh, your name's Otto Octavius. Like don't do that shit. Just play it completely fucking straight. I say
I'm
that
not
loving
gonna
no
lie. I agree with you. I
yeah.
agree with you.
I say that loving No Way Home, but that was a stupid fucking moment that they
Yeah,
didn't
I
need to
hate
have in the
that
movie.
part. Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the way you guys feel about the Superman movie is how I'm feeling about First Steps. Like, and I cannot wait till the first teaser because I got a feeling that this is them gonna be
I
like
don't get the
actually
title
great.
though. I don't get why it's called First Steps. But
Well, we'll probably find out in the movie. But they also probably want to distinguish it from the other 5 or 6 Fantastic Four titled
well, it's
movies that have
First
come out.
Family. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
they could have called it First Family. I think that would have been cool too.
Yeah.
But we'll see why it's called First Steps. I'm curious, though there has not been anything out about it. But I was a huge fan of the originals. This is the remake of The Naked Gun.
Yeah.
But
Curious
it is
about
done.
that with Liam Neeson.
Thank you, Paul.
Pam
But
Anderson. Yeah.
I'm more. I mean, Liam Neeson, I think, is going to be great because he's good at comedy. People don't talk enough about that. But
specifically this character.
Well, he's playing. What's great about it is he's playing Frank Drebin Jr. Like people aren't talking about the fact that it's a
that it's actually like a
continuation.
sequel. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a joke too because he
Oh.
should only be like a 30-something-year-old man, but now he's like Liam Neeson. So if it doesn't make sense,
know
it's that
that.
much funnier.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the guy directing it is this guy called Akiva, who is part of the Lonely Island trio. And if you know those guys live in that type
world.
of
And it's
You're
produced
talking my
by
language right here,
also
Paul. I've
produced
been
by Seth
following this.
MacFarlane.
Yeah.
Also produced by Seth MacFarlane.
And he's got a very big voice in the writings. Like,
Yeah.
I trust him, to be honest, as far as when it comes to this. He's very
And
respectful.
we need the parody
those type
genre
movies.
to come back. The parody genre needs to come back.
Well, between that and the Wayans brothers getting the Scary Movie franchise back, I feel like maybe we're in for some good stuff and less
Some
of
good
the
comedy again for the first time in a few years.
Right, and less of that bullshit like Meet the Spartans epic movie. What?
Let's do it. Gotta make the parodies great again. Come on.
Oh God. Okay.
Of course,
Disaster Movie 2 is gonna be
tequila's hitting. Keep going, Paul.
So, the new Tron movie, Tron Ares, I'm skeptical because me personally, I loved Legacy and I wanted them to continue it almost immediately. And sure enough, like they didn't do that. They focused on Star Wars, and of course that guy came back and did Top Gun Maverick and a lot of other stuff, and and those other people involved have gone on to do their own things and stuff. But I wish they had continued Tron right after. So Ares, I'm very skeptical on. I just feel it's them trying to keep the Tron franchise like in the ether.
Well, I will say I think Disney recognized that like Legacy got kind of a cult following and stuff, and there's very much interest in that, and so I hope again that they kind of took their
Hey,
time with
Jeff
the story.
Bridges is
And
back, man. He's back. Jeff Bridges is back with.
listen,
fucking-
as long as he's not playing his younger self again.
Oh, that was horrible.
No,
but
I don't look. I didn't mind Clue.
I
just
didn't
think
mind
the-
it. Like it's
Yeah,
it's
it just
the first
looked-
time they,
it
but
looked
it is
because it was
jarring.
technology
It is
wasn't
jarring.
there yet.
My headcanon in that is that Clue is an imperfect being. So
Yeah.
he's a faltered being anyway. So
Yeah.
basically
Yeah.
he's
Tron
you know,
Legacy was still really good.
I like-
you know.
I love
Legacy
Tron Legacy.
I'm sorry, I think Tron Legacy is better than Tron.
Whoa. Okay, that's pushing it, but hey. You
I
know.
mean
I would
honestly,
Look,
uh,
as far
I
as
mean,
the
if I'm-
story, I will say I think it's better than Tron as far as the story.
it's emulating the original Tron and yet doing something new. It's basically
Yeah,
it was
no, that's-
meant to be
yeah.
it was meant to be a legacy reboot, basically like
Yeah.
what kind of Force Awakens, but Force Awakens hadn't come out yet, but that's essentially kind of what the idea was. But the
And then Olivia.
no, I
Munn.
mean,
Oh,
I mean,
anyways.
judging Tron and Tron Legacy, they're two very advanced movies for when they came out. It's kind of like comparing Terminator 1 and Terminator 2. They both work for different reasons. Terminator 1 is a good horror movie. It was made on like a
Yeah.
super shoestring budget that
Yes.
James Cameron made and made it work. And then T2 is like a technical marvel, yet a perfect
Yes.
action movie. So yeah,
Action, yeah.
Good, Paul. Yeah, that's what I always talk
You're
about
right.
when it comes to those two movies. I'm like,
yeah,
yeah, T1 is always it's a horror movie, 100%. Yeah, there's action in it, but it's a horror movie. When you watch it, how do you not think it's a horror movie, horror sci-fi? And then the sequel is
Yeah.
sci-fi action. It's not really scary, but it's sci-fi action. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
action thriller, yeah. There's
Yeah.
suspense and stuff, but
There's
yeah,
two
yeah,
different
100%.
distinct.
There's still-
tones.
I mean, there's still action elements in Terminator 1 and there's
Yeah,
horror
that's-
elements
yeah.
in T2. I mean,
But
it's
the
you know,
tones are like they're distinctive, like or sometimes I even like prefer go like
Well,
man,
again, same with Alien and Aliens.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
two
But
different
I mean,
directors,
two
but
different directors.
Alien
But-
very much horror, Aliens
Yeah.
very much like action,
Action
sci-fi,
sci-fi,
thriller.
yeah.
Yeah.
with some
Right.
horror elements, but peppered in there. Yeah.
But no, I love both Tron 1 and I love Tron Legacy. And I
Yeah.
just feel that if Tron Legacy had come out now, they'd advertise it a lot differently because they advertised it purely on spectacle. You couldn't even find an original copy of Tron like and I think Disney was afraid that
Am I wrong, or did it come out around the same, like at the same time as Avatar?
Yeah, it was
Avatar
around
was-
2008. Yeah, it was around that.
Avatar was 2009, Legacy was 2010. So it was and that was
Okay,
and that was in
fine.
the prime
Yeah.
of the 3D. That and Hugo are like the only like 3D
Yeah.
movies that I've seen other than Avatar Way of
Hugo.
the Water that actually utilized 3D correctly. But
Yep.
that's me. But anyway, Ares, I'm skeptical because it's not necessarily the same team coming back. Jeff Bridges is in it, obviously, which is great, but like their time to hit in my opinion, them time to hit while the coals were hot has passed. And
Yes, it has.
and I don't know what the story is going to be because you still had Cillian Murphy wasn't a huge star. Still, he was always still kind of a side character in that time, and he was Dillinger's son, and the original Dillinger was still alive. That guy, I know the name of the actor, I just can't say it right now, but he had voiced Ra's al Ghul in Batman the Animated Series. He was still
Oh
alive,
yeah,
and then
talking about what's his
Yeah,
name? Fuck,
but
he did pass away. Yeah,
he's now passed away. So
he was
all
in
this time,
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. Remember? Yeah.
yes,
Secret of
yes,
the
as a
Ninja
scientist,
Turtles.
yes,
Yeah.
and then on top of that, Cindy Morgan, who was in the first Tron, she's now passed on. Bruce Boxleiter, the guy who is original Tron, I think he's pissed. Like he wanted to do Tron 3 and Disney passed, and I think now I don't even know if he's going to be in the third Tron. I hope he is.
Probably not. I haven't heard anything about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but also they've been keeping everything close to chest with Tron Ares though too. Strangely enough, like it's they've only shown concept art and
we
like,
literally just found out a couple months ago that Jeff Bridges was going to be in it.
Yeah, and I think that was like was that a D23 trailer too? That
yeah,
showed
they showed a D23 trailer, and there's footage you could find, which is basically just
I did see it.
Leto. Yeah,
they're not good. I mean, like the other thing too that's going to be like, if we're being honest with Tron Legacy and stuff, the score is going to be looked at. So
well, it's going to be.
You don't have Def Punk coming back, but they
Nine Inch Nails. I will take it. I will absolutely take it.
I
think that is your best
He
possible
just did the score. his score for Social Network is incredible. His score
Fuck
for
yeah.
the Challengers
Attic-
movie, which
Attic-
Challengers was great.
Yeah.
So-
I don't know if anybody's seen, but Queer has a phenomenal score. I'll be honest. Anything Atticus Ross, and those guys do are.
Yeah.
And
I haven't.
phenomenal.
Just real quick side note. I have not seen Queer. I know it's by the
Neither
same
have I.
director as Challengers.
yeah, Luca.
Yeah.
Luca.
Being that you are not a straight man, what is your opinion on the Queer movie? I'm just curious.
Great. Phenomenal.
Okay.
Well, we're okay.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. It's always
I say same with Call Me by Your Name and stuff. I know that got a lot of judgment, but if we're being honest,
he also directed that.
if we're being honest, look, that is very familiar. A lot of like young
he
queer
might
men
be
and
directing
stuff.
a DC movie. Watch out!
Take my money.
Sergeant.
This man can
Sergeant
do
Rock.
anything he wants, in my opinion.
Nice. Okay. Well, I will.
Thanks, William. Appreciate it.
I did not see Call Me by Your Name, but I'll check out Queer for sure because I like Challengers a lot. I thought that was a really
I still haven't seen Challengers.
Dude, Dave, that would make your top 10.
Really, really good.
Really?
It's my.
It
It's
gets-
I don't know.
gets-
I just wasn't feeling. I was like, again.
No. Listen, I was the same way. Wonder Meg could not stop talking about that movie, and I was like, it's a tennis movie, but no, like
Dude,
it's good.
the way
It's
that
good.
it gets you involved in tennis. I'm not gonna lie. By the end of that movie, I'm like, I want to get involved. I want to play some tennis.
I know,
Like,
but I mean, I saw.
if it's this intense,
No,
I saw
it's not.
a
It's not the tennis. It's the characters. Zendaya and those
I'm
two
sure.
guys.
That
I saw
too,
like
yeah.
I saw the scene. I saw a scene where it was very VFX kind of heavy, where they were showing the tennis back and forth. I'm like, why is this necessary in this movie? Like, yeah, okay, it's kind of cool, but I was like, why does this need to be like so fucking fancy? Like, this is like Michael Bay shit.
It's the same. No. See, listen, it's the same thing.
just wait till you watch the movie.
I guess
The
I gotta
build-up
watch.
between the
I'm gonna-
characters. It's
Dave,
you get it.
Dave, I'm gonna send you a video. Different creator, obviously, but David Fincher. How he utilizes VFX in his movies for simple, practical things is like insane.
Yeah,
And
but
I
this
so I
wasn't practical. It was like a crazy fancy. It was like, I don't know. Anyways, go ahead.
no. You'll understand. But
Yeah,
I'll send you the
I'm
video after.
always open. Like, and trust me, I love it when movies.
You
like,
will
where I
you
go,
will get it when you watch the movie.
Yeah.
I
Trust me, I'm
promise you.
always up for that. Anytime, like, I go, I don't know about that movie, and then people go, you should see it, and then I watch it and I go, you were right. I will 100% always admit when I'm wrong.
All right. So just to close everything out, I guess there's a new Predator movie that's going to be called Predator Badlands.
Baby.
I do want to check it out. I liked Prey, so if they have
Same
that
director.
mindset,
Same
good.
director, same team. Yep.
Great.
Yeah,
If that's what they're doing,
Trachtenberg. Yeah.
I'm there. And they clearly
They're just
tested it because
giving
they didn't
giving
have
it a
Prey go to
theatrical.
theaters, and then Prey was big success. So
Oh,
now they're doing
successful on Hulu, but that was like pandemic time, so
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, that did come out.
It
at the
was,
time,
but
yeah.
also like
they
the
could have.
Predator
They
franchise
could've.
was not doing well after.
Yeah,
that.
true.
So,
But everybody raved about it, and it was so good. It was so good. So
True.
I liked Predators. I think the Predator was a whole fucking mess though.
The Predator
And
was dog shit.
Yeah,
Predators
the Predator was
Is so
Predator-
underrated. Oh my god! I mean, my god.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I remember.
Robert Rodriguez produced it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was solid. Okay, so there's the Running Man, but that is an Edgar Wright movie.
Is that
so,
coming out this year? That is coming out
this
this year.
November
November.
21st.
November.
So
Yes.
Okay, anything Edgar Wright, I'm all about. I
Yeah.
totally forgot that was coming out. And that's starring Glenn
Yeah.
Powell, and of course, I like the original Running Man movie with Arnold.
you
know,
yeah, I haven't seen that in fucking forever, but I remember getting a big kick out of it.
It's a fun Arnold movie, you know.
Yeah.
Come on, Christmas tree, come over here. Sorry. Yeah.
All right, it's okay.
I've watched that movie
everyone's-
so many times with my dad. I don't know.
Let's see. There's Zootopia 2. I really liked the first Zootopia.
Dude, yeah, that's right.
Cannot
I
wait for that.
totally loved the first one too, and I'm like, why
Yeah.
did it take so long for the second one to come out?
I'm okay with their taking as long as
as long as it says good.
Yeah, as long as it's not a cash grab
Sure.
and there's actually people go back and forth on Toy Story 4. I understand Quentin Tarantino just wanting to stick to the trilogy, and I get that, but I think 4 is a solid epilogue for.
It made a case. It really did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm skeptical on 5, but
Yeah.
because of certain things that happen in 4, if they are corrected in 5, I could see that giving me
Me
some
too.
kind of resolution, but I don't know what they're going to be doing. So we'll see.
Well, their whole thing is it's a new generation, so it's kids don't play with toys; they play with video games.
But the weird thing is they covered that, because I follow like the shorts that they do too, and they kind of covered that with there was a like 30-minute short, and they did this for like ABC or something as well. But literally, the girl Bonnie takes Woody and Buzz or like the main toys to her friend's house, and he's a rich kid, and he gets this whole like dinosaur like play world, but he's playing like on his Switch or something instead. And then Bonnie plays video games with him and leaves Buzz and Woody in the dinosaur world, but the dinosaurs aren't played with because the kid hasn't touched them. So they're in Buzz Lightyear mode, so they think it's all real. And it's like a you know, like a
I'm
cannibal
gonna
island.
check it out. I mean, one of
It's
the best
fun.
things. One of the best things about 4 is like you introduce new characters, and Keanu Reeves like fucking evil, evil character was pretty great. So
No,
I liked Sporky too. I'm not gonna lie, Sporky was pretty dope.
I watched 4 purely to find out what happened to Bo Peep, because that was the one thing that was not resolved in 3. Everything else was pretty much perfect in that movie.
I know,
except for I only had wished, and again, I don't mind the little kid Bonnie character. I get why Andy does what he does. I wish Andy had given his toys to his children. That's how I always pictured it ending.
Maybe that'll happen in this one.
We'll see if
I
that's
think
what's
that's
resolved.
That's kind of the thing, is he's trying to get his kids to play with the toys more than the.
Yeah. Well, if you know what happens in 4, I'm waiting to see the beginning of 5 where Andy calls to say like, hey, how's Bonnie doing? Does she still play with my toys? Oh, she lost. She what? And then he just loses his mind or whatever. Because I don't know. I've seen that character. Anyway,
they got
the last two. The Sid.
They got to bring Sid back from the first one. Yeah, that's gonna happen.
He's in the third one.
He's
in the third one.
What am I thinking? Sorry.
You don't know that it's him, but he's the garbage man in the third one when he's taking stuff away. Yeah. That's Sid apparently. So it's controversial. It's a goofy movie, but the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 I'll probably check out, because I had fun with the first one.
Yet, so never played the game, so I'm not.
I was not the biggest fan. My boyfriend liked it a lot. Thought it was great.
Again, I went in expecting a goofy practical effects Blumhouse horror movie with Josh Hutcherson. That's what I got. And also, I'm a huge fan of
what's his name? Right?
I know Shaggy, but you know what I'm talking about.
Matthew Lillard.
There it is. Matthew Lillard. Yeah.
Yeah. So
we knew exactly who you were talking about. Yeah. He's great.
Yes,
he's great.
Seeing him in that movie
he's the best part of the movie for sure.
Yeah. Yes. And then of course Avatar 3. Fire and Hash. So we'll see. At least that's off of the list that a friend of mine had like compiled or whatever. I was like, okay, those are the ones that jump out at me and everything.
Okay, good. I like it.
But
yeah, I mean, 2025's got a lot of, there's a lot of movies, and then, obviously there's a lot of sequels, franchise type stuff. So it's like, it's easy to pick those. That's why, like, when I did my video, I was like, Jesus, like, mainly, like, that's the case. I'm actually looking at my list, and I'm like, Mickey 17. I'm looking forward to Nobody too. I love the first Nobody with Bob Odenkirk.
That's right. I forgot they were doing that. Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I love that movie. I like that it's like a John Wick, but it's for a mild manner, like Family Man kind of thing. Kind of curious to how they expand the universe. Yeah, mine were like number 1 is Mission Impossible, Mickey 17, number 2, Superman 3, Nobody 4, Karate Kid Legends 5, Ballerina 6, 28 Years Later 7, Wolfman 8, Fire and Ash 9, and Fantastic Four number 10. That was mine right there.
That's the one Paul didn't mention. 28 Years Later.
No, he did.
No, I did.
You did. Oh, you did. Oh, I did. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I think everybody's got kind of hyped with that too, because even the new IMDb like poll that they posted, which had Superman number 1, 28 Years Later was number 2. I'm like, fuck yeah, man. I'm like, I love that. I love that because, again, this is supposed to be the beginning of a new trilogy. So curious about that. So, like, I don't know. People are just like excited for, hey, there's, I mean, there's been zombies on TV.
Well, the
zombies
thing
in
is, the
movies.
thing is too, is like every time in history, it's pretty well recorded that whenever we're at like a low point in history, like people love watching zombies because
Yeah.
they're just like, yeah, just bring it
Yeah.
on. This wrap this up.
You know what's funny?
The zombie apocalypse,
funny?
man, it's coming.
When me and my dad, I think it was when we saw Craven. Yeah, we saw Craven.
God.
And yeah, I know. But we saw the trailer for 28 years later, and my dad had no idea. He was like, because he looks at me because I'm his son and I'm the movie guy. He knows,
Right.
And he goes like, and I'm like, oh, you haven't seen the other two? And he goes, the other two? And it was kind of cool because going to watch Craven, we were the only ones in the movie theater. So we were able to talk to each other without whispering. There was nobody else around. So it was like we were at home. We were talking, like, even through the movie, we were like talking, just like normal because there was nobody else in the theater.
No, it's like being home, like halfway through the movie, your dad gets up to use the bathroom and comes back.
Right.
Miss anything,
Pretty much.
like
pause it? Yeah. It was like, no, but it was funny because he had no idea, and I'm like, oh yeah. I was like, it's 28 years later because literally like the first movie came out like a long time ago, and it was like, and I told him, I was like, well, the first movie that came out, it was a small movie, and essentially I was like 28. It was called 28 Days Later, and it kind of evolved the zombie genre because it was the first time you saw a zombie run, and he was like, oh, and I was like, yeah. And then there was like Dawn of the Dead that Zack Snyder made, like kind of came out right after that also had running zombies. So those movies, and then there was a sequel, and I was like, and it was like, yeah, watch it before.
Did Danny Boyle direct 28 Days Later?
Yep.
That director?
Yep.
Yeah, he's always cool. Train
But you know what? But this one, Alex Garland co-wrote this.
Well,
nice.
Alex Garland co-wrote 28 Days Later as well. So
did he also? Okay, I didn't know that.
So this is
well, he's been
that's kind of also the big deal is that it's the reteaming of Danny Boyle directing.
Oh, this shit's gonna be
writing.
Oh, okay.
Well, bad, man.
I'm there day one then. I just want Alex Garland to. I just want someone to give him the Dread franchise at this point, so he can just.
It's already too late, though, man. It's too.
Carl Urban still looks exactly the same. You just put the mask on him.
Yeah, put the mask on.
Yeah.
He's still doing Billy fucking Butcher. I can buy him his fucking Dread. I don't know what he looks like without the beard.
You're right.
But I'm assuming it looks exactly the same.
We'll find out in Mortal
Kombat.
Have you guys?
I mean, you guys know about the history about that movie, right? You guys know essentially Alex Garland directed.
Alex Garland like ghost directed it. Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
I
heard about that.
Okay.
It's one of the reasons why he hates directing.
Look,
that's not like it's kind of funny, but also like
you just have
he
Alex
literally
Garland.
came out this last year was like I'm done directing after Civil War.
That's so great. I love that.
No. Just have him produce and write, and then they'll find another director that just emulates that same style of the first movie. I don't think it's going to be that hard to do,
But I find that so interesting about Alex, where it's like he does not like. He's very open about it. He does not like directing.
That's so crazy,
and he's a great director. He's good at
it. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to shit on the industry or what it means to make art, but like if honestly that sounds right on par for being a movie director. Yeah, I don't like directing and like, but I make
for him it's because he's a writer.
Yeah,
he's a writer.
I will say like I mean, when Alex Garland, I mean, like when it came to the movie Men, I don't know if you guys saw that. That movie that was the most. It was very well directed. He's a good director, but I mean, the ending of that movie, jeez, fucking Christ!
I haven't seen it. I've seen the trailers.
It's one of those movies that
looks ridiculous, and I want to see it, but I haven't checked it out yet.
The whole movie is like shot so great. The tension is there, everything's there, but then when you see the ending and everything, like. I just was like, it was one of those where I was like moving around in my chair going, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. And I remember just walking out. If you watch my first reaction, I'm like, yep, great movie. I don't know when I'll revisit it again. It's one of those movies where I go, it gives you that shock value because there's a shock value in there. And I'm like, good for Alex Garland for doing that, because I mean, I can watch Ex Machina every day of my life. That movie
is so good.
It's one of my
like,
all-time favorite movies. Is Ex Machina.
That's
So
what I'm
good.
saying. Like, it's kind of weird. I felt like after Dread, he kind of developed where it's like he ghost directed that, and it's like, well,
And it's
shit.
so
If
fucking
this is gonna
good.
happen, I might as well. Then he directed Ex Machina, which I loved. I loved Annihilation.
Did you guys
as
watch
well.
Devs? Did you watch his series?
Devs
No, I
was
know of.
also very good.
I'm behind on the Garland train, but I had
Oh,
heard
good.
about Devs when it came out. Now, wait, did Devs get canceled or is it a contained?
No, it's a mini series.
It's a contained, yeah.
A mini
it's
series.
Okay, good. Because I didn't want to get like invested and then like there's a cliffhanger and like
No.
explodes
It was
or
like a
something, or-
contained. It was a mini
Nick
series.
Offerman is great in that.
No, I know. Yeah, he's a terrific actor. Did you guys know that Nick Offerman is the reason why Bill Hader is famous?
No.
So Nick Offerman has been dating
Megan.
or he's married to his wife.
Right.
Megan Mullany. I know. No, but
Yeah, Megan Mullany.
before they were married, they were dating for years, and Nick Offerman's brother was in the improv troupe that Bill Hader was in, and Bill Hader had been in Hollywood for years. He had been, PA on a bunch of different movies like Spider-Man and Arnold Schwarzenegger films, and Show Me Your Leadership capabilities, as he'll tell you in interviews and stuff. But he was in the improv group with Nick Offerman's brother, and Mulaney came to watch one of their things, and she saw Bill, and she just, I guess she has Lauren Michaels on speed dial or whatever, and she called up Lauren Michaels. She's like, "You got to see this guy." And then Bill Hader got an SNL audition, and the rest is history.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
that's so awesome when you hear those kind of stories.
That is pretty cool.
It's like
Bill
just
Hader,
like
and Bill Hader is one of the best.
right
coming
time
out
at the right time. That's the thing. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
but
Bill's one of the funniest guys on the planet. If you guys haven't watched Barry, I highly recommend it.
I have not watched it. I know.
I like it. I'm not
show.
gonna lie. Season 3 was a bit disappointing, but
season 3 for me, I don't disagree. It's uneven. It's all over the map. Time skips are 50-50. It can either fuck up a thing or it can make the show, or it can make it better, depending on how you utilize it and stuff. And at first, the time skip, it's like and then like at the very the last episode or two, it kind of evens out, and then I'm like, all right, cool. Especially that end. The ending of that show is both so. It's the show. It is both hilariously awful and yet very sad and cathartic of just how the show is, basically. It sums up the show. But yeah, time skips, they always mess up the pacing, and it can benefit or hurt the final product, basically.
I thought Barry was that last season was a bit uneven. I will say this though, I'm very excited to see where Bill Hader goes from here as a creator and a director.
Sure.
And stuff. I think he's got a lot of potential in that area. But I've always admired him too, because I come kind of from an acting background first, and so his improv, his the way he's able to do impersonations and those types of things are just
something about Bill Hader. If you see him and hear him, you wouldn't think that he would be good with impressions. He's one of those that you don't get that from him, but then he does such good impressions.
His Al Pacino impression,
so good,
and his Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I mean
he was. Well, he'll also just the vaguest impressions that you don't even think about. If you guys have seen Gladiator, Oliver Reed, the Gladiator.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
He does. He's talking to Paul Giamatti. He's talking about Oliver Reed, talking about stage acting versus television or movie acting and stuff like that. And he's like, if you're doing a play and someone grabs your arm, you go, ah. But if you do it, in a movie,
he's talking about the difference between stage acting and film acting.
Yeah, and did I say stage or did I say TV or something or whatever? TV, okay, so stage being on a play,
being more over dramatic
in theater. What's the character on Saturday Night Live where he was he'd always be doing this?
That was Bill Hader. That's Stefan.
I couldn't remember his name, but yeah. And then he'd always be talking about this, and then
the reason why the reason why Stefan feels like such a real character is
Yeah.
because in reality he was a real person, and
Yeah.
he was this barista or somebody at a
That
thing that a
he-
lot of the SNL, and then like Bill Hader kept going back to pick up little more things from him, and then
Yeah.
they caught on. One time he came in and couldn't find him, and then one of the guys from the back is like, "He's not here. He quit. He left." He's like, clearly the real Stefan was tired.
What was
of him.
great about that
The
character was
best
the
part-
fact that like Bill Hader would he would start laughing when he would say some shit.
And
like,
the reason
that's
was because
yeah.
the best part
Yeah.
was at the end there. They wouldn't show him the cue cards. He had no idea what he was gonna say
that's so
before
fucking
he
great.
went out.
So
So
great.
that's why he would start laughing. They would just pull up the cue cards, and he's going.
And that's what made it work.
He has to read
of him
the.
laughing. Yeah.
John Mulaney would. I mean, maybe later they were just doing it, but as a joke, he changed it so that
Yeah.
like dress and the actual thing were two different
Were
things.
different.
And so Bill would
what you
get
gotta
caught off,
do.
and yeah, because after a while, if you know you're not going to get fired from the show for the most part, then it just becomes the actors trying to get the other actor to break during.
Well,
during the,
and that's well, be
part of
honest
the
too. Stefan, after like 2 or 3 bits, that was his thing. It was breaking and
It was
all that.
always like
because Bill Hader talked
part of
about
it
how
where he'd do this. Yeah.
right. Bill Hader talked about how they wanted to do a Stefan movie, and he told them no because there's no
That would not
character
work.
really to do. He's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
his whole thing is breaking. You can't do that in a movie and stuff, and so.
But also Stefan is just a character recommending nightclubs. That's the whole
Right.
thing. Like you can't make a whole movie around that. Like,
Well, that was the thing. They were going to show him in nightclubs and do all that. And said that he was like,
they made that movie. It was called A Night at Roxbury, and it's got a cult following, but it's like again limited.
It
limited
worked. It
thing.
worked for at least that. But then what's kind of funny was like anytime they made a movie on a SNL character, it kind of killed the character. Did you notice that? Like
Except Wayne's World. Wayne's
World
is the only one.
Wayne's World it worked, but like all the other characters,
which is why I kind of respected that Bill Hader told Lauren like, no, I don't see.
It's like once they made the movie, they were like, well, we can't really do the character anymore, and then they try to bring it back, and it's like, it's just
and not only that, he was so special to Seth Meyers and the
yeah, because they would do the back and forth. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, because Stefan was into Seth, and Seth was like, I don't. That's
and
right.
their whole bit was they got married at the end. It was a beautiful ending.
Oh, I didn't know that was. I didn't know that they actually like wrapped it up.
They did one thing to wrap it up for the 40th anniversary, and it was that Seth and Stefan got married and ran off to happiness.
Oh, that's awesome.
There was they did something kind of like that, not the running off to happiness, but they revitalized the Opera Man character when Sandler came on to host for like the second or third time or something like that. They brought back Opera Man, and the skit was still fucking hysterical. If
I remember correctly, I don't think he's come back to host, but he came back for the 40th anniversary, and that was that he had that skit where he brought back.
I feel like he did host, and I only say that because they've made a thing now. It's actually it's actually a very smart thing to do because they want to focus on other types of skits, or the comedian does. But there's a comedian that will have shtick type roles or characters that clearly everyone in SNL cast wants to play, but they don't want to make a whole skit because there's no time, there's no room for everything. So they started.
You're right, because they did that whole thing with Pete Davidson and stuff where they played the characters of Adam. So you're right, he did host.
Well, they call it a family reunion. What it is just and like they did with Jim Carrey, so that they could get all of like the Riddler, the Mask, all these different weird characters he had played, but Adam was the same. And they even had Jimmy fucking Fallon show up as, because he does one of the best Sandler impressions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Speaking of Saturday night, I did see the movie.
I heard it's good. I still haven't seen it. This is me catching up.
Made my top 10.
Up on films.
Number four on my list. I love that movie. That movie is great.
I like Jason Reitman as a director. I think he's terrific. But
he's a great choice. But I'm with kind of Dave in that, like, so I grew up watching old era reruns of Saturday Night and stuff. And then that's what got me into comedy and to acting and doing all that type of thing, improv and stuff. And so, They did a great job of kind of like again.
Dude,
It's
the
it's
opening,
it's your edge
shot
of your
is a one
seat.
shot. The opening shot is a one shot. It just like goes through the whole studio for like the first like 3-4 minutes. I don't know like how long it goes. I can't wait to watch it again. I need to watch it again. But it's like a one shot, and it's just like the camera's just going through the whole studio. I'm like, fucking A, man, how'd you do this, man? But what I love about that movie is like obviously the performances are all great. Like everybody who plays like Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, and Gilda Radner, and all that, they all do a great job. And even what's his name?
Lauren, the guy that plays Lauren,
yeah, the guy who played essentially Steven Spielberg in The Fabelmans. Yeah, does a great job. But like you're watching it and you go, Jesus, like the tension is like there where you're going, are they gonna make it? Even though because they do obviously make it to air. But
Saturday night is still on, so
the whole tension is like, are they going to make it to air? And you just don't know. I mean, I'm sure like there's some things where they probably take some liberties on Hollywoodize it. Of course, Willem Dafoe's in it. Willem Dafoe just shows up in so many random shit. I love that.
I'm pretty sure at this point William Dafoe just shows up on sets and he's like, I like to be in this movie. And they're like, all right, well, you're William Dafoe.
Can I be in your movie? I'm a bit of a scientist myself. Yeah.
With J.K. Simmons and Chevy Chase.
Oh,
that
dude.
is phenomenal.
Oh, good.
Now J.K. Simmons is playing Milton Berle.
Yeah, he's playing Milton Berle. He's such a douche.
Well, Milton was known for being douchey. Also, I guess he had a gigantic penis, so I guess that's why.
That's what they emphasize in this. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just.
Yeah, you got to watch it. You got to watch it. You got to watch it. It's really great. And what's his name? Who played the Riddler in Gotham? I can't remember his name. Chevy Chase does a great job.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that was the same actor. That's awesome.
Yeah,
If you guys want to watch a great video of the original Milton Berle, though, look up the puppets or the Muppets that are up in the balcony. Statler and Waldorf, the two old men. Type in that or type in Milton Berle Muppets, and there's a whole segment of those two guys just clowning on Milton Berle for 5 minutes straight, and it's fantastic. It's comedic gold. But it's good. It's classic 1970s, 80s like Muppet Show stuff, So, but yeah. Anyway, that's what I think when I think of Milton Berle. But yeah, no, I've heard Saturday Night is terrific. I do want to check it out. Like I was telling you guys last stream, I've got like anywhere from like 5 to 10 movies that I just have to go through because if I do want to make a top list for myself, and I'll share it with you.
Yeah, I know I missed out on certain things, on certain ones too. I wanted to watch Nora because I kept hearing.
I keep hearing it's so fantastic.
Yeah,
Sean Baker, I'm so behind.
I did not like it.
You didn't like it? Okay, interesting. Because like when I was like last weekend when I was like, all right, Substance. Oh, okay, I can rent it for $4 or $5. Nora couldn't rent it anywhere on streaming. It was like, oh, you have to buy it for $20. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to buy the movie.
Yeah.
I hate it when like you can only buy them when they only give you the option to buy the movie, and I'm like, fuck, man, I wish I would have just saw it in the movie theater then.
I thought it was on my Plex account and stuff. My friend uploads new movies all the time.
Oh yeah. I used to have one of those. Damn it,
right.
I missed that.
But no, so I recommend if you guys are ever in the Boston area, go to the Coolidge Theater. It is like the old school theater. They show new movies all the time, but like they've been putting Nora like on repeat because it's just selling like hotcakes. People love seeing it in the theater. So I'm just gonna maybe I'll go tomorrow. I don't know.
Critics and stuff are loving it. Audiences are pretty split.
You didn't like it, huh?
Yeah. Well, Sean,
it was good.
On Baker,
I've heard it's a lot. Yeah. I've heard it's a lot. I like her though. Mikey
Madsen, whatever.
I just look, whatever her name is. I just every time I see her face, I just think of Brad Pitt throwing a giant can in her face, and then
she was in Once Upon a Time and also one of the Scream movies.
She's okay, but I also have a big issue with her in the movie. That
all right.
See, I love that. I love that because I've heard nothing but good things,
but great things. Yeah. I'll be honest. So I was really looking forward to it, and then it went and it won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, and it shot here in Vegas. Me and Bradley had the opportunity to be in it. We weren't.
So you're an extra in the background or something?
We had the opportunity to. We didn't get to.
Oh.
And stuff. And so when it did, and I was like, damn, we missed out on being in one of the best movies and stuff that I saw. And I was like, I'm okay. I'm all right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious about it. I'm curious about it because I mean, she's getting a lot of praise for it and everything. But I'm just glad. I mean, my number one thing was like, I gotta see The Substance because I keep.
Yeah.
I mean, I got that
For
recommended me so much,
goes,
and I was like, fucking A, thank God I saw that because that movie.
Demi Moore, I hope she wins the best actress. But if she doesn't, I will say Angelina Jolie in Maria was also.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I'll have to watch that one too.
I didn't even.
The only one that I really haven't seen that I need to watch is A Complete Unknown.
Right.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that either. That's somebody was mentioning that when we were talking about when I was talking about how I'm coming around with Timothée Chalamet. They were like, oh yeah, he's not going to win for Dune, but he'll win for Completely Unknown. And I'm like, yeah, I could see that because it seems like he actually got that role 5 years ago. Did you know this? He got that role.
What was funny is 5 years ago when he got the role, they said, all right, we're going to wait.
Yeah,
a couple of years for you to grow, and then the pandemic, and then the strike, and then because I watched him on I think it was Theo Vaughn's podcast, and he was talking about that. He was like, "Oh yeah, I mean I got the role like fucking in 2019, 18." And then he talked about it, and then he was just constantly he learned how to play guitar. Yep. And then it was kind of funny too because I remember when the first trailer came out. And I was like, damn, like, this looks good. I mean, and then somebody was like, I don't think that's him singing. I'm like, do you think that it's hard to sing like Bob Dylan? I'm like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's him singing. It's kind of like when it came to Joaquin Phoenix singing like Johnny Cash. It's not that hard. It's not really
not a situation of
well, the times they are.
Come on.
Yeah, so my thing is this: with the exception of Rocket Man, which itself was a different take on the genre.
He sang.
Yeah, no, he sings. It's since Dewey Cox, I can't take any real music biopic seriously.
Walk hard, man.
Yeah,
walk hard. But at the same time, it's like when it came to what was the Queen movie called, Bohemian Rhapsody with what's his name? There's no way in hell you can ever sing like Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, see, that's one of. I'm sorry.
So,
I know people love
so
that
what
movie.
he had to do, he had to capture the mannerisms to a T. And what's his name? I can't remember.
Rami Malek.
Rami Malek, yeah. So he did such a good job of capturing his mannerisms and the way that he actually talks. That's why I'm like, when people give him shit, like, oh yeah, but like, no, you guys got to realize there's no way that any actor was going to be able to sing like Freddie Mercury because that guy was a fucking he was on a whole other level. There's no way. So what Rami Malek had to do was capture the mannerisms and how he talked in real life to a T. And I think he nailed that so much. And that's why he got the Academy Award. And I'm like, you guys have to realize that to me, that's why
I think I have so many issues with that movie in general, just because
there is issues. I get it. No, I'm not saying it's perfect, but
here's the thing, because
fucking Bryan Singer.
Oh yeah, I'm agreeing with Austin.
Not only that, it just feels like a held back movie.
It is a held back movie. It's Queen. Yeah. It's a Queen made movie, but by Queen. They are self-censoring. That's why I
didn't want to have Freddie be at the set. Yep.
I preferred Rocket Man because Elton John. First, Taron did a good job playing the character and even tried to sing like Elton. 2, Elton entirely was about like here is how fucking flawed my life is and how I'm at the height of my career, but my personal life is a fucking disaster. Like, Elton was very open about what his life was. Yeah, and I consider that a win over Bohemian Rhapsody and all of its. And again, I like Rami. Rami. I think he is a terrific actor. The show fell off hard for me, but his performance in Mr. Robot is very good. Like he's good. He's a good actor. But I don't think that, and I mean in general, that movie I think just should have been disregarded from being nominated for anything, just because it's just, it was a mess, and it wasn't really a,
I agree.
it was held back. It wasn't the real story, and everyone knew it. It's not like they found out years later. You know what I mean?
The big thing too was that like originally Sacha Baron Cohen was going to do it.
He got
Mercury's full story and stuff,
Yeah.
and then Brian came in and was like, "No, we want to show the rest of Queen's story and how they went on after and blah blah blah." And it was like, okay, it's not like anybody really cares because Queen died off when Freddie did. So
yeah, it's it is what it is. But like I said, if anyone were to ask me, and I haven't seen Bohemian Rhapsody, but if anyone were to ask me or recommendations, I'd be like, watch Rocket Man, because you're gonna get more out of it for sure.
And the way that it was shot, where it was like, you know, it's kind of like a musical in the sense where it's like when he's like going through his life, all of a sudden he just breaks out in song and everything like that. I thought that was pretty unique when it came to Rocket Man, where it's like, oh, well, yeah, they're not just gonna be like showing like a biopic and then they do the songs. Like he's literally like, they literally start singing the songs when he's at like a fucking fair or something like that, and he's just, and they just sing the songs, and then he's like literally like floating when he's like playing his guitar, like all of a sudden his legs are like rising up. They like made it where it was like, oh yeah, it's crazy. But then they showed the bad parts too, you know?
Oh yeah, no, and usually I would hate that idea, but because it's Elton John, it feels more authentic, and it works. The musical numbers work, and like even the recreations of the 80s music videos that they did was also very, very on point too. But like you said, counterbalanced with the dark reality, like the fact that his manager was a piece of shit, and a lot of other things, like, I mean, the drug use and just
It's crazy how like some like biopics just get unrecognized, which Rocket Man did get unrecognized from all awards. But then you got like, you know, obviously Bohemian Rhapsody did, and like I said, I back up the performance of Rami Malek just from that point of view. But then you got something like Elvis, like Austin Butler, who did a fantastic job as Elvis. And it's like, you wouldn't imagine like that guy. Okay, interesting. And he did a good job. And of course, you know, it got recognition. But man, when it comes to biopics, it's kind of interesting how, especially when it comes to musicians, not easy to do because you have to like, you know, emulate that. And I don't know. You got, that's why I think Rocket Man should have got, I'm with you, where Rocket Man should have very much got more recognized than it did, because it was a very unique style, but it just fell through the cracks, and it was like, okay, that's wow, interesting, but you know, we'll see when it comes to the other ones. Anyways, guys, man, we're going on 5 hours at least when it comes
we should
geez. Well, that's the thing. I knew like when we were going to start talking about like anticipated movies and just movies in general, good times. And you know, the tequila for me is really freaking energizing me. I can go on for another 5 hours maybe, but
that's what tequila does for me.
I know, right? It's the tequila, man. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is different than, obviously, because I usually don't drink tequila, but I'm like, oh yeah, it does have a different effect. Maybe
I got lucky because
what
they just changed my schedule over in January, so I'll be honest, every vodka stream I've been on, I go to work at 7 the next day.
Yeah,
this is the first day I'm off.
So you're having a good time too, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I know. And I'm like, after this week, I mean, I'm telling you, the holiday schedule fucked my brain up so much. Having Christmas and New Year's on a Wednesday.
And Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving
was also on a Wednesday.
Well, it wasn't on a Wednesday, but it was just on the last week of like, it was
of November, and then it was
it was like the last week, which is all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, Thanksgiving, and then all of a sudden Christmas time, get your shit going, folks. And it was like happened so quick. The holiday schedule this year or in 2024 was just fucked me up, where, you know, I mean, like when it came to Christmas, I took, you know, when it came to work, I took Thursday and Friday off, so I had a nice long weekend, which was great. But then I was like, I'm not going to do that for New Year's. So I took like a half day Tuesday, was like, all right, I'm done. And I was wondering, I'm like, am I doing anything? And then I was like, oh, people are sick, but all right, I guess I'm just staying home and whatever. And then I remember just waking up on New Year's Day after all that, and I'm like, oh, it feels like a Saturday, cool. And then I got up, and then I'm like, put on football, the college football, because all the the Rose Bowl and all the stuff. And then I'm like, God, it feels like Sunday now. What the hell? It went from like a Saturday to a Sunday. This is weird. And then I'm like, oh, I got to work tomorrow. What the fuck? It was just like, fucked me all up. And then when I woke up on Thursday, it felt like a Monday. And I'm like going, what the hell? And I'm like, and my sleep patterns were all off. And it was very weird. So I'm like, all right, I think we're back to normal now, hopefully. So cheers, guys.
Yeah,
To 2025.
right.
Yeah, I don't have anything, so
I know. Fuck you, Paul.
Sorry.
Fuck you, Paul.
Sorry, man. I don't drink.
get it.
I don't work.
See, it's
just
my work schedule is just crazy because they have me from like 7 to 3 to like 11 to 7 a.m. So I'm
damn.
See, you're all over the place. See, I have that standard like fucking like 9 to 5, even though like I start work at 6, or something like that. So, but yeah. I know. So yeah, it just effed me up all the way. So I'm like, all right, can we get back to like normal shit here? I think it should be illegal to have Christmas and New Year's on a Wednesday, right? Have in the middle of the week. Fuck that. It just I was just like effed me all up. And then there was a family funeral thing today. Not like my immediate family, but somebody like close to the family, and I couldn't make it because I was like, I got work, and it was just all just weird. And I'm like, all right, can we just get back to it was a weird thing, like weird couple of weeks for sure. But we're back to normal, folks. We're looking forward to 2025. We talked about our favorite movies. We're looking forward to 2025. Paul's looking forward to Superman. It's crazy how much, like how much he's excited for.
He's
Superman.
watching Creature Commandos and loving it.
Is this the Bizarre World podcast?
Yes, it might be. Yes,
Yeah.
we're gonna say hello when we say goodbye. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen. We're gonna reverse everything, Paul. But it's gonna be interesting though. Like after July 11th, you're gonna be like, you know what? Superman wasn't bad. Hey, might happen.
No, I think it's like I said. I've said to you guys, I feel like it's going to be a competent movie. Like it's going to get from A to. I don't think James Gunn, will fuck it up that bad. I just like I said, it's just not going to be my type of Superman. But hey, like I said, I was telling you way back, man. I just wish that we at Warner Brothers wasn't so fucked and we could just have a little bit of everything. Because I want to catch up on Superman and Lois. I know that that's a great show, and the Adventures of Superman, the anime. Superman that's happening right now, I know is solid. Like, and it's so different. It's vastly different interpretations of the character, yet still the character. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just this one's just not really for me. Like the second Crypto shows up, it's like, I don't know.
We'll see what happens. I mean, like, let's face it. I mean, like when it comes to July of this year, we got a lot. We got Superman, we got Jurassic World, and Fantastic Four. If nothing moves, it's going to be a pretty crazy month, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to see all three, the first whenever I can.
And if nothing moves, then I think for me,
there was a rumor that Fantastic Four might move.
It might.
It's not going to move. No,
I heard something just to give more time, which I'm not. This is not any kind of fanboy stuff like that. I'm just going like, hey, if Feige feels like he needs to move it to make a better product, by all means, because I want that movie to be really good.
Listen,
there's a lot of fanboys out there, like especially there's disgruntled certain DC fanboys that were like, yeah, I hope Fantastic Four destroys Superman, and I'm like, I'm not on that board, but I'm just saying, like, I would only be like, I'm like, hey, if they need to move it just because they need to make a better product, by all means, because Fantastic Four needs to be fucking good, and I'm looking forward to it to be good. If it has to get pushed to November or later, whatever the fuck, to just help like VFX and all this kind of stuff, by all means, do it. I am okay with that, just because of that, not because I'm fearing that it's gonna kill Superman. If it ends up doing better than Superman, I don't care. I just want it to be a good fucking movie because it is in my top 10 anticipated movies. I want it to be a good goddamn movie. That's the thing. That's and if they have it where it's like, yeah, it's not quite ready yet, where some of the VFX and certain things aren't going to look good, by all means, postpone it a little bit, fine. But if it makes its date, cool. July is going to be a great month for movie watching.
I mean, I think if nothing moves, obviously I'm optimistic.
I'm good with that.
I hope all of them do well. I hope we have kind of like just a really great monumental July that, you know, all these movies do great and stuff. At the same time, like Fantastic Four did just wrap filming and stuff. They've got about 6 months to finish their posts and stuff. That movie better look really good with Jurassic Park and Superman coming out right next to it. That movie better look clean.
Like the time frame.
Or it could just be a bloodbath, and all three are terrible. And
Could you
ball?
That's the way it could be too. We could watch.
Could you imagine?
We could go.
I hope at least one of them is good. That's my hope.
Yeah. No, I hope it's all good, you know. But I mean, there's a chance we could walk into a shitty Superman movie, a shitty Jurassic World movie, a shitty Fantastic Four movie. Who knows? We'll have a lot of fun talking about it on this fucking stream right here.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure.
With Legacy, I'm still calling it that just to differentiate. But
yeah,
Superman Legacy, I think what will happen is I personally will not want to go see it, but if my friends, because they'll just be like, hey, let's just get this out of the way, let's just bite the bullet, and I'll be like, if you guys pay for the ticket, like, great, let's do it, you know. And if they do, like,
I'm gonna pay for a ticket all the way from over here. I'm gonna find the theater that you're closest to. I'm gonna go, hey Paul, just so
I'm gonna give it the biggest chance I can. Well, because it'll most likely be playing in that giant IMAX theater that I'm always going on about. So I'm gonna give it like the IMAX treatment. I'm gonna try my best, and I'll be like, man, this CW movie, they gave it their all. They really tried so hard. No, but like, I'm gonna give it the same shot I gave every other type of movie, pretty much. Now, granted, I skipped a lot of the other DC stuff, with the exception of Blue Beetle. I didn't run out to see Shazam 2. I knew I'd be wasting my money the second I got in that theater. Aquaman 2, like, I just wasn't feeling it on that one.
Black Adam?
Like I said, Black no. I had some hopes for Black Adam. More so,
I think we all did. I think we all did.
More so
it's
because
not a terrible movie.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's not great.
It's an enjoyable movie. I can watch it, but
it's schlock.
It doesn't move. It doesn't move any kind of needles for me.
I went in with the expectation of, you know, I do know that The Rock is a fan of the material to a degree. Maybe he had some good insight. Maybe he got capable screenwriters to adapt. And like, no, like the second you have Hawkman talking about, like, I'm like, bro, you're Hawkman. I'm like, you've killed people in multiple lifetimes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, if you, like, clearly you were meant to be either Jay Garrick or Alan Scott Green Lantern, and that didn't work out for some reason. So you're now, and I felt bad for the actor because he did like a decent Hawkman, but
listen, the worst part was the, like, Pierce Brosnan as Doctor.
No, he was good.
That was not the worst.
One of the highlights.
No, I'm saying the worst part in the sense of that, like,
he was underutilized.
He didn't continue. Yeah,
that was perfect casting.
No, he was great. He was like the best casting of the whole movie.
Yes,
more than even Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, Dwayne. I could have seen like an early 2000s Dwayne Johnson who didn't have the same star power. No.
He had hair.
When he had hair, but being manipulated in a different type of way to be like, hey man, let's say these, and he'd be like, oh no, you're right. Like, he would have been more collaborative maybe back then. Now, of course, he's The Rock and he's come back and he's, you know, I mean, I understand because in those early years he was listening to all his agents and they were giving him bad projects, and when he finally took control of his own thing, then he was making, you know, his big movies and making money. And so, like, I understand his headspace and why he does what he does, but how many more red ones do we have to sit through before he, you know, recontextualizes, you know, please.
Did you see Red One, Paul?
No, dude, like, because I saw the trailer, I saw the reviews, I saw your estimation of it. I'm like, nothing compelled. I mean, maybe I'll watch it like for free, like when I'm drunk one Christmas.
You know, if you've had a couple of eggnogs next Christmas and you put it on, have a laugh. have
Yeah.
a laugh because it is the best thing about that is J.K. Simmons, and he's barely in it. That's all.
Because he's one of those actors you can put him in anything and he'll be usually the best
and
thing in
he's
it. Yeah,
he's great. He's great. Everything else.
I'll probably just end up crying a little bit because I'd be like, they could have sent this money to starving children. Like,
my
what are they
God.
doing? Why did this? Where did all this money go?
Dude,
No,
no, Paul. You see, you won't get it because you didn't watch it in the same theater that The Rock did for Oppenheimer, and say,
oh yeah, remember when he talked about
nothing tops when Queen Elizabeth died and he used that to promote Black Adam. That is, I thought that was fake for the longest time, and that was a real tweet. That is just chef's kiss. Like, yeah, man, that is reading the room. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't give a fuck about Queen Elizabeth, but still, I just think that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, pretty crazy, that guy. Anyways, all right, let's Austin, you got anything to promote?
Yeah, you can check out my channel, Borderland Studios and stuff. We're gonna have some stuff coming out for the new year, as well as I'm producing a new podcast right now called the Don't Be Dumb podcast. So you can check that out. Other than that, that's about it. Borderland Studios is just kind of moving more into the producing and making short films phase and stuff, and so that's our 2025.
Nice. Paul, got anything?
What do I have?
You got to promote the red one.
You couldn't pay me to promote that movie. No, man. It's just me here, just doing stuff. No, you guys know. I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram. Now on Blue Sky if you want to find me on there, and at Paul Pinhook on Vero, which I barely go on really at this point. No, I'm not really doing anything. I've just been hunkered down here, just dealing with holidays, writing some stuff on the side, trying to figure out what I want to do and see what I can put some stuff out there, but nothing to really like promote other than that. I'm reading Metal. That's a good book.
Nice.
Recommend checking that out if you can. Get the omnibus so you can get all the stuff. I will promote good DC books. I'll leave it at that. So yeah.
It's always good to do that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, appreciate you guys, of course, talking about all this crazy movie nonsense. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Phil. And thank you, everybody who's spending time with us for this almost 5.5 hours. Holy crap.
Jesus.
This is crazy. Anyways, it happens. It's the first Vodka stream of the year.
Right. That's how we started.
Yeah, you got to start it off like this. And yeah. All right, guys. We love you. And we'll talk to you later.